Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 181 The First Divine Ability, Melting Soldiers and Refining Body. The dark clouds rolled, and in the evening, the dark clouds almost fell to the ground. Seeing a storm is coming. There was not a single person to be seen on the street, and the huge Tiandi city seemed to have fallen into dead silence, and all sounds disappeared. An unspeakable sense of oppression rushed towards the earth from the dark sky, as if a thick layer of mist enveloped the earth in an instant. Hai Yuntian and Fatty Zug said goodbye to Xiao Chen's residence in a hurry. They didn't look very good, and said to Xiao Chen, "Don't go out easily when the storm comes at night." When asked why, the two of them couldn't explain clearly. They said that it was passed down from the old people of Tiandi City. Every year, there will be one or two special storms. Everyone, whether they are ordinary people or powerful cultivators, it is best not to go out for a walk, so as not to be frightened. Before leaving, Hai Yuntian whispered, "The old people say that this city may really be the legendary Heavenly Emperor city, and the name is not random. If you stay in the house safely, nothing will happen. The residents in the city have long been used to it, and it only happens once or twice a year." After finishing speaking, he and the fat man left in a hurry. The dark clouds fell lower and lower, as if they had touched the ground, but there was still no thunder, and there was only a heavy sense of oppression, as if 100,000 mountains were slowly descending. The streets and alleys were silent, and the Tiandi city seemed to have lost the sound, and there was no more sound. An unspeakable palpitation that makes people tremble from the soul. KK and the little stubborn dragon were very disturbed. They seemed to have a premonition of something bad, and kept looking up at the dark sky in the courtyard. Xiao Chen felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. When the Dragon Island Dead City appeared at that time, it seemed to be so depressing and terrifying. Dead City, Heavenly Emperor City. Thinking of these, a light suddenly flashed across Xiao Chen's heart. According to rumors, no one knows exactly when the Tiandi city was built, and there is no way to verify it. All I know is that it seems to have existed for endless years, but the tall and ancient city walls do not need to be repaired at all. Could it be that Tiandi City and Longdao Dead City are ancient cities of the same period? So, doesn't it mean that this city has gone through endless years from the distant past to the present? Is it really a mysterious ancient city that existed in ancient times? Xiao Chen had a feeling that the guess might be true. Both Kiki and the little stubborn dragon looked at the dark sky vigilantly, their expressions seemed very solemn. Xiao Chen also felt strong unease, but this feeling was very different from when the Dragon Island Dead City appeared. At least he didn't feel the breath of death, what was just made people feel deeply fearful, as if a huge living body was waking up from that ancient slumber. Boom! Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed between the sky and the earth, and crisscrossing lightning bolts pierced the dark sky and tore apart the dullness just now. The pouring rain fell, and there was a curtain of water between the sky and the earth, and the storm began. The whistling wind sounded scary, the tiles on the roof were rattling, and all the rainwater was blown upside down in the sky, forming a waterfall-like water column. Of course, all of this was seen under the reflection of the light of the lightning. When the lightning flashed and plunged into darkness, one could only smell horrible sounds, but not see anything. It's as dark as ink. The world seemed to be covered with an opaque black cloth. At this moment, the black broken knife on Xiao Chen's waist suddenly trembled violently, as if it was about to cut through the sky. Xiao Chen felt very surprised. This knife was as black as ink and was extremely heavy, but it had never shown an extraordinary broken knife. It actually trembled today. It was a bit strange. You must know that the broken knife is only more than 1 foot long, but it weighs several hundred catties. However, if you don't concentrate on your vitality, you can't cut any ordinary iron, let alone cut off the sharp blade of a magic weapon. It has always been very ordinary and has never had a special performance. Of course, those so-called divine weapons and precious blades can't stop cutting this broken knife. It seems that it neither bullies the soft nor fears the hard. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the handle of the knife, holding it firmly in his hand, feeling the vibration of the black broken knife. A vicissitudes and ancient aura seemed to rush towards him, and then he felt a sharp and incomparable knife aura. A ray of bright light directly sliced through the void, pierced into the darkness, and slashed towards the pitch-black sky. Silently, there was no strange fluctuation in the dark sky, and the endless darkness seemed to directly swallow the blade light. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a fierce fighting intent, and the broken knife went straight into his heart. An instinct drove him to the courtyard, and then began to practice with the knife. Swipe. The light of the knife was like a bright lightning, rolling in the dark and galloping in the heavy rain. Xiao Chen broke the knife in his hand as if it was glowing with life, like an ink dragon writhing, shooting out rays of divine light. What Duan Dao passed to Xiao Chen was not so much the fighting intent, but the saber intent. It is not a real sword technique, but it expresses a kind of artistic conception to Xiao Chen, a kind of artistic conception belonging to the sword. It can only be understood but cannot be conveyed in words. Xiao Chen is immersed in a wonderful state. Although no one instructs him to practice saber techniques, he is slashing and chopping entirely with the saber intent he feels in his heart. The broken knife was like a rainbow, and the pitch-black knife body shone with bright divine light. Xiao Chen felt that he had to use the knife, had to sway it, and wanted to dance out a soaring killing intent and fighting intent. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed between the sky and the earth, and Xiao Chen swung his saber alone in the torrential rain, and the saber lights shot straight into the dark sky, with a murderous aura, and the saber light was unstoppable. At this moment, along with the deafening thunder, Xiao Chen heard the indistinct sound of fighting. In the endless dark sky, under the flash of thunder, ancient figures appeared, wearing ancient armor and holding magic weapons. There were many ancients fighting fiercely in the sky. KK and Little Stubborn Dragon also rushed into the heavy rain, looking up at the sky nervously. Xiao Chen didn't stop the knife in his hand, looking up at the sky, watching the looming battle while swinging the knife. With a soft buzz, the colorful holy tree above KK's head suddenly became brighter, and then a golden light shot up into the sky, and it turned out to be a murderous golden halberd. A dazzling golden light flickered, as if a piece of golden flame was beating. Immediately afterwards, there was another loud bang, black mist filled the air, and an iron seal rushed out from the colorful holy tree, flying into the dark sky in an instant. The golden divine halberd and the jet-black iron seal are ancient sacred artifacts lost on Long Island. Kiki caused trouble indiscriminately that day. These two ancient artifacts once shattered mountain peaks, almost causing catastrophe. Unexpectedly, they actually followed Long Island. This is something that the little snow-white beast had never thought of. At this time it kept babbling excitedly. Xiao Chen was also very shocked. It was unexpected that the two holy artifacts were hidden in the colorful holy tree. After the golden halberd and the black iron seal rushed into the pitch-black sky, the phantom of the fierce battle in the sky faded in an instant, and then the rumbling thunder disappeared in an instant, and the sound of the wind stopped, and the world fell into darkness. The golden divine halberd and the pitch-black iron seal, the two ancient weapons of death, seemed to have disappeared along with the thunder and the figure of the ancients, and never appeared again. Yeah, with the colorful sacred tree on Kiki's head, she kept screaming anxiously in the heavy rain. The colorful divine light enveloped it, and no raindrop could fall on it. Huo Daoguang flickered a few times at last. Xiao Chen put away the saber and stood up. The saber intent in his heart was completely swayed. Looking up at the dark sky where the heavy rain kept pouring down, he can now be sure that Tiandi City is an ancient city that existed in ancient times, otherwise how could there be all kinds of mysteries? At this moment, the great sense of oppression shrouded in the heaven and earth has an unusually similar quality to the dead city of Longdao, except that the breath of death is missing. It was unusually depressing, although there was no thunder in the sky, and the heavy rain began to fall silently, as if splashes appeared out of nowhere on the ground. It was unusually quiet, and there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. But in this extremely abnormal situation, Xiao Chen felt as if there was a shattering sound in his body, and the realm of knowledge of Tibet unexpectedly broke through in this completely suffocating feeling. It seems that some kind of confinement has been broken. From the initial entry into the realm of knowledge of Tibet, it has become a thorough and comprehensive promotion into this field, and the unstable realm is now consolidated and sublimated. Rays of precious light lingered on his body, Xiao Chen's bones made violent noises, and his flesh and bones wriggled crazily. This was the natural reaction of the body when it really transformed. Recognize Tibet, start your own treasure, and magical powers will emerge from then on. At this time, Xiao Chen's first supernatural power appeared after breaking into the realm of knowledge of Tibet. Melting soldiers and body refining. The broken knife in his hand seemed to melt, turning into a bright knife energy, which melted into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen was taken aback, not because he didn't understand the situation, but because he knew that this kind of supernatural power was too rare. He never thought that his first supernatural power was the legendary melting soldier body training, which is the treasure body that practitioners dream of. However, after thinking about it after being surprised, it is not a surprise, because he is on the path of cultivating the treasure body, and the accompanying supernatural powers are naturally related to this. It is said that all divine weapons can be transformed into the body. Of course, this is only the initial stage. With the deepening of cultivation, the divine weapons can be completely melted away, so that the divine weapons can be melted into the flesh and blood, so that a certain part of the body can completely replace the original characteristics of the divine weapons. From now on, flesh and blood are waiting like heavenly weapons and precious blades. Call for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and the second chapter in the evening. Chapter 182 Melting the Three Holy Artifacts. Celestial eye, celestial ear, etc. are relatively common supernatural powers, while his mind, immortality, etc. are relatively rare, and the legendary supernatural powers such as reborn, time control, and extreme speed are even rarer. Xiao Chen breaks into the realm of knowing Tibet, can melt soldiers and refine his body, which is definitely a rare great supernatural power, and it is the only way that suits him best. Recognize Tibet, slowly open the door of the body seal, and dig out the treasures contained in the body. All kinds of legendary supernatural powers need to be cultivated to gradually open. The first supernatural power gave Xiao Chen a surprise, and he looked forward to the supernatural powers he could obtain in the future. The knife energy formed by the black broken knife, like a rolling Yangtze river, or like a torrential river turning into a clear stream, circulated in Xiao Chen's body, and following his thoughts, the broken knife flashed and appeared in his hand. Of course, Xiao Chen has not yet reached the strength to completely melt the broken knife. If his cultivation base is deep enough, he can completely melt the broken knife into his flesh and blood. From now on, there will be no broken knife in this world, and a certain part of his body will replace the broken knife. Brush. With a flash of light, the broken knife sank into Xiao Chen's left palm, and with a slight wave of his left arm, a bright knife light slashed out obliquely, making a whistling sound. The endless saber energy gushed away, forming a white curtain of snowy light, which was unstoppable and directly cut off the rain curtain between heaven and earth. Although he can't melt the broken knife, he hides the black broken knife in his left palm. If he holds the black iron knife in his hand, he will not be afraid of the sharp blade of the magic weapon, and he can also injure the enemy invisible. Melting soldiers to refine the body is a sky, everything can be refined into the body, reaching high depths will not be limited to all kinds of magical weapons, even refining an ancient magic mountain and hiding it in the body is not a problem, even rivers, lakes and seas. The ability that Xiao Chen obtained by breaking into the realm of consciousness and opening the sealed door for the first time is definitely a powerful and rare supernatural power. Unable to refine the broken knife for the time being, Xiao Chen walked into the room and took out an ordinary sharp dagger, and with a slight movement of his mind, he took it into his left palm. The moment of the thought, the dagger completely melted into the flesh and blood, and gently cut towards a section of wooden rafters, cutting off instantly. The dagger was completely smelted, and Xiao Chen felt that his right palm had the sharpness of a dagger, which was unimaginable. If many swords of magic soldiers were smelted into his body, wouldn't it mean that he was like a humanoid weapon, a moving arsenal? This supernatural power is too perverted. Next, Xiao Chen smelted several swords in succession, and the result was as predicted, it was completely melted into the flesh and blood. The pitch-black sky was extremely oppressive. In the endless darkness, a sharp howl suddenly occurred, and the entire celestial emperor city shook. The howling sound was so sudden that it seemed to come down from the 9 heavens, or from the ancient prehistoric and broken void. Then, a thunderous thunder broke out, and huge thunder lights appeared in the dark sky, and the sky and the earth were brightly lit. A divine halberd and an iron seal erupted with dazzling light over the sky of Tiandi City. With vertical and horizontal impacts, the endless phantoms shattered in an instant. They were phantoms of ancient people in ancient armor. Illusion. Nobody knows. Well, Tiandi City suddenly shook violently, as if a huge living body let out a sigh, and then all the thunder light rushed into the ground and sank into Tiandi City. When the thunder light gradually dimmed, Xiao Chen could see clearly that all the faint ancients became full again, and then turned into streams of light and flew towards Tiandi City, blending into the ancient city in the night. The storm stopped right there. On this dark night, there were indeed incredible strange phenomena appearing in the sky, but compared to the situation in the dead city of Dragon Island at that time, it was nothing at all. It was neither terrifying nor mysterious. However, this is just a superficial phenomenon. Xiao Chen deeply felt a majestic and unfathomable power shrouded in Tiandi City, no less than the dead city of Longdao back then. This shows that Tiandi City, an ancient city left over from ancient times, hides a major unknown secret. Otherwise, the big killer Golden Halberd and Black Iron Seal would not rush into the high-altitude darkness. They are ancient relics of psychics, and they must have discovered some important hidden secrets. The monstrous black light flickered, and the Black Iron Seal fell from the dark sky in an instant, rushing towards the colorful holy tree on Kiki's head. Don't look at the little snow-white beast who is usually confused, but it is actually very clever. It has seen the power of the Iron Seal. It is afraid that the Black Iron Seal will be smashed down, and it will turn into a white light with a whoosh and escape from here. The jet Black Iron Seal did not come smashing as expected, as if it just took the colorful sacred tree as a shelter. The speed became slower and slower, and finally suspended in the courtyard. KK looked at it curiously, and then turned into a ray of light in surprise and rushed over, trying to take away the Black Iron Seal. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart moved, and he called out, "KK, wait a minute." The little thing flew to the ground in doubt, and looked at Xiao Chen puzzled. "Let me try it." Having just realized the supernatural power of melting soldiers and refining the body, Xiao Chen wanted to try to see if he could refine this ancient weapon into his body. With a thought, the black light shone, and the Iron Seal did not resist, and directly sank into Xiao Chen's left palm. Almost instantly, Xiao Chen felt that his left palm was shattered, and the severe pain made him almost cry out. At the same time, the black broken knife in his left palm was forced out of his body. At the same time, the dagger and long sword that had been smelted in his left hand slowly recondensed in his body, and then they were all forced out of his body. The domineering Iron Seal, with it, could not accommodate other ordinary soldiers. Even the black broken knife was forced out. On Xiao Chen's left palm appeared a black iron mark the size of a fingernail. The golden divine halberd shot into the sky with murderous aura, leaving a bright golden light like a skyfire in the sky, and then cut through the sky like a shooting star, falling towards the earth, swaying a long tail light, and rushing into the courtyard. It seemed to have sensed the breath of the Black Iron Seal, and it trembled between the colorful holy tree and Xiao Chen. The radiant man couldn't open his eyes. The tremendous coercion made Xiao Chen, KK, and the little stubborn dragon seem to be frozen, and they were under unimaginable pressure. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his heart skipped a beat, and he once again unfolded his magical power of melting soldiers and refining his body, and shot at the golden halberd. The blazing divine light continued to shine, and Xiao Chen once again felt the sound of the shattering of his right palm and the sound of bone reorganization. The severe pain made him sweat all over his head. The golden divine light flickered, and finally all the light disappeared, and a golden divine halberd mark appeared on the palm of Xiao Chen's right hand. It was indeed a bold attempt for Xiao Chen to integrate the two ancient holy weapons into his palms, but he was surprised to find that it seemed difficult to control the two big killer weapons, and it was difficult to take them out again smoothly. It's impossible to melt the two holy artifacts into flesh and blood. At least he can't right now. Wanting to unleash the power of the two big killer weapons, it was unexpectedly impossible. Xiao Chen tried a few times and found it difficult to unleash the divine power of the golden divine halberd and the Black Iron Seal, but his hands became as hard as magic swords. It is certain that if it is not for the ancient holy artifacts such as the divine halberd and the Iron Seal, it is difficult for ordinary divine weapons to damage his palms. I am afraid that even if it is against Pastor's ancient spear, it may not be able to be pierced. Yeah, Kiki cried out in dissatisfaction, jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder, grabbed a lock of his long hair, and expressed her dissatisfaction with her big eyes fluttering. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Why do you want these two fierce soldiers? Why don't you put them on me? At least they can be used for some purposes, and they are just pure collections in your treasure tree." The little thing groaned in dissatisfaction, and finally stretched out its little furry paws and shook it twice in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen understood what it meant, and asked for two superb heaven and earth spirit essences in exchange. Hee, okay, no problem. From the beginning to the end, the little stubborn dragon watched from the sidelines. When the thunderlight disappeared, it had already recovered its calm and aloof demeanor. Xiao Chen tried to smelt an ordinary sword again, and found that it could be incorporated into the body, but if he wanted to smelt it, he could only be turned into a pile of scrap iron and forced out of the body. With the existence of ancient sacred artifacts, other ordinary soldiers are not allowed to be smelted in the body, they can only be stored. An ordinary weapon is too fragile in front of two sacred artifacts. Xiao Chen laid out all the odds and ends of his body, including Kiki's colorful jade egg shell, black broken knife, Swearen's shroud, iron chains to lock the little turtle with a white shell, phoenix feathers, and people's drills. These are very important things and cannot be lost. As a result, Xiao Chen tried it carefully, and 5 of the 6 things could be collected in the body, but they could not be smelted. If they had to be smelted, they would be forced out of the body. Fortunately, they were not crushed like those ordinary soldiers. The most unexpected thing for Xiao Chen was the Sui Ren drill. The 6th item could be smelted into Xiao Chen's body, and it was not rejected by the golden halberd and black iron seal, indicating that it was a holy weapon of the same level as them. Xiao Chen endured the severe pain of bone shattering, and practiced it into his left foot. A small imprint of a human drill appeared on the sole of the foot. Somewhat unbelievable, Sui Ren drill, which looks like a stone but not a stone and a tree but not a tree, looks ordinary. If it is thrown into a pile of stones, it will not be noticed at all, but it can firmly occupy a place in Xiao Chen's body in front of the 2 ancient killers. Xiao Chen became more and more sure that the holy weapon used by Suorenshi when he attained enlightenment was by no means as simple as it appeared on the surface, and it was all because his cultivation level was not enough to understand the power of this stone diamond. Of course, the smelting mentioned now does not mean the actual melting of the 3 sacred artifacts, it is just an initial stage. Wanting to really melt them into Xiao Chen's flesh and blood, I'm afraid it will only be a dream for a long time. The clouds gathered and the rain dispersed, and the sky was filled with starlight, as if those strange phenomena had never appeared before. Please vote for the monthly and recommended votes, and continue with 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 183 White Tiger. The sky turned white, and the red sun jumped out of the southern desolate mountains, and the gorgeous rays of light fell on Tiandi City, making this magnificent ancient city glow with a faint golden brilliance, and the whole city was full of vitality, as if a withered ancient tree that reached the sky had been rejuvenated. Early in the morning, the various streets and alleys in the giant city began to come and go, and soon there was a din of people, and the bustling Tiandi city began another day of hustle and bustle. The storm last night, apart from washing the streets and making the flowers and leaves of various plants more green and bright, did not affect the residents of the city in the slightest. The people who have lived here for a long time have long been used to the difference between the heaven and the earth once or twice a year, and they don't care at all. Xiao Chen took KK into Beidou Academy to have breakfast very leisurely. This is his daily habit. Living on the road to the academy is very comfortable. This kind of academic atmosphere is very suitable for his practice. Of course, in the words of Hai Yuntian and Zhuge Fati, Xiao Chen is not a good person. When he goes to the restaurant and ancient books library of Beidou College, he is not interested in drinking, but in the beauty. Xiao Chen directly ignored their words. The tranquility of the academy was unmatched by other places. Although he was very young, he often lamented that it was good to be young. After breakfast, Xiao Chen brought 2 large pieces of barbecue for Little Stubborn Dragon and Qinglong King, and returned to his residence. Going out with 2 Dragon Kings every day will cause a sensation, so that's the way it is. After practicing quietly until the sun was rising, Xiao Chen went out alone to Do Beast Avenue. The roar of the beast is earth-shattering, and the coliseums are overcrowded at this stage. Now it has reached the final stage of the knockout round, competing for the Beastmaster who can advance to the final stage. The Dragon King and the Holy Beast are undoubtedly the choice of the Beastmaster. There is no need to leave the field early to participate in the battle, just wait for the knockout round to be over, and go directly to the King battle. After paying a high entrance fee, Xiao Chen entered the Primordial Beast Palace, where the knockout level is very high, and the winner of 7 consecutive battles can be promoted to the Beastmaster, without having to go through round-robin battles. Of course, the knockout matches held in the 3 major arenas are very high standards, only quasi-beast masters can participate in the battle, and there are no more than 10 games per day. I have to say that when the Colosseum was promoted to a palace, there was indeed a qualitative leap, and it was really as magnificent as a palace. The 6,000 seats are not crowded at all, and the rings around the beast arena are gradually raised, so that the 6,000 people can clearly see the fierce battle of the quasi-beast kings on the stage. Of course, since it is called the Colosseum of Beasts, there must be more than that. There are also 300 VIP rooms, each of which is resplendent, inlaid with a crystal-clear large screen built by spiritualists with supernatural crystals. Sitting in the VIP room, you can watch the beast battle on the stage in all directions. And the 300 VIP rooms are also divided into grades. The best Tianzi level VIP rooms also have many special services. Here, there are beauties invited from the Autism Moon Shame Flower Palace to pour wine for you, and women from the Zishan Yuluyan Palace to beat your back. The luxurious services are unimaginable. The Great Desolate Beast Palace is the largest property of the Hai family. Xiao Chen didn't disturb anyone when he came in. Only less than 10 of the 6,000 ordinary seats were vacant, but he was recognized as soon as he sat down. The middle-aged man was Hai Yuntian's butler, and immediately arranged Xiao Chen into a VIP room. There must be no vacant seats in the top VIP room of Tianzihao, but this room can be described as a beautiful building, very particular. The walls on all four sides are inlaid with large crystal screens, allowing you to watch the beast battle in all directions. There are also delicate and beautiful women waiting on the side. This is simply a palace, and there is absolutely no problem in accommodating more than a dozen people to chat and watch the battle. In this way, one can imagine the luxury of the great desolate Colosseum. After all, there are a total of 300 VIP rooms. Roar. With a roar of a tiger, the vibrating VIP room trembled. It was completely transmitted from the large crystal screen. A white tiger was no more than 1.5 meters long and looked very ordinary, but its roar was terrifying, vigorous and powerful. Tiger pouncing, crotch swinging, and tail swinging, the standard 3 stunts of the tiger tribe, seemed to be nothing extraordinary, but its opponent, a winged panther with a yellow light all over its body, was thrown down and torn apart by it. The ordinary white tiger showed extraordinary combat power, tearing apart a quasi-beast king easily, and its tyranny can be imagined, which immediately attracted Xiao Chen's attention. There is no doubt that this is a juvenile fighting beast, and it must be coming for the young beast group. Its opponents will be the Holy Beast and the Dragon King. The white tiger's second opponent appeared on the stage. It was a golden divine sculpture, more than 2 meters long, hovering over the arena like a flaming divine fire. After a clear roar, it turned into a golden light and swooped down. The sharp golden claws were brighter than the light of a knife, sharper than the aura of a sword, and went straight to the head of the ordinary white tiger. The 1-meter-long little white tiger sprang up briskly, dodged to the side, and dodged the blow with incomparable agility. Click! There was a sound of cracking, and the brilliant golden eagle scratched and cracked the adamantine countertop. The ground, which was said to be harder than fine iron, was like sand under its sharp claws, vulnerable to a single blow. Brush! With a flash of golden light, the divine eagle spread its iron wings and swept towards the white tiger. As a result, the little white tiger made a slight move, jumped to the side, and dodged again. The divine eagle soared into the sky, opened its iron mouth in the air, and even split a golden light, blasting towards the white tiger. This is a quasi-beast king. The strength of the golden eagle is unquestionable. It can control the aura of heaven and earth, and it is stronger than powerful spirits and cursors. The little white tiger leapt up, dodging again with incomparable agility. The golden light split the table directly, and the violent energy waves surged. It was not worse than the blow of a master of the 6th or 7th layer of the metamorphosis, and he was fully capable of fighting the real little holy beast. The smoke and dust filled the air, and the golden eagle swooped down, pecking at the little white tiger's eyes with its iron mouth, and tearing at the little white tiger's belly with its sharp claws, extremely fierce. This time, the little white tiger didn't dodge, but quietly waited for the golden eagle to approach. Only when the bright golden light in the sky was less than a foot away from it, it leapt to the side, incredibly fast, and then turned around and jumped back again. Even Xiao Chen's level of cultivation was astonishing. The little white tiger's speed was too fast, leaving only 2 afterimages. Afterwards, it caught the golden eagle, bit off its neck, and then turned into a white on and flew out. The golden eagle that lost its head struggled violently on the ground, and its sharp claws tore the ground of diamond rock to pieces. Can you find out who the owner of this white tiger is? Xiao Chen asked the beautiful woman who was waiting beside him. He instinctively realized that although this 1-meter-long little white tiger looked ordinary, its true strength was definitely enough to be ranked among the holy beasts, even stronger than ordinary holy beasts. I checked it before, but I couldn't find it. The woman glanced at Xiao Chen charmingly, and said softly. The next opponent of the little white tiger is a wolf cub. Although it is only more than 1 meter long, it is very miraculous. It is full of purple light, and it will arouse bright purple light when it moves a little. It is really hard to open your eyes. The most peculiar thing is that although it has no wings, it can still float in the air and walk in the air. This is definitely a savage beast of different species. Such fighting beasts are usually terrifyingly powerful. Sure enough, the purple wolf cub let out a long howl, causing the entire Colosseum to tremble slightly. It moved in the air like purple lightning, and struck down purple lightning bolts, all viciously bombarding the little white tiger on the ground. The purple wolf cub is not an ordinary tyrannical wolf. Although it has been identified as a quasi-beastmaster, this is already considered the strength of a young holy beast, and it can be classified as a group of beastmasters. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and the beast terrace collapsed. It was defeated by the divine light blasted by the purple wolf cubs, but the little white tiger was not harmed. It was as swift as a flash of white light, drawing erratic trajectories on the ruins. Almost miraculously dodged all the divine light attacks, then tilted his head provocatively to look at the wolf cub in the air, stretched out a tiger paw and hooked the air very humanely. The wolf cub in the sky is obviously also a very intelligent cub, squinting its wolf eyes and shooting out 2 purple rays, and finally considered diving down again and again, because its ability to fight in close quarters is more terrifying than manipulating the aura of heaven and earth. I saw a ray of purple light rushing into the ruins in an instant, stirring up a dazzling light, the smoke and dust rose to the sky, and there were bursts of beast roars from the ruins. When everything calmed down and the smoke cleared, everyone showed incredulous expressions. The chest and abdomen of the extremely powerful purple wolf cub was cut open, purple blood flowed all over the ground, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, but the little white tiger was safe and sound, not even a drop of blood was stained on his body. The little white tiger is ordinary, and it doesn't seem to be surprising at all, but it has such a terrifying combat power. It's a bit terrifying to be tyrannical, even some little holy beasts don't have such strength, right? This is the voice of everyone. For some reason, seeing the series of actions of the little white tiger, Xiao Chen thought of the ancient battle skills of the little stubborn dragon. He felt that the little white tiger seemed to have received a similar inheritance. Its various movements seemed ordinary, but they were too sophisticated. Thinking about it carefully, it was really wonderful. It was definitely a rare ancient battle skill of the beast race. There is another chapter tonight. Chapter 184, Opening of the Dragon King Battle. The second arrives, calling for a monthly pass. Today is the last day of the knockout round. Xiao Chen wanted to see which strange beasts could win. He fought fiercely with holy beasts and dragon kings. He did not expect to meet this extraordinary little white tiger. This will definitely be a strong opponent for the little stubborn dragon. There was no suspense in the ensuing battle. The little white tiger did not emit a divine light belonging to the holy beast at all. It completely relied on the inherited ancient combat skills to destroy several quasi-beast kings. No one dared to send the fighting beast to end. Sending other cubs to end is completely sending them to death. The unremarkable little white tiger ended the beast war in the prehistoric beast palace. Xiao Chen left here and went directly to Xuanwang Beast Palace, where he was going to find out more about the situation. The scale of the Xuanwang Beast Palace is no less than that of the prehistoric Beast Palace. The palaces are connected into pieces, and the VIP halls are all inlaid with huge crystal walls. The beauties who enter and exit are either charming or pure, with mellow wine and delicious food. All of this does not look like the Beast Palace at all. Arriving here, Xiao Chen plunged directly into the crowd and watched the beast battle from thousands of open seats. It has to be said that because of the appearance of the Dragon King, the beast fighting contest has had a great impact. There are really many people who brought strange beasts to participate in the battle, wanting to temper their beast fighting. A Lion King beast on the stage can be said to be invincible. In 3 consecutive battles, it tore the opponent apart in 3 or 5 rounds and won by an absolute advantage. This is a little lion that looks like it was made of gold. Its whole body is gleaming with gold, as if there are flames beating. Its 3 heads are exactly the same. It is mighty and extraordinary. Its length is only a little over 1 meter, but it has an unimaginable coercion when it sits quietly. In addition, the most peculiar thing is that each head has a third eye opened on the forehead, and the golden light in the vertical eye opening and closing room is dazzling. It seems to contain unimaginable and terrifying power. Another strange beast. Xiao Chen is already sure that this Lion King can definitely be placed in the Beast King group directly. Sure enough, on this last day, the mighty Golden Lion King ended the battle in the Xuanwang Arena of Beasts. With it crouching there, no one would dare to send a fighting beast into the arena. It is too tyrannical and ferocious, and there is no chance of survival if it is shot. Xiao Chen left here and rushed to the Beastmaster's arena, which was managed by the Monde family for generations. Originally, there were 4 beast palaces in Tiandi City, and the Reagan family controlled the Heavenly Emperor Beast Palace, whose name can be described as very arrogant. But it disappeared decades ago, because they had a conflict with a young man who claimed to be from the depths of the southern wasteland. That young man's cultivation level was ridiculously high, he almost defeated all the young generation of Tiandi City, and even slapped a certain young master of the Reagan family to death, which attracted the action of the elders of the Reagan family, and almost crippled the young man who claimed to be from the depths of the southern desolation. Unexpectedly, this would lead to a catastrophe. A black wind swept across the entire Tiandi City overnight. The old master of the Reagan family collapsed in an instant, and their family's Tiandi Beast Palace was also wiped out overnight. At that time, there were 3 adult holy beasts in that Colosseum, and the practitioners in the Nirvana realm would be forced to retreat. The strength was unimaginable, but when the black wind swept through, there was nothing left. Looking at it in the morning, only a piece of ruins remained there. Over the past few decades, the Reagan family has always wanted to rebuild the Colosseum. Now it can be said that they have the strength to make a comeback, but they are only short of a few holy beasts. Xiao Chen soon arrived at the Beastmaster's arena of the Monde family, where there was a lot of noise, occasionally accompanied by bursts of laughter. It was only when he got inside that he realized why. A black turtle the size of a washbasin on the Colosseum was looking around with its head poking around, looking very funny. Xiao Chen felt a little dizzy. Why did he even send an old turtle to the competition? However, from the din of the crowd, he also understood what was going on. This tortoise came from the Northland, and its owner had issued relevant certificates. The black tortoise was only 5 years old, and it was not as old as imagined. The most important thing was that its combat power was very tyrannical. At this time, a white jade rhinoceros appeared on the stage. The whole body was as crystal clear as jade, shining bright jade light. The horn of the rhinoceros directly tore out a bolt of lightning and directly slashed at the black turtle. Brush. The speed of the black tortoise stunned everyone, and it disappeared with a slight shake, and then hit Bai Yulingshi's back with a slap, breaking Bai Yulingshi's bones and tendons at that time. Although he didn't die on the spot, it was impossible to fight again. Everyone knows that Bai Yulingshi's body is tyrannical, and it is said that even a sharp weapon can hardly hurt him, but he was crushed by the black turtle, and he had to let people exclaim. In the next scene, a violent ape rushed over. It was 2 meters high. Its red hair was frightening. It shone with blood, and it could spit out lightning bolts from its mouth. It could be called the strength of a quasi-beast king. But the performance of the black tortoise was very surprising. Its speed was too fast. It took off directly, and slapped the blood-colored violent ape's chest into a depression, causing it to collapse on the arena. Since then, no one has despised or made fun of this black tortoise. Strength is the last word. In the end, Shuangui, the king of beasts and the palace of beasts, ended the last day's battle with absolute strength. The elimination plug came to an end on this day, and 5 little beast kings were selected from the quasi-beast kings. They advanced smoothly and could participate in the next king battle. After only 10 days of rest, the Southern Wilderness Beast Fighting Competition will begin. Entering the king's battle, the rewards are so generous that people can't speak. Every time the little holy beast fights, as long as it defeats the opponent, it can get a reward of 10,000 gold coins. In the end, the one who can win the crown of the Southern Wilderness Beastmaster will receive a high reward of 600,000 gold coins, the one who wins the title of Asian Beastmaster will receive a reward of 500,000 gold coins, and the one who wins the title of the Third Beastmaster will receive a reward of 400,000 gold coins. A total of 1.5 million gold coins can be described as an astronomical figure. Of course, it is impossible for the organizer to make a loss-making business. Since entering the Beastmaster War, the 3 major colosseums have increased the entrance fee to 20 gold coins at one time, and the daily income of each family is no less than 100,000 gold coins. If it is held for 7 or 8 days in a row, except for various expenses, it will still make a steady profit, which can be called a huge profit. Of course, in order to appease Yu's mouth, the 3 major colosseums also spent a lot of money. This time they paid a high price to buy a legendary Beast King relic, which was left over from a legendary holy beast that had followed the Buddha after its nirvana. It will be rewarded to the little holy beast who has won the title of Southern Wilderness Beastmaster. 10 days passed by in a hurry, and the order of battle was determined by drawing lots. In the first battle, there was a little stubborn dragon. And its opponent turned out to be a dragon king whose whole body was shining like gold. At that time, everyone was boiling. 20 gold coins are too valuable, and now I don't feel that the 3 big arenas are black. No matter how much money I spend, I can't miss the battle of the Dragon King. Xiao Chen was also taken aback, never expecting the little stubborn dragon to attend the first fierce battle and meet such a powerful opponent. He had seen this Golden Dragon King before. It was a descendant of the Lion King dragon of the dragon family, and was later taken away by the Elder Masters. Of course, the little stubborn dragon is not unfamiliar with it. Back then, near the holy mountain of the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island, the Golden Dragon King and the Red Dragon King had a fierce confrontation. The little stubborn dragon was so arrogant and fearless that day. He challenged the 2 Dragon Kings, but was almost killed. After more than a year, the Golden Lion Dragon King has transformed into the tail of the Ancestor Dragon, reaching a length of about 1.5 meters. And the little stubborn dragon is no longer the inconspicuous little black dragon with only fighting spirit but no strength. Now it has become a veritable and powerful Dragon King. In the end, there were too many people who came to watch the battle of the Dragon King. The closed arena in any of the 3 major arenas could not accommodate nearly 20,000 spectators. Hundreds of super-large crystal screens were temporarily installed to solve this problem. As for the VIP room, it was full of seats and was fully booked 3 days ago. Fortunately, Xiao Chen is the nominal owner of Little Stubborn Dragon, and there is a special VIP room for him to watch the battle. Otherwise, unless Hai Yuntian and Zhu Fatty help buy tickets, they will never be able to buy a ticket according to the normal procedures. On this day, the tickets were speculated dozens of times by ticket dealers, but many people were willing to be slaughtered. The wide beast arena is 80 meters long and 80 meters wide, enough for 2 Dragon Kings to fight fiercely, and there is a wide room for maneuver. The dots of brilliance on the ground have already been sealed with divine power by many senior masters. It must be demigod-level power, otherwise it would be impossible to smash the arena. As for the entire arena, 50 spiritual men with supernatural powers jointly propped up a huge energy light curtain and blocked it, so as not to kill the spectators outside the arena with the divine light wielded by the Dragon King. Everything is ready, the battle of the Dragon King begins. The Golden Lion and Dragon King was surrounded by divine light, like a blazing golden sky fire enveloped it. Although separated by the energy light curtain, everyone still felt a strong sense of oppression. Although it is only 1 meter 5 in length, its coercion is as heavy as the ancient magic mountain, and its eyes are extremely cold, without any emotion at all. This is the Dragon King who will make gods tremble when he grows up in the future. A real holy beast king. The moment Xiao Chen saw the Golden Lion and Dragon King, his heart sank. This Dragon King was too calm, which was due to his confidence in his own strength. The fearsome Lion and Dragon King, the heart of the dragon has awakened. As the strongest race that surpasses hundreds of races, everything is like a cloud in its eyes, and everything can be surpassed by it. At this moment, it is too confident. Xiao Chen is deeply worried about the little stubborn dragon. Although the strength of the little stubborn dragon has improved by leaps and bounds in the past year, its starting point is a bit lower after all. The silver light flashed, and the little stubborn dragon appeared, with the same aloof expression as before, but his fighting spirit was as fierce as a divine sword, and the energy light curtain stirred by an invisible force trembled for a while, as if it was about to shatter. It made everyone outside the battle have a coolness like a sharp sword lying in the throat. Advertisement. The title of the book, The Mad Wizard, is a wicked book and a stubborn person. There is also an unattainable wish. Chapter 185. Nalong kills the Dragon King in 7 steps. The Lion Dragon King was as quiet and terrifying as he was as majestic as a mountain, staring at the little stubborn dragon coldly. The little stubborn dragon also looked at the Golden Dragon King without blinking. They have already recognized each other. That kind of breath, that fighting spirit will not change, it is unique to every Dragon King. There is no dragon language, and there is no deafening roar, as calm as 2 peerless sword immortals, silently sizing up their opponents. Undoubtedly, the Golden Dragon King, who was originally calm in the ancient well, had a turbulence in his eyes after recognizing the little stubborn dragon. The little Leilong who was weaker than ordinary dragons on Long Island in the past has transformed and sublimated, and the speed of entering the country surpassed it. Brush. The little stubborn dragon moved, waiting for the wave of the other party. The silver body drew a beautiful trajectory and rushed towards the Golden Dragon King. A silver light transformed into dozens of phantoms on the arena. The Lion and Dragon King was as calm as an iceberg, leapt up in an instant, rushed towards the little stubborn dragon without avoiding it, and the arena was brightly lit by the golden divine light. Whoosh! The little stubborn dragon's body changed its direction inconceivably in the air, completely at a refracted angle, and then the tail of the ancestral dragon swung backwards. Snapped. The crisp sound spread throughout the audience. The little stubborn dragon landed on the ground smoothly, the golden dragon's head was slapped hard, its body rolled in the air, turned upside down, and then landed on the ground. A horrific wound appeared on the side of Lion Dragon King's face, his skin was ripped apart, and more than a dozen pieces of golden dragon scales on his neck fell off, and the blood flowed out, the bright red with a hint of gold. Everyone watching the battle was silent. The old masters were savoring the details of the movements of the 2 Dragon Kings. They are well aware of the extraordinariness of this race. Although the Dragon King is young, he must have inherited secret techniques that are not known to outsiders. And everyone in the younger generation is wondering, if they were replaced by themselves, would they be able to avoid the dragon wagging just now? The answer turned out to be no. If one did not have the cultivation base of the realm of recognition of Tibet, it seemed that it would be difficult to escape such a fast speed just now. The arena was extremely quiet. The Golden Dragon King seemed unaware of the terrifying wounds on his body, and was still looking at the little stubborn dragon icily, but its golden light was getting stronger and stronger, and it was preparing a terrifying blow. The little stubborn dragon was very calm, without any emotional fluctuations, quietly watching the Lion and Dragon King. Brush. The two Dragon Kings acted at the same time. The Golden Dragon King rushed forward, his right claw was fiercely drawn towards the little stubborn dragon's chest, his left claw was slightly curled up, as if he was on guard, and he seemed to be ready to strike a thunderbolt at any time. It can be described as both offensive and defensive. At the same time, it has opened its mouth, revealing extremely sharp dragon teeth, biting fiercely at the neck of the little stubborn dragon, and the horn of the ancestor dragon on its head has also shone with golden light, as if it is about to attack, or it seems to be in a defensive posture. I have to say that the Golden Dragon King is both defensive and offensive, very sophisticated, like a master who has experienced many battles, which is amazing. The little stubborn dragon had already rushed to the front, so it turned its body sideways, rushed past, then slammed the dragon's body fiercely, and slammed into the Golden Dragon King. Its approach is also very correct, avoiding all edges and attacking the enemy's unpreparedness. Snapped. The bodies of the two Dragon Kings collided fiercely, then rolled to the sides, jumped up almost at the same time in an instant, and confronted each other again. Roar. It was the first time the two Dragon Kings roared. The sound was really deafening, the light curtain propped up by 50 supernatural spirits was shattered, and the sound of the dragon roared straight to the 9 heavens, like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Nearly half of them were stunned on the spot. A master hurriedly appeared on the stage, sealed off the arena with spiritual techniques, and set up the light curtain again. At this time, the two Dragon Kings had already rushed together, fighting fiercely. It's just that the speed is too fast, and everyone can't see their movements clearly. They can only see the golden light and silver light intertwined together, and the two Dragon Kings roared continuously on the arena. From time to time, blood spurted out. It was the blood of the Dragon King. Xiao Chen's mood fluctuated with the rolling of the two Dragon Kings. With his cultivation base, he could clearly see the fierce battle between the two Dragon Kings. The little stubborn dragon had already been hit hard, and a big hole was opened in the neck by the Golden Dragon King's ancestral dragon horn. He could vaguely see the stubble, and the injury was extremely serious. But the struggle of the little stubborn dragon continued unabated, its attacks became more and more fierce, the silver light enveloped it, and its ancient combat skills were displayed superbly. Its power is not as good as the Golden Dragon King, and it can only win with skills. The Golden Dragon King also has some ancient dragon battle skills, but they are obviously incomplete, but its tyrannical strength is not comparable to that of the little stubborn dragon. After all, it is already 1.5 meters tall, while the little stubborn dragon is only a little over 1 meter, which is inherently insufficient. Roar. The Golden Dragon King showed great power, and two dazzling golden lights shot out from the horn of the ancestral dragon, drowning the little stubborn dragon in an instant. Swipe. The little stubborn dragon took unbelievable steps, and even escaped from the rolling golden light of death at the critical moment of life and death, and then its steps became more mysterious and erratic. Every time it took a step, there were gusts of wind and thunder, and streaks of silver light appeared on the soles of its feet. One after another ancient patterns loomed, as if they had broken through the barriers of time, and ancient miracles appeared. There were dragon patterns fluctuating around the 4 feet of the little stubborn dragon. Swipe. The trajectory of the movement is unimaginable, and the speed is unimaginable. Puff. In an instant, it rushed to the left side of the Golden Dragon King, and the silver ancestral dragon horn pierced its right abdomen fiercely, and blood sprayed out at that time. Then the little stubborn dragon flew back. The Golden Dragon King roared, turned his body around, and shot out 2 golden rays of light from his eyes, and then the gorgeous rays of light enveloped it, soaring into the sky in an instant, and flew up. With the speed like light, the Lion Dragon King's combat power has been greatly improved, leaving afterimages in the air, pounced on the little stubborn dragon on the ground, and the horn of the ancestor dragon continued to emit golden light. The dazzling golden light immediately flooded the entire arena. After all, the little stubborn dragon can't fly. Although its footwork is superb, it is still impossible to get off the ground. The Golden Dragon King went berserk, continuously bombarded down with extremely tyrannical force, and at the same time swooped down continuously, pounced on the silver light on the ground. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The so-called one force can drop 10 times. The Golden Dragon King is strong enough to stabilize the head of the little stubborn dragon by relying on brute force, not to mention that it also knows some ancient dragon combat skills and is proficient in the most terrifying dragon magic. Boom! Violent waves of energy surged, and the bright golden light made people unable to open their eyes. The light curtain propped up by the supernatural spirits shook for a while, and almost collapsed. The guarded masters rushed to reinforce it. The golden light submerged the little stubborn dragon once again, and it flew up directly. The little stubborn dragon was covered in blood, and the silver light seemed to be dimmed. The skin and flesh were cracked, and the dragon's scales fell off the ground. The blood stained the arena. Everyone outside the field held their breath. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen was worried for a while, feeling a little blocked. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from the icy eyes of the Golden Dragon King. The killing intent was undisguised, turning into a beam of golden light and rushing towards him. At this moment, the little stubborn dragon that was blasted into the air suddenly moved, even several feet across, narrowly dodging the killing blow of the Golden Dragon King, turned into a silver light and leapt up, instantly pounced on the Lion Dragon King's back. The sharp dragon claws instantly opened 4 blood holes in the body of the Golden Dragon King, and its head was pressed against the body of the Lion Dragon King, breaking through the neck of the Golden Dragon King, almost breaking it. It's completely luring the enemy. The little stubborn dragon succeeded, and he was put to death to be reborn. Ah! The Golden Dragon King suffered an unimaginable heavy injury, and let out a tragic roar. The golden light was dazzling all over his body, like a sun hanging on a platform, and a majestic force exploded. Boom! The Golden Dragon King shook vigorously, and ruthlessly threw the little stubborn dragon flying. It shook its weak dragon body and rushed into the sky. The little stubborn dragon was smashed to the ground, bleeding profusely, stood up staggeringly, bloody all over his body, but his fighting spirit was extremely strong. He looked at the Golden Dragon King in the sky coldly and arrogantly. The ice-cold eyes of the Lion Dragon King gradually changed, showing violent anger. It is a shame that Xiao Leilong, who was far from his opponent, has dealt such a heavy blow to him today. The neck was almost broken, and he was only one step away from death. The Golden Dragon King knew that it was impossible to kill this high-spirited opponent with his body, and he could only slaughter him with the most terrifying dragon magic. It quietly suspended in the void, and never swooped down again. After adjusting its breath a little, dazzling golden light began to radiate from its horns. Chi-chi! The golden light covered the sky and covered the earth, which was even more terrifying than the fierce sword light. Every golden light contained terrifying power. This is a magic technique exclusive to the Dragon Clan. Everyone has already seen that the wobbly little stubborn dragon is absolutely difficult to fight against. It can be said that it is imminent death. The unyielding little stubborn dragon didn't show the slightest sign of fear, dragging his seriously injured body. He moved quickly, and his speed was not much slower than before. But this time, its footwork was even more weird, with 4 legs falling, silver light shining, dragon patterns rippling out continuously, and a sea of stars appeared under its feet, shining brightly. And in this process, the little stubborn dragon is obviously paying an unimaginable price, coughing up half a mouthful of blood every 3 steps. At this moment, something amazing happened. The little stubborn dragon suddenly took an unpredictable footwork, and it actually climbed into the sky step by step. The star map appeared at the foot. It was like ascending to the sky. 7 steps against the dragon. Some senior figures in the VIP room exclaimed. The legendary shocking ancient combat technique. Even gods can tread on the soles of their feet. ... The little stubborn dragon took 1 step at a time, as if traveling through space, suddenly appeared from one position to another out of thin air, and rushed into the sky in 4 steps. In the 5th step, he stepped hard on the Golden Dragon King's back. The sound of bones crumbling could be heard clearly, and the Golden Dragon King's body split open at that moment. When the 6th step fell, dazzling golden light burst out, and at the same time, bloody light gushed out, and the Golden Dragon King's body completely shattered. Only one head survived, and it fell from the air on the high platform. The little stubborn dragon danced with silver light all over his body, and landed on the ground, standing proudly on the high platform, like a lonely master, coldly scanning the people outside the arena. Its injuries were serious, many dragon scales had fallen off, and stubbles were even exposed in many places, which was extremely shocking. The little stubborn dragon walked up to the head of the Golden Dragon King, lowered his head as if whispering softly. A golden light shot out from the broken head on the ground, then shattered in the air, turned into little brilliance, and finally melted into the little stubborn dragon's body. That is the pure ancestral dragon spirit. It's not power, it's not soul, it's just the chi that simply symbolizes the identity of Zulong. It was already berserk outside the arena, and a Dragon King died. A legendary Dragon King collapsed in front of their eyes like this. After it grows up, it is an existence that makes even gods tremble. Tens of thousands of people were already erupting. This duel between the Dragon Kings was too tragic and too pity. People shouted one after another. At this moment, Little Stubborn Dragon has undoubtedly become the most dazzling star. It is the real King of Kings. There is no fluke in victory, and it is completely based on strength. Comma 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 comma. Advertisement for help. The master of personal care, the #1 master of the most mysterious security company in the world, returned to the city and lived a seemingly ordinary life, but it's a pity that extraordinary people can't be ordinary anywhere. Chapter 186 Human Battle. Looking at this young existence that would make even gods shy away in the future, many people wished they could take it for themselves and snatch it over. But many people have already heard that this one is different from other Dragon Kings. It seems to be related to the one in the depths of the southern wilderness, and has ulterior motives which will definitely bring about the disaster of destroying the family. Scanning in all directions silently, besides loneliness, there is a hint of sadness in the eyes of the Little Stubborn Dragon. Killing his brothers and sisters and marching on the corpses of other Dragon Kings, this is their fate. Only one of the strongest can survive. Otherwise, the only option is to quit and stay away from the road of the Dragon King, let alone dream of becoming an ancestor dragon. At this moment, only Xiao Chen can understand the sadness of the Little Stubborn Dragon. It must go on such a cruel road, and go on without hesitation. Not for itself, but for the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan needs a real ancestor dragon, and the seal needs to be lifted. Every little Dragon King shoulders this mission. Even if only one can survive in the end, the other dead will not have any regrets. Xiao Chen knew that if the Azure Dragon King at home regained his sanity completely, he would become the next opponent of the Little Stubborn Dragon. They would face off at their respective peaks, fight to the death, and kill brothers and sisters of the same clan. Absorb that bit of ancestral dragon spirit. Without any delay, Xiao Chen quickly walked out of the VIP room to meet the Little Stubborn Dragon, and wanted to bring it home as soon as possible. Congratulations, congratulations, the Little Stubborn Dragon won the first battle. Fatty Zoog appeared with a playful smile, as if he had already seen the brilliance of the 10,000 gold coins. Don't talk about this. What about the exquisite heaven and earth spirit essence I asked you to buy? Why haven't you got it after such a long time? I need it to save the Little Stubborn Dragon now. Fatty Zoog was very angry when he mentioned this, and said, that old thing is too Philistine. When I found out that I wanted to buy a 9th grade lotus table, I actually raised it from the previous 280,000 gold coins to the current 380,000. I was taken advantage of. What's more, the other companies also raised their prices and wanted to kill us. Damn, these days I'm almost worn out with them. These profiteers are really nothing. You find a way as soon as possible. After saying this, Xiao Chen ran directly to the backstage, picked up the bloody Little Stubborn Dragon and left. Just when I left, I heard a man's furious and mournful cursing. I want to kill that silver dragon, I want to kill that kid. Pay me the gold Dragon King, the Dragon King who accompanied me. How should I explain to those old immortals? Xiao Chen didn't care about this person, he didn't have the time and mood now, so he rushed to the sky holding the seriously injured Little Stubborn Dragon, and soon returned home. After shaking KK who was sleeping soundly, he quickly borrowed the colorful sacred tree from Little Things. Xiao Chen communicated with the precious tree over and over again, until an hour later, he finally established a natural and harmonious connection with it. The sacred tree glowed with colorful light, and then it was passed on to the Little Stubborn Dragon. The colorful rays of light flickered, and the holy tree slowly disappeared into the Little Stubborn Dragon's body, and began to heal its injuries. At this point, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Fatty Zoog came and told the bastard profiteer that he had raised the price again, and would not sell it for less than 400,000 gold coins, and threatened that it was an extraordinary period, and if any of the participating holy beasts were seriously injured and dying, the exquisite heaven and earth spirit would be the second life, the third life, and the fourth life. Damn it, I really wish the robbers would come over there and just let him steal it. The fat man complained dissatisfied. Whoosh, the little snow-white beast turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Hey hey, the fat man cried out in fright. Come back, just talk. Xiao Chen couldn't stop it either. The little snow-white beast just ran away. Fatty and Xiao Chen were left speechless, and then shouted together. Damn, chase! The fat man rushed out of the yard shaking his fat body, while Xiao Chen rushed directly to Gao Tian. Shui Bai's novel was the most unbearable. The last time he went with the fat man, he just sat there restless. This time he knew he was going to make a move without even thinking about it. The fat man was terrified, and said to himself, it's over, if you are caught, you will be compensated at double the price. Xiao Chen was a little speechless. The little snow-white beast was too fast, and it disappeared after such a short while. It's really not a fuel-efficient lamp. He wanted to chase it down, but found it impossible, because someone came knocking on the door aggressively, almost knocking over the fat man who ran out. It's here, hit me hard, dig 3 feet to find that silver dragon, let it pay for the life of the golden dragon king. A middle-aged man led a group of his men to smash open the door, grabbed the fat man, and slapped the fat man 5 or 6 times in a row, causing the fat man to turn around with his head covered, and almost fell to the ground. Little boy, do you live here? I'll fuck your second uncle. Dare to beat the fat man, do you know who I am? Let go of your dog's paw. The fat man was impatient at the time. Although he was not a direct descendant of Zug's family, because of his outstanding ability, no one dared to underestimate him, let alone suffer such a big loss. The person you are looking for is me, let him go. Xiao Chen spread his immortal wings and landed on the ground in an instant. He felt as much disgusted as he wanted. The behavior of this middle-aged man was too shameless. He was not a reckless and ignorant boy in his teens, he was already in his 40s, and he still behaved like this. It was really hard for people to have a good impression. Okay, it's you. I still remember your appearance when I left. The middle-aged man grinned grimly, let go of the fat man and strode over, saying, little brat, you make it impossible for me to explain to those immortals, just give me that silver dragon. You're shameless enough. Since you're here to participate in the beast fighting competition, you should know the rules. Life and death in the arena is your own. Don't you feel ashamed when you come to me afterwards? Xiao Chen wished he could slap this guy to death. He had never seen such a shameless person before. I'm going to make a decision on the silver dragon, or you will kill it yourself in front of me. The middle-aged man's smile was gloomy and cold. Want to kill the little stubborn dragon? You are causing disaster for the people behind you. If you want to kill it, first go to the deepest part of the southern wilderness and ask that existence to agree or not. Xiao Chen wanted to force this person away. Who are you bluffing? What can be found in the deepest part of the southern wilderness, other than wild beasts or wild beasts? Do you want me to ask the fierce beasts? You have only arrived in the southern wilderness not long ago. I just arrived the day before yesterday and traveled thousands of miles. Xiao Chen looked at him speechlessly, and said, I suggest you go ask someone about the person in the depths of the southern desolation, otherwise you won't even know how you died. There should be some old people from your family who have followed you. You can ask them. I'm waiting to take the silver dragon to deal with the old man. The middle-aged man said with a sinister smile, why don't you fulfill me, boy, give me the Dragon King, and commit suicide. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Xiao Chen. I've seen shameless people but never seen you so shameless, I've seen dumb people never seen you so dumb. Xiao Chen almost laughed angrily at him. This person's behavior is really messy. Xiao Chen can't wait to grab him and slap him flat. But before Xiao Chen slapped him, the opponent's big slap came towards him. If he was really hit, half of Xiao Chen's head would be rotten. Brush. Xiao Chen flew upside down and landed on the ground lightly like fallen leaves. Knowing Tibet, the middle-aged man frowned, and said, so young. Apparently he had some scruples in his heart, and asked, which sect do you belong to? I'm asking now, don't you think it's a bit late? Since you know I'm accompanied by the Dragon King, you should ask this question earlier. HMPH, what's so great about having the Dragon King? Our Dragon King was snatched. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he looked at Xiao Chen and said, although you were born with immortal sky wings, Zongong is definitely not from the lineage of the Undying sect. But I have no scruples. Brush. The middle-aged man rushed over. The strength of his palms was so strong that people smacked their tongues, and the surging vitality made the space turbulent, and the field even shrouded Xiao Chen directly, trying to imprison his figure. Xiao Chen didn't touch head-on, and stretched his immortal wings soaring into the sky. He silently concentrated on sensing the 2 big killers in his hands. After a few days of exploration, he found that although he could not control the black iron seal and the golden halberd, he could occasionally turn his palm into a murderous soldier. Get down, kid. If you don't get down, I'll go in and kill that silver dragon. The middle-aged man stood on the ground and yelled. He couldn't sense the slightest breath of the golden divine halberd, but the black iron seal in his left hand trembled twice, and a cloud of black light enveloped his left hand. Xiao Chen didn't even think about it, and rushed over immediately, because time was limited, and the black light ball could only last for a moment. Seeing Xiao Chen swooping in, the middle-aged man raised his palm and struck upwards. The black light shone, Xiao Chen's left palm seemed to be magnified several times, a big black hand brought the whistling wind, directly smashed through the field of the middle-aged man, and then slammed into the palm that came from the vertical split. Click, ah, the middle-aged man screamed, and his big black hand smashed his right palm into pieces in an instant. Xiao Chen wiped it, and swept the middle-aged man's chest fiercely with his big hand, and smashed it flying with a bang, leaving a large stream of blood in the air. So far, Black Iron Seal and Xiao Chen completely lost contact. But the middle-aged man suffered an unimaginable severe injury, 7 or 8 sternums were directly broken. Xiao Chen felt refreshed, and originally wanted to slap this master hard, but he didn't expect his wish to come true. After all, he is a master in the realm of knowledge and possession. Although the middle-aged man suffered heavy injuries, he quickly stood up. Although his chest was sunken and his right palm was shattered, his combat power was still very strong. Boy, what was that just now? How can there be so much nonsense? Don't you want to kill me and take away my silver dragon? Just let the horse come here. Now Xiao Chen took the initiative. The middle-aged man laughed sharply, strode forward, and waved his one arm out. Xiao Chen no longer retreated, and greeted him with his right palm. With a bang, his two palms collided. Xiao Chen took half a step back, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from the mouth of the middle-aged man. Now that he was seriously injured, he couldn't use his full strength. Even if he only used a third of his strength, he would vomit blood. Now that he has gained the upper hand, Xiao Chen will naturally not show mercy. After smelting the two ancient weapons, although he cannot use them, but because of their existence, his hands are like sharp blades of magic weapons, so Xiao Chen can directly challenge the middle-aged man. The sound of bang bang was endless, and the middle-aged man lost his temper directly. He coughed up blood continuously in his mouth, his expression was sluggish, and his face was extremely pale. In the end, Xiao Chen really fainted the middle-aged man, and was about to chop him immediately. Fatty Zhu said, "Seal his cultivation, let me vent my anger." Xiao Chen sealed the cultivation of the middle-aged man, then slapped him awake, and threw him in front of the fat man. The fat man was so rude. He rode directly on the middle-aged man's chest with 7 or 8 broken bones, and when he came up, he was slapping his mouth 7 or 8 times. "Dare to beat Fat Lord, do you know who I am? Zhuge Liang, haven't heard of it, I despise you, illiterate. Have you never read the romance of the 3 kingdoms from the human world? It's a famous book, do you know who I am? Don't you know yet, you're mad at me, illiterate, I beat you." Crack, crack, crack. The fat man knew that Xiao Chen had murderous intentions, and that this person would not survive, and now he was twitching his mouth just to vent his anger, so he didn't have to worry about being retaliated against. Brush. The figure swayed, and an old man suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen's courtyard. Forgive others and forgive them. The old man looked like a fairy in his 50s or 60s. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. Could it be the teacher of the middle-aged man? That would be a big problem. I am Lu Qingfeng, the elder of the Immortal sect, and I am Yan Qingcheng's uncle. Although this person is at odds with my sect, he is also from the devil's cult after all. It's fine to fight with each other, but you must not kill him. The old man flicked lightly, and the fat man flew out. He helped the middle-aged man up, and then said to Xiao Chen, "Don't worry, I will explain the situation to his teacher." Seeing all this, Xiao Chen insisted on not saying a word. When the figure of the old man was about to disappear, Fatty Zhu shouted, "Immortal Gate owes Xiao Chen a wife." The old man's figure was tilted to one side, and he almost fell down. He turned his head and took a deep look before flying away. Xiao Chen nodded, and said to himself, "That's right, today I'm going to visit the Undead Gate sub-helm in Tiandi City." At this moment, with a flash of white light, KK appeared with her head poking her head, and rushed into the courtyard with a whoosh on the ridge. "I'm X." The fat man exclaimed, "It's it." He couldn't even utter a word of excitement. Xiao Chen's jaw almost dropped in shock, and he rushed into the courtyard quickly. "Brothers, I have been very diligent in updating recently, but your monthly votes are too small, so if you have any, you should hit them all, otherwise I will have no passion and motivation." Chapter 187 9th Grade Lotus Platform. The first episode of the simplified Chinese version of the official book of Changshengyi will be released on April 10th. For details of purchase and phone number, please refer to the content of the public version. Friends who want to collect it can go and have a look. Rushing into the room, the fat man was so frightened that he almost fainted, and Xiao Chen also opened his mouth wide in surprise. The little snow-white beast was too exaggerated, it actually brought back a big sack. Inside it was shining with rays of light, with thousands of auspicious colors, bulging, and I don't know how many treasures of heaven and earth were stuffed in it. The big pocket is much taller than Kiki. Compared with this little beast that is nearly a foot long, the big pocket that is 1.5 meters long is ridiculously exaggerated. The cloth bag had already been opened, and the little snow-white beast was extremely intoxicated, rolling happily inside, its big eyes narrowed into crescents with a smile. The fat man almost sat on the ground nervously, and stammered, "It's over, it's over." The Southern Wilderness Spiritual Palace was ransacked, and Kiki copied all the spiritual essences in their first-class hall. Its value is immeasurable. If we are found out, we can't afford to go around, and we have to pay double the price. Xiao Chen also felt a headache. The theft of so many natural materials and earth treasures is definitely a major event that caused a sensation in Tiandi City. It is impossible to calmly settle down. How much is this worth? Kiki's bright big eyes rolled around, then jumped up and stopped between Xiao Chen and the big pocket, which means don't want me to change back, even if you kill me. Xiao Chen was about to go crazy. He rubbed his temples vigorously. This matter could not be handled well. If anything goes wrong, it would be a catastrophe. Damn it, what is the Southern Wilderness Spirit Temple for? There are so many treasures, isn't there a master who can't guard them without fear of being ransacked? Xiao Chen complained angrily. Fatty Zhu felt speechless. Your little snow-white beast copied someone else's Yipan Hall, why did you blame him instead? Fatty complained for a while, feeling a splitting headache at the same time, and explained weakly, you forgot what day it is. Today is the first day of the Battle of the Southern Wilderness Beastmasters. The first match is the decisive battle between the two Dragon Kings. Almost all the masters in Tiandi City went to the arena of beasts to watch the battle. The 3 old guards of Yipantang all left their posts without authorization. I saw them enter the VIP room of the Palace of Beasts with my own eyes. Didn't the battle of the Dragon King end long ago? Xiao Chen complained helplessly. The battle of the Dragon King is indeed over, but there are still 2 battles of the Beast King. Now that they have gone, do you think they will go back after just watching one? Kiki, oh. Xiao Chen was so angry that he lost his temper and didn't know how to deal with this matter. But the little snow-white beast was extremely excited, as if it had won a battle. It got into the big pocket again and tossed about. No, you have to return it, otherwise it will cause public indignation. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. Yes, and you have to hurry up and send them back intact before the 3 old immortals go back. Fatty also felt that it was very difficult. The Nanwang Lingqi Palace was a big chaebol with very strong financial resources and had a lot of voice in Nanwang. The little snow-white beast was not happy anymore, stuck its head out of its big pocket, and muttered angrily, as if saying that this was what it earned from labor, and it was determined not to send it back. The fat man was a little speechless. Is this considered labor income? Just live in the Lingqi Palace directly. No, Kiki, you have to return it, otherwise the consequences will be very serious, and we will be in great trouble. Xiao Chen had to be patient to communicate with the little thing. After all sorts of explanations and promises, the little snow-white beast pouted and nodded reluctantly. Of course, it was impossible to send it back completely. The 9th grade lotus plant was naturally impounded. In addition, the little snow-white beast pulled out a small bag of fine products from it, and kept it as a sacrificial offering. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, KK pulled the big bag and disappeared. The waiting was full of anxiety, and half an hour passed without seeing the little beast return. Finally, Xiao Chen shot up to the sky, ready to go to the Southern Wilderness Hall of Spirituality to do his best. But at this moment, Kiki came back wobbly, with a round belly and belching, and looked back reluctantly from time to time. Faint, you don't need to think about it, you know, after returning the item, it will feast on others, and there will definitely be no spiritual famine in the short term. Okay, I finally returned it. Fatty heaved a sigh of relief. Although he kept the 9th grade lotus stand, it was only one of many heaven and earth spirit essences. The cost price was only a few 100,000 gold coins. It was not until the opening of the beast fighting competition that they started to increase the price crazily. If it was lost like this, although there would be a big disturbance, it was still much better than having the entire Yipan Hall ransacked. Nanwang Lingqi Hall has several treasure stores such as Yipantang, Tiansaishuan, and Dabaoj, all of which have the best spirits of the town store, and the Jupan Lotus platform of Yipantang is their town treasure. Legend has it that the Buddha had a 9-grade lotus platform, which is really a peerless treasure. After being sacrificed by the Buddha, it can not only life and death human flesh and bones, but also a powerful spiritual treasure that integrates attack and defense. Of course, the 9th-grade lotus platform in Yipantang is not so miraculous, but it is also a precious material naturally generated by heaven and earth, and it is a rare-shaped lotus platform. There are dots of jade light, the whole body is crystal clear like jade, it can be as big as a washbasin, and it is warm and moist after getting it in hand, shining like warm jade. Oh, it's a pity, it's only the size of a washbasin. If it's kept for tens of thousands of years, it might become a sacred object like the Buddha's lotus stand. The fat man looked at this treasure full of regret. This is undoubtedly unrealistic. Who can live for tens of thousands of years? Who can keep it for so long? Immortals don't want to spend endless years waiting. A businessman who pays a lot of money and discovered this spiritual essence will definitely not let it grow naturally. Fatty Zoog said, this is originally a lotus platform formed by a 1,000-year-old ancient lotus in a small lake on the top of a giant mountain in the depths of the southern wasteland. There are some Buddhist relics on the giant mountain. It is expected that gods and Buddhas must have appeared in the long past. Hearing this remark, Xiao Chen also felt a little regretful. Maybe it was really related to the 9th-grade lotus platform of the Buddha, maybe it was really produced by the lotus seeds of that Buddhist sacred object. Peeling off the jade-like lotus platform, a burst of fragrance rushes towards the face. Inside there are 4 lotus seeds the size of longan, green like emeralds, shining brightly and extremely eye-catching. The color of lotus seeds is very different from that of ordinary lotus seeds, and they are too big. They are really like a god, and the fragrance makes the whole courtyard very fragrant. The 4 exquisite emerald lotus seeds immediately made Kiki close her eyes intoxicated, feeling that even if so many spiritual treasures were returned, it was worth keeping this treasure. But at the moment it doesn't have much appetite anymore, it's already full in Yipantang. Feeling something bad was going to happen, Xiao Chen hurriedly covered the 4 crystal-clear emerald lotus seeds, and then summoned Kiki, Little Stubborn Dragon, and Azure Dragon King. Unbiased, the 3 holy beasts got one piece, and Xiao Chen kept the 4th one for himself. Eat it quickly, otherwise the aroma will permeate and attract people's attention. After all, Xiao Chen first put the shining emerald lotus seeds into his mouth. In an instant, the lotus seeds turned into a majestic mouthful of aura, rushed into the internal organs, gathered into the 100 veins, but was finally taken away by the central acupoint on the line of the spine. The brilliant light condensed into a bright spot, and the central acupoint was deified. The exuberant life essence gushes out, impacts in Xiao Chen's body, and then establishes connection with other deified acupoints. The golden lines are like a network of veins, communicating with them. After half a quarter of an hour, everything calmed down. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He was no longer surprised by the Shenhua acupoint, and it can be expected that such things will often happen in the years of practice in the future. The little snow-white beast, Kiki, was like chewing a sugar pill, and it crunched the emerald lotus seeds, but before it tasted it, a burst of spiritual energy rushed into its body. As for the jade-like stripped lotus platform, Xiao Chen didn't waste it, smashed it up, and applied all of it on the wound of the little stubborn dragon. It can be clearly seen that the horrible wounds on the little stubborn dragon are healing, while the jade-like lotus is rapidly withering, and finally turned into powder and fell off. The colorful precious lights shone, and Xiao Chen sent the little stubborn dragon back to the house, expecting that it would be fine after another night. These days, Qinglong King's sanity is slowly recovering, but he is very silent, even a little depressed. He does not reject Xiao Chen, and obviously has recognized this former friend. After eating the emerald lotus seeds, he went back to the house silently and continued to repair the wounds in his heart. Fatty watched the whole process and was very envious, but unfortunately his physique was too poor to enjoy the emerald lotus seeds at all. In the evening, news came from the Colosseum that the other 2 battles of the Beastmaster had also come to an end. The 1-meter-long golden lion king instantly kills the opponent and advances directly. The little white tiger also performed well. After some fighting, he severely injured the other little beast king and successfully advanced. The 9th-grade lotus platform of the Southern Wilderness Spirit Temple was stolen, and the storm came as expected. There was a lot of noise from the afternoon to the evening. Fatty Zoog was naturally the object of suspicion. Who told him to bargain frequently these days? The fat man was very depressed. he only smelled the fragrance a few times before he was suspected by others, while the Lord went to the undead gate for a banquet as if nothing had happened. The Immortal Gate in Tiandi City occupies a very large area, like a garden, with lush trees, pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, waterfalls and springs. The scenery is magnificent, just like a fairyland. Xiao Chen slandered, in this Tiandi City with every inch of gold and every inch of land, the residences of the major powers or ancient castles, or palaces, and gardens are indispensable. The continuous houses and vast gardens, how much wealth is this? Too extravagant. It's you. Entering the garden-style Immortal Gate, Xiao Chen happened to meet Yan Qingcheng. The graceful and beautiful Yan Qingcheng wore a blue and white long skirt, which set off the slender and energetic jade body very gracefully. The jade face did not use any pastels, and the plain face looked elegant and refined. The unparalleled beauty of the face made the stone man's heart beat. Why don't you welcome it? Xiao Chen's casual look was quite different from the fierce look he had when confronting the enemy in the past. Of course you are not welcome here. Yan Qingcheng was very contradictory. She practiced the dafa of the broken demon seed god, and now she could not be too far away from Xiao Chen. At least she had to live in a city. How do you talk? Is there anyone like you who treats guests like this? I came to Undead Gate to take you home to live. You. Yan Qingcheng's jade face was flushed. Looking at Xiao Chen's lazy appearance, she wanted to slap her, but she had to restrain herself, snorted softly, and said, "Daydream by yourself." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Brush. Xiao Chen stretched out his immortal wings, and came to Yan Qingcheng's back again, and followed her all the way without saying anything. Why are you following me? Why can't I follow you? The completely indifferent tone made Yan Qingcheng very angry. No one would be so rude to her. Even if they peeped at her peerless appearance and had desires in their hearts, they would all compliment her and dare not go against her intentions. Xiao Chen, you. Yan Qingcheng bit her rosy lower lip with silver teeth, and said angrily, if you want to find an elder, go quickly, and don't blame me for calling someone if you continue to entangle with me. Why do I feel a bit like a rivalry between a beauty and a bully? Aren't you a bully? Yan Qingcheng was as light as a butterfly, flying lightly into the sky, thinking about flying to the depths of the garden. You mean I'm a bully? How about some fait accompli, or I always feel wronged by you? Today's chapter. After 2 or 3 days of rest, I will continue to break out. Because I was used to changing once a day before, changing to 2 changes a day felt very tight, and it took a process of adaptation. Don't worry, it won't be misfired. I am adapting to this update, and I will notify you at the end of the chapter when there are 2 chapters again. Chapter 188 Marriage Proposal. You. Go to hell. Yan Qingcheng stared at Xiao Chen shamefully, but Xiao Chen found that there was a hint of cunning in her beautiful eyes. Brush. Xiao Chen seemed to be passing by, leaving an afterimage on the spot, rushed to Yan Qingcheng, grabbed her slender hand, and just now thundered a bolt of lightning from where he was standing. I've seen this kind of formation in your Immortal Gate headquarters, and you still want to plot against me like this? Let go. Don't let go. Xiao Chen, you bastard. If you scold me again, don't blame me for being a bully, I will meet your expectations. Who's looking forward to it? Go to hell, you're such a jerk. Yan Qingcheng struggled with shame and indignation. Let's go and meet your elders. Go to yourself, let go. How can you do it if you don't go? I'm here for you today. Xiao Chen, you bastard. Yan Qingcheng was really scared. This lazy guy actually wanted to see the elder at this moment. It was you who spread the word from the gate of immortality and betrothed you to me. For this reason, I was almost killed by Pastor's ancient spear. Xiao Chen and Yan Qingcheng flew over the garden together, their sleeves fluttering. The man is handsome, and the woman looks like a fairy. They seem to be a perfect match. Hey, isn't that junior sister Yan Qing? How did I see that I was flying with a man? Junior sister Yan is flying hand in hand with a man. I'm going to fight that guy. ... There are many cultivators of the undead sect below. Seeing this scene, several male disciples felt their hearts were broken. When Yan Qingcheng heard those words, she almost fell into the sky. Xiao Chen, you bastard, don't let me go. Don't let go. Both of them had cultivated immortal sky wings, and they flew across the pavilions and palaces in the garden, and appeared in front of the main hall of the undead gate in the blink of an eye, and landed lightly on the ground. The elders of the undead sect had already received the report and sent someone to bring the 2 of them into the hall. In the ancient temple, there are many statues of gods and demons enshrined. In the middle is the golden body of the immortal evil king. He looks handsome and outstanding, and the loneliness in his eyes is very vivid, as if traveling through time and space thousands of years ago, reflecting that loneliness into the hearts of future generations. Of course, that demeanor looking down at the world is even more vividly carved, with a hint of arrogance in the loneliness, as if all living beings in the world are under his feet, and there is no opponent worthy of him in the world. The evil king has been intimidating for several ages. He once slaughtered many gods and demons at the beginning of the founding of the sect. It can be said that he turned his hand into clouds and his hands turned into rain. He entered the palace of Shendao alone and bathed himself in divine blood. Men should be like this, climb to the top of the peak, and see all the small mountains at a glance. This is the dream of all the men in the undead sect, and they all want to reappear the demeanor of the evil king in the past. Women also become arrogant because of the existence of the evil king. In their hearts, only this kind of man is a good match and a person worthy of entrusting them for life. Standing in the hall, Xiao Chen bowed silently to the statue of the evil king. In front of the evil king, do you also feel your own insignificance? Yan Qingcheng finally took advantage of this opportunity and shook off Xiao Chen's hand. The evil king is worthy of worship. A man should be like this. When he comes to the world, he will show his ambition, cross the world, and kill gods and demons in a rage. What kind of pride is this? But I am not superstitious about the evil king, and he is just a tough-minded person who has cultivated to that level. Everyone has their own different paths. What I want to do is not the evil king, what I want to do is just Xiao Chen. The tone is not small, things are done, not said. Yan Qingcheng hit mercilessly. Xiao Chen smiled, and said, from now on, you will follow me, and you can witness step by step. He returned to that lazy look, put away the vigor and fierceness just now. Xiao Chen, let me say it again, I have nothing to do with you, one day I want you to kneel at my feet. Yan Qingcheng endured it for a long time, no one dared to defy such a proud woman like her, and now she finally broke out. Ha ha, Xiao Chen laughed loudly, so, do I want you to kneel at my feet first? I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingcheng's beautiful face was covered with frost, and Ling Ling's undulating delicate body was trembling slightly. At this time, a disciple of undead sect came out from the back hall and said, Master, I have invited Mr. Xiao. In the apse, an old man about 60 years old, with a fairy-like appearance, was sitting quietly on a futon. It turned out to be the elder of the undead sect who called himself Lu Qingfeng, who once rescued the middle-aged man who wanted to avenge the Golden Dragon King from Xiao Chen. He sat quietly on the futon, flicked his sleeves silently, and the two futons floated up immediately, and landed in front of Xiao Chen and Yan Qingcheng. Xiao Chen, why did you come here? Of course it is impossible for Xiao Chen to say such bastard words as, getting a wife, anymore, it was just to anger the arrogant Yan Qingcheng before. The younger generation has been taken care of by the head teacher of the noble sect, so he should come to visit the branch hall of the undead sect in Tiandi City. Lu Qingfeng nodded, and chatted with Xiao Chen in an easygoing manner. Yan Qingcheng hated her so much that her teeth were itchy. Xiao Chen just teased her unrestrainedly, but now he looks serious. He thought that he would be careless in front of Lu Qingfeng and disrespect the elders of the undead sect. He would definitely be punished heavily. Lu Qingfeng said earnestly, recently, you have been too sharp, and if you need to know it, you will be easily broken. You can't do many things rashly. Senior made a point, I will pay attention. Well, you are not going to die, do you really have nothing else to do? Yes. Next, Xiao Chen tactfully expressed his intention of coming, but he did not avoid it. Although he didn't say the words, bring his wife home, it was very obvious that he meant it. Yan Qingcheng almost dropped the teacup in his hand on the ground, this guy is too stupid, actually dare to mention this matter. Lu Qingfeng's hand also trembled a bit, isn't this guy a bit too straight? Or aggressive and vigorous? Why can't it be twisted? This matter, Pastor's ancient spear. Yan Qingcheng was extremely ashamed and annoyed. This guy was so bold that he was pierced by Pastor's ancient spear. He actually wanted to push against the door of immortality. This was the reason why he wanted to come to propose marriage. Master, Yan Qingcheng felt like sitting on pins and needles, seeing Lu Qingfeng smiling all the time, she couldn't help reminding her. Xiao Chen was surprised, Lu Qingfeng turned out to be Yan Qingcheng's master, which was beyond his expectation. In principle, I have no objection to this marriage. Lu Qingfeng expressed his opinion. Shocked, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He didn't really intend to propose marriage successfully. All this was just to vent his dissatisfaction. The last time Undead Gate shied away from the pair of brothers holding Pastor's ancient spear, it was obviously using him as a shield. Master, Yan Qingcheng was in a hurry at the time. Marrying Xiao Chen was unimaginable for her. It was fine to compromise once before, but now that she has returned to the longevity continent, how can she continue to wrong herself? Well, this matter shouldn't be too hasty. I think it's better to wait until Qingcheng's demon-smashing god Dafa is completed. If the two loves last for a long time, how can they be in the same day and night? Hearing these words, Xiao Chen almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Isn't this old man too good at it? Just push Tai Chi, it's still so nasty. Yan Qingcheng is both happy and complaining, the master is too bad at talking, and, the two love for a long time, day and night, who will, for a long time, with this guy? Xiao Chen originally came here to squeeze Yan Qingcheng, and never naively thought that he could marry Yan Qingcheng, and now the effect is almost achieved, so he said with a smile, Yan Qingcheng, you really don't want to marry me? If you really don't want to marry, I will leave. Go and dream. As beautiful as a 9-day mysterious girl, as lonely as a Guanghan fairy, Yan Qingcheng's unparalleled face is full of icy coldness, and said arrogantly, I would rather marry a beggar, marry a prostitute, than marry you. Xiao Chen wanted to leave at first, but he was angered by Yan Qingcheng's words, and said with a smile, okay, I have ambitions, and I am noble enough. I will leave Tiandi City soon, and I hope that Miss Qingcheng will not be with you all the way. I don't want to delay your wonderful life. These words made Yan Qingcheng choke for a while, and she was speechless for a while. To practice the great law of the devil seed god, one cannot do without this so-called cauldron. When saying these words, Xiao Chen had already bid farewell to Lu Qing and walked out of the magnificent hall. You surnamed Xiao, don't be complacent, I will find a solution. Then I would like to congratulate you first. In fact, we are also considered acquaintances. If you can't do it, you can continue to be my follower. Of course, the premise is that you don't cry and cry to marry me. Xiao Chen returned to the lazy look that Yan Qingcheng hated. He felt a little petty just now. After all, he is a man, so it's okay to squeeze against this arrogant beauty. There is no need to seriously care about it. He laughed and flew into the sky, and flew into the distance. Yan Qingcheng gritted her teeth, wishing she could arrest Xiao Chen. Xiao, I won't let you go. Waiting for you to come to me anytime. I'm seriously thinking about important things in life. If I come too late, I can only be a concubine. The words faded away, and Xiao Chen disappeared in the sky. Go to hell. Yan Qingcheng's smooth forehead was covered with black lines. On the second day, KK, the little snow-white beast, missed the playing time due to snoozing, and was ruthlessly deprived of the competition qualification. When Xiao Chen found it, Zhengxiang, who was sleeping in the background, had no choice but to lead it home. However, the little beast was very unhappy, the reluctance in his eyes was undisguised. Xiao Chen knew that he had to keep a close eye on it, otherwise something might happen. 4 days later, the Battle of the Beastmasters has reached a fever pitch, making many spectators emotionally ups and downs every day, and the arena of beasts is almost full. The first round of Beastmaster Wars is the beginning of the end, and the second round of King Wars begins on the 5th day. The first fierce battle of the day was between the Golden Lion King and the Black Turtle. The strength of these two cubs was seriously underestimated at the beginning, and they were killed out of the quasi-Beastmasters. At present, they are absolutely top-notch powerhouses in the real Little Beastmaster team, and they are the most popular fighting beasts aspiring to become the Southern Wilderness Beastmaster. Now, the two powerhouses are colliding with each other, which can be described as a battle between dragons and tigers. The Golden Lion King looks extremely powerful. Although it is only more than 1 meter long, its demeanor is really like a born king. It is like a body made of gold, shining brightly. People with dazzling golden light can't open their eyes, squatting there quietly, like an ancient sacred mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It has 3 golden lion heads, each of which is not angry but majestic, making people daunting, especially the vertical eye between the eyes of each head, which is a little bit of light when it opens and closes, which makes the old masters feel chilling. Everyone agrees that this is definitely a strange beast, and I am afraid that it has a great chance of winning against the Dragon King. As for the mysterious tortoise, no one dared to underestimate it, because some powerful elders had already given a clear answer. This is the true direct descendant of Xuanwu, a natural holy beast with unlimited potential. With the sound of a drum, this duel began. The Golden Lion King shone with golden light all over his body. Although he didn't move a bit, he was undoubtedly the only one in the field, attracting everyone's attention. There was a dazzling golden light, and the Lion King was not angry and majestic, with a natural aura of a beast king, which caused great pressure on the audience outside the arena. Xuanwu was as fast as lightning, spinning like a sharp wheel blade, and slashed towards the Golden Lion King in the air. Brush! The Golden Lion was as fast as lightning, a claw tore out, and slapped the black turtle fiercely. When, the deafening sound shook the entire Colosseum, but Xuanwu's tortoise shell was indestructible, and it was impossible to break it. The air of the back earth surged, and the earthy yellow light appeared around the black turtle, and the energy around the Xuanwu fluctuated violently, and the essence of the back earth surged with a yellow light, sweeping towards the Golden Lion King. The tortoise shell is black and strange, and the black makes people feel chills. The energy fluctuations aroused rushed out through the energy light wall in front of the stage, making all the spectators feel palpitations. Such a young holy beast is too scary, it has such power now, if it grows up, God knows how powerful it will be. Boom! How to Daddy Wangqi was mighty, and the momentum was extremely frightening. In an instant, the Golden Lion King was blown away, causing it to hit the energy light curtain covering the arena. A burst of violent energy fluctuation surged, the light wall almost collapsed, and there was a loud commotion outside the arena. Xuanwu is too powerful to be able to control such a domineering heaven and earth vitality. The result was unexpected, the expected phenomenon of the Golden Lion King being smashed to pieces did not appear, the dazzling golden light shone, the Golden Lion King violently shook his shining golden hair, jumped up from the ground, and was unharmed. As fast as lightning, the Golden Lion King ran like thunder, and the entire arena was shaking. It rushed to Xuanwu in an instant, and swung the Lion King's claws to slam it down. Boom! Xuanwu was smashed into the air, but he was still safe and sound. It was impossible for the tortoise shell to be shattered. The Lion King's eyes were like lightning, and he shot two threatening cold lights. He jumped up violently, bit the basalt in the air, shook his head violently, and threw the basalt tortoise out, but he still couldn't break the turtle's shell. The basalt tortoise once again gathered a khaki yellow ray of light, swaying more violently the essence of the earth, drowning the Golden Lion King. Boom! The Golden Lion King was blasted into the sky, and a mouthful of golden blood spewed out from the mouth of the head it hit, but Shenwu's body was still extremely vigorous and was not affected in the slightest. But because of this, the Golden Lion King was furious. Accompanied by an earth-shattering lion's roar, the wall of energy light covering the arena shattered directly. The vertical eyes of the head in the middle of the Golden Lion King opened instantly, and a blazing blood light shot out, like the light of destruction, shattering Xuanwu's tortoise shell in an instant. Boom! Xuanwu's entire body shattered. Fiasco! One of the most recognized sacred beasts, Xuanwu, died on the stage of the beast fight, and the Golden Lion King won with indisputable and terrifying strength. There was dead silence at the scene, the Golden Lion King was too powerful. Just by opening a vertical eye, Xuanwu, which is known as the best defense of the beast race, was broken. Who else would be its opponent among the young holy beasts? Xiao Chen's heart also sank, even he was not sure about receiving the devastating blow just now. And that's just one of the 3 vertical eyes of the Golden Lion King. Chapter 189 Six Saints. The performance of the Golden Lion King undoubtedly shocked all the spectators. A crimson bloody light swept across, and Xuanwu, which is known as the best defense of the beast race, was about to collapse. This is simply unimaginable. Invincible Lion King. Many people even shouted, it is worthy of a battle with the Dragon King, and even surpasses the Dragon King. This is the evaluation of most people. The Golden Lion is indeed the king of holy beasts, and its combat power is beyond doubt. What's even more frightening is that it has 3 heads, and 2 vertical eyes that have not been opened yet. It is unknown what kind of terrifying ability it hides. The Golden Lion King with unlimited potential. Many people wanted to find out who its owner was, but unfortunately they couldn't do so and couldn't dig it out. The Golden Lion was as steady as a mountain, shining with dazzling golden light, and came to the Xuanwu turtle step by step. The powerful lion claws tore apart the corpse, and a khaki yellow light rushed out, and was swallowed by the Golden Lion. Of course, it is impossible for the Golden Lion to cultivate basaltic supernatural powers because of this, but there is no doubt that this will be of great benefit to its future cultivation. Beastmasters can survive 100 battles in order to become stronger and stronger. Only by constantly experiencing life and death fights can they release the potential in their bodies. Only the battle of beastmasters can promote their rapid growth. Of course, the spirit of the dead holy beast will inevitably become the driving force for the growth of the winner. It cannot instantly increase the strength of the winner, but it can make the life essence more vigorous, waiting to increase the potential. Come to participate in the Southern Wilderness Beast Fighting Competition. The main target of the powerful young holy beasts is the Dragon King. If they can swallow the dragon's energy, it will be of great benefit to them. Xiao Chen returned to his residence. He knew that the Golden Lion King would become the enemy of the little stubborn dragon, and it was very likely to bring life and death threats. The strength of that golden lion was too strong. The body of the little stubborn dragon has already recovered, and it is not known whether it is nourished by the dragon's energy or recuperated by the colorful holy tree. Moreover, the silver brilliance on its body has gradually turned into a milky white jade light. The dragon's body is as if carved out of mud and fat jade. Ha ha! There was loud laughter from the gate of the courtyard. Fatty Zug took an oiled paper bag, and came to Xiao Chen's residence with a happy face. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. What special features can it have? I have tasted almost all the delicacies of Tiandi City. Xiao Chen lacked interest. It can't be said to be dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but it's definitely a rare delicacy in the world, and ordinary emperors can't eat it. The fat man squinted his eyes, and the fat all over his body was shaking with joy. Fatty don't want to eat alone. A girl's voice came from outside the door, and Kanas, the baby girl of the Monde family, pushed the door in. She was dressed in a long aqua blue dress, which made her look very agile. Behind her is Zilao, who has the title of pervert. This beautiful man is usually gentle and refined, and he doesn't show the temperament of a cultivator at all. Kanas snuggled up beside him with an excited look on her face, and at the same time, she did not forget to give Xiao Chen a hard look. Hey, girl from the Monde family, why do you have such a good nose? How did you get the news? The fat man looked at her suspiciously. I wanted to do it early in the morning, but I didn't expect you, a cunning guy, to do it so fast. You took a step ahead. Haha, I'm here. Hai Yuntian also rushed here. These three waves of people are all descendants of the three big colosseums. Xiao Chen vaguely guessed something. Sure enough, the following words confirmed his guess. Your noses are sharper than god dogs. Let's talk about it first. It's fine to enjoy the delicious food together, but if anyone dares to leak the news, I'll be in a hurry with him. Hurry up, I can't wait. It's the legendary Xuanwu. Kana Si glanced back and forth at the fat man's oiled paper bag with her beautiful eyes. It has to be said that Fatty Zug is so powerful that he even stole half of Xuanwu's disintegrated body, set up a big iron pot in Xiao Chen's courtyard, and stewed Xuanwu. If people find out, they will definitely go crazy. Stewed basalt. Too crazy. The fragrance of the meat was wafting out, coupled with all kinds of delicacies delivered by the restaurant. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Of course, KK and little stubborn dragon must be indispensable at the dining table. After all, the fat man was still a little weak, and he started bleeding from his nose and mouth after taking a sip of Xuanwu soup, sighing for his poor fortune. The essence of Xuanwu has been devoured by the Golden Lion King, and his body has become a pure turtle spirit. Hai Yuntian and others don't have to worry about external spiritual power hindering their cultivation. The little white tiger is coming out tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to its defeat. At that time, not only will there be tiger meat and tiger bone wine, but the most important thing is the tiger penis. The white tigers, that is a real treasure in the world. The fat man started talking nonsense after he was drunk, and Kanasi kicked him hard in anger, then packed the turtle soup and ran away quickly. On the sixth day, the little white tiger played again. The opponent's lion head, bear body, horse legs, and tiger tail are variants of the legendary 4 different images of the holy beast. It can be about 1.5 meters long, and the 4 colors of yellow, white, brown, and black are shining all over the body, and it looks like an extraordinary horse. Its strength is unquestionable. Stepping down on all fours, a raging flame emerged. Standing in the ashes, the arena shook for a while, and the essence of heaven and earth was quickly gathered away. The little white tiger was extremely calm. This time, its original ordinary appearance underwent an astonishing change. It seemed that it sensed the strength of its opponent and showed its true strength. The black and white stripes shine brightly, scorching eyes, invisible, giving people a sense of oppression, and the white light and black light complement each other, completely covering the little white tiger. God pattern, it's the white tiger divine mark. Someone in the audience exclaimed. The divine pattern of the white tiger is a divine script, bestowed by God, which has unpredictable power. It is said that it is an ancient script that contains the ultimate meaning. Of course, throughout the ages, there have been very few people who can display divine patterns, and this little white tiger is obviously extraordinary. Oh, it seems that the tiger whip wine is hopeless. In the VIP room where Xiao Chen was, Fatty Zug shook his head and sighed. The little snow-white beast was holding a ginseng skewer in its paws, which was completely made according to the method of candied haws. Its eyes were wide open, and it looked at the little white tiger curiously through the large crystal screen. How is it? Are you confident to defeat it? If you can get down on it, let alone ginseng king skewer, I can buy you a few if you just want to eat the god fruit. Seeing the instigation of the unscrupulous fat man, Xiao Chen hastily pushed him out of the VIP room, turned to KK and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, stay here honestly, otherwise all your ginseng skewers and Ganoderma cakes will be confiscated." Yeah, Kiki nodded obediently, but her big eyes full of aura cast a sidelong glance at the back of the fat man going away. On the arena, the fierce battle of the Beast Kings began. The 4 elephants soared into the air, suspended in midair, surrounded by 4 colors of light, and slashed down with terrifying light blades, fiercely attacking the little white tiger on the ground. This is a strange beast that can control the vitality of the world, much stronger than ordinary magicians and spirits. Brush. The yellow divine light split the little white tiger into the air, sweeping from midair to the entire stage like a divine fire. Boom. The white divine light shone, imprisoning the little white tiger on the ground, and the light submerged the little white tiger. Chi-chi. The brown divine light and the black light fell at the same time, cutting towards the little white tiger's neck. The 4-color divine light shone on the arena, and the vitality fluctuated extremely violently. Everyone watched the little white tiger roll around in the 4-color light, and everyone felt that it was difficult to turn over, and it seemed that there was no chance of winning. However, as time went by, everyone discovered an astonishing fact. Although the little white tiger looked very embarrassed and was swept around by the 4-color divine light, it was not injured. This can be said to be a miracle. With the dense divine light constantly sweeping down, it is impossible for it to avoid all of them. How could it not be hurt at all? Finally, everyone discovered the secret. The divine pattern of the white tiger actually diffuses all attacks. The wild 4-color divine lights of Sibushang were all melted away by the divine patterns. Then, accompanied by a deafening roar of the tiger, the little white tiger stood up. With dazzling rays of light all over its body, it launched a murderous plan. I don't want to continue the meaningless fight, and I have shown a strong supernatural power that I don't want to show. The black and white divine pattern actually left the body, forming a divine tiger transformed into light in the air. The wind and thunder burst out, and the tiger's roar shocked the sky. A divine tiger completely condensed by divine light rose into the sky and jumped towards the 4 different images suspended in the air. It was so fast, it was like lightning. Puff. The blood splattered, the Shenhu tore apart the 4 images, and a blood rain fell in the sky. The scene was a bit unbearable to witness, it was too cruel. The mutant holy beast 4 did not look like a dead body, the whole body was completely shattered. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar of the tiger, the Shenhu turned into a divine pattern and returned to the little white tiger. A little brilliance floated up. It was the essence of the 4 different images, which was swallowed by the little white tiger, and the battle of the Beast King was over. The audience was completely silent, and the strength of the little white tiger was beyond everyone's expectations. Is that an incarnation outside the body? Finally someone tremblingly expressed the question in his heart. That is a supernatural power that is more terrifying than the incarnation outside the body. The stage of the fighting beast was boiling. The next Beastmaster battle was equally exciting. The Red Dragon King of Dugu Sword Demon has been kept in the depths of the southern desolation. It is a combination of wildness and cruelty. It fights with wild beasts in the mountains all day long. Its murderous aura is stronger than that of killers. Although the Dugu family seems to be in decline, and it is difficult to see a single person in the huge castle all year round, but no one dares to take the idea of the Red Dragon King. People will never forget the spectacular scene of the Dugu family worshipping ancestors decades ago. No one in the southern wilderness is willing to provoke this low-key family. Jinzi, the descendant of the god of God, defeated his opponent with an absolute advantage without any dispute, and also advanced smoothly. For this result, Xiao Chen was not at all surprised. You must know that the golden ape can directly resist KK's colorful divine light. If it can't stand out, then the holy beast it encounters is truly heaven-defying. In this round of Beastmaster battle, only 1 or 2 rounds are arranged every day, which attracts extra attention, and the last 2 rounds make the Colosseum full of seats, because the protagonists of these 2 rounds are too big. One is a pterosaur king fighting a peacock king, and the other is a little stubborn dragon fighting an evil dragon king. Seeing the silver pterodactyl king, Xiao Chen immediately thought of the beautiful female spiritualist Lan Yu. The pterosaur king followed her on Dragon Island back then. Could it be that she came to Tiandi City? When Xiao Chen wanted to visit the owner of the pterosaur king and ask about the location of the VIP room, he unexpectedly learned that the pterosaur king had abstained from the competition and left the Tiandi City with its mysterious owner. This news disappointed many people. After all, the appearance of the Dragon King was the biggest highlight of this competition. According to gossip, the owner of the Pterosaur King was in trouble and left in a hurry. There is also news that the Peacock King is a descendant of the gods, and the owner of the Pterosaur King does not want his pet to be in danger, so he abstained. Only the 5-color Peacock King remained on the arena, as beautiful as a blooming 5-color god flower, and the 5-color god feathers shone like the glare of a flowing dream. The opponent abstained, but it advanced without a fight. According to the news from Hyuntian, the elders of their family have been to the ruins of the gods and seen the descendants of the gods with their own eyes, and one of them is the colorful Peacock King. The rumors are true, the ones on stage are indeed descendants of the gods. Undoubtedly, the colorful Peacock King, who is brilliant in divine light, has unimaginable strength, at least not inferior to Jin Zi, and may be able to challenge KK head-on. The last round of the second round of the Beastmasters battle is the little stubborn dragon versus the evil Dragon King. Xiao Chen is absolutely no stranger to the evil Dragon King. He is a descendant of an 8-armed evil dragon, and he once refined an evil dragon egg, which can be said to have formed an unusual karma. A disappointing thing happened again. The Dragon King retreated without a fight, and was taken away from the arena by his master, and the little stubborn dragon advanced smoothly without a fight. Xiao Chen felt very strange. Why did the 2 Dragon Kings retire? Is it really because you are worried that your opponent is too strong? He wondered suspiciously, is something going to happen, causing the Dragon King's master to retreat? And everyone's emotions finally broke out. The 2 Dragon Kings withdrew without reason. This is really disappointing. People really want to see the battle of Dragon Kings. The Golden Lion King, Red Dragon King, Little White Tiger, Jin Zi, Peacock King, and Little Stubborn Dragon have successfully advanced to the next round of final battles to compete for the final Nanwang Beastmaster. At this point, the beast fighting contest has finally entered the final stage, and the decisive moment is approaching. Next, there will be a scuffle between the 6 holy beasts. The final standing king will be the supreme king of this year's beast fighting contest, the real king of kings. Who will win the battle among the 6 little holy beasts? Guess right and add essence. Chapter 190. The 5-color divine light wipes out everything. The Golden Lion King, Red Dragon King, Little White Tiger, Jin Zi, Peacock King, and Little Stubborn Dragon were not seriously injured in the second round of the decisive battle, and they could participate in the final decisive battle without training. On this night, all the restaurants in Tiandi City were full, and everyone was extremely enthusiastic, looking forward to the ultimate battle tomorrow. All the major casinos opened their doors to bet on which little holy beast would win the title of Beastmaster of the Southern Wilderness. Countless people all went to bet, ranging from a few silver coins to tens of thousands of gold coins. This night, the city of Tiandi was full of hustle and bustle. All the streets, tea houses, and taverns are talking about the 6 little holy beasts, even ordinary people who don't have the money to go to the Colosseum to watch the battle in person. Because the propaganda campaign of the Colosseum is too fierce, and after each duel, someone will be sent to the streets to tell the wonderful process of the battle of the Little Beast King. Right now, Tiandi City has almost become the city of beasts. Many people are analyzing the past battle situation, guessing which little beast king will kill a bloody path and stand firm, and various analyses and evaluations are surging and spreading like a tide. For this reason, someone wrote a special comment, and Xiao Chen received a copy. After reading it carefully, he felt that the comment was very insightful. The Golden Lion King has a tyrannical body, great strength, and unrivaled speed. He fights across the beast stage like a beam of golden light, making it difficult for opponents to track him down. The most frightening thing is that it has an eye of destruction. The moment the vertical eye is opened, blood bursts out, and even Xuanwu, which is known as the best defense of the beast race, will collapse. It can be called invincible. The last frightening thing is that it had 3 heads and 3 vertical eyes in total, and now only one has been opened. No one knows what kind of power the other 2 vertical eyes have, and no one knows how terrifying it will be when they are opened. It can be said that this is the biggest variable. It made it difficult for everyone to really guess how strong the Golden Lion King was. Vaguely it had become the most popular fighting beast among the 6 little holy beasts to aspire to become the Southern Wilderness Beastmaster. The cruelty of the Red Dragon King is obvious to all. He will brutally kill his opponents when he appears on the stage. There is no mercy at all. Some people even directly call him the Blood Dragon King, which is very commensurate with his gleaming red scales and soaring murderous aura. The Dragon clan itself is the most powerful race. Since it was easy to become the king in the clan when he was young, the Red Dragon King naturally has a terrifying strength that is superior to his peers. The perfect combination of the dragon clan's combat skills and unique divine arts is brought into full play by it. As soon as the blood shines out, one spell can be broken, 10,000 spells can be broken, and no magic can stop it. The little white tiger may seem ordinary, but he is really extraordinary. He has cultivated supernatural powers outside his body and is also proficient in ancient combat techniques. He is a very terrifying little beast king. In particular, its body is covered with divine patterns, which contain the ultimate profound meaning. No one knows how many unknown and terrifying magical powers it has mastered. Many people speculate that the incarnation outside the body is by no means the only supernatural power, and there should be a more terrifying backhand. The two young holy beasts, Jinzi and Peacock King, have the blood of the gods and are endowed with extraordinary talents. They claim to be existences beyond gods in the future, and there is no doubt that they will have powerful and unparalleled combat power. Moreover, the ancestors not only inherited the rare blood, but also passed down many taboo methods. This is their most powerful point. It is difficult to speculate how powerful the descendants of the two gods are. Little Stubborn Dragon, the mighty, arrogant extraordinary Dragon King, this is the reviewer's first evaluation. Superb fighting skills, tenacious character, unlimited potential, the 7 steps against the dragon is only the tip of the iceberg. If this little Dragon King is driven mad and shows his full strength, maybe the Golden Lion King will not be able to stop the Fighting King with all 3 eyes open. It can be said that analysts have a high evaluation of the Little Stubborn Dragon, saying that it is the most promising little beast king among the 6 little holy beasts. All the coliseums, all the romantic venues, all the restaurants, and all the major casinos were still noisy until after midnight. That night, many people had trouble falling asleep. In the morning, dawn breaks in the east. The morning glow dyed the Tiandi city golden, which indicated that it would be a sunny day. In the morning, Xiao Chen personally prepares the battle meal for the little stubborn dragon: ginseng skewers, Ganoderma porridge, vermilion juice, ginseng fruit cake. It can be described as extravagant. If people know that there are such recipes, their jaws will drop. In this way, it is enough to ensure that the little stubborn dragon is full of energy. Of course, Kiki must be indispensable for a sumptuous battle meal. The little thing squatted in the kitchen for most of the day, drooling greedily, and his big eyes that were originally full of aura have long been straightened. The big battle is coming. The little stubborn dragon is very calm. The dragon body carved out of mud and fat jade is flowing with energy, and it has adjusted to its peak state. The sun was shining all over Tiandi city, and the sun was already very high. Xiao Chen walked towards the Colosseum with little stubborn dragon and KK. Today, the final decisive battle will be held in the Xuanwang Beast Palace of Zhuge's family, and the Holy Beast Arena that has been dusty for 20 years will be opened. It is a venue specially prepared for adult holy beasts. Under normal circumstances, there will be no duels of adult holy beasts in the Colosseum. No matter how high the tickets are sold, it is not worth it, because if an adult holy beast is lost, the loss will be too great. No matter how powerful the Colosseum is, it cannot afford such a loss. You must know that an adult holy beast has at least the strength above Nirvana, and such a level of master is too rare, and it exists entirely as a deterrent force. Only some extremely ancient and powerful families may have 1 or 2 heads. Moreover, it is impossible for the holy beast to be regarded as a foreign race when it becomes an adult. At that time, it has already been raised in the family as a god, and it is impossible to be enslaved. In fact, the adult holy beast has long been able to transform into a human being. At that time, the ancient family will use various means to win it over to become a member of the family, and even marry for it. The Holy Beast Arena is just a symbolic meaning, and it will never really make it play a role worthy of its name. The Holy Beast Arena is not so much a beast arena as it is a square, with a length and width of 500 meters and an extremely large area, enough for 6 little holy beasts to circle around and fight fiercely. There are no seats around the Holy Beast Arena. In fact, if this arena is to be used, it means that it will be an extremely dangerous battle, and it is impossible to keep spectators around. The Xuanwang Beast Palace is connected to one another. In addition to the existing VIP rooms, they temporarily consolidate resources and hang huge crystal screens in many rooms, which will be used to broadcast the event live. Full. Today, Xuanwang Arena is so popular. All the rooms were overcrowded, and a total of 50,000 people bought tickets to watch the game. Countless people surrounded the Colosseum. The streets and alleys were full of figures. Even if there were no seats and they couldn't enter the arena, many people were unwilling to leave. They listened to the latest battle reports here at any time. Of course, in addition to the popularity of the Xuanwang Beast Palace, the major casinos were already full of people and they were surrounded by water. At present, the odds of the 6 holy beasts are about the same, because it is really difficult to tell which one is stronger and which is weaker. Of course, if you really want to compare the statistics, you won a little bit more by buying the Golden Lion King, and of course it was only a little bit more. Xiao Chen sat in the VIP room, quietly waiting for the little stubborn dragons to come out. Kiki scratched his ears and cheeks beside him, going up and down like a little monkey, unable to sit still for a moment. Because it was too unwilling, and really wanted to go off to fight those little holy beasts in person. Xiao Chen was deeply afraid of accidents. The little snow-white beast was too fascinating. He locked the mysterious thin iron chain that bound the little white turtle to one of Kiki's little beast claws, and locked the other end to his wrist, binding it firmly to his side. Yi, Kiki protested strongly, waving another furry little animal paw, staring at a pair of big eyes full of aura. However, Xiao Chen directly stuffed a vermilion fruit into its mouth, and then ignored it. The huge holy beast arena was unusually quiet. With a loud rumbling noise, 6 huge iron doors in 6 directions were opened, and 6 small holy beasts walked out from the 6 magnificent palaces and moved towards the arena at the same time. Silent depression. At this moment, a fierce murderous aura surged across the entire arena, and the 6 young holy beasts were all adjusted to their best fighting conditions. The Golden Lion King, the Bloody Red Dragon King, the 5-colored Divine Light Shining Peacock King, 6 holy beasts stand in 6 directions and the momentum is overwhelming. They confront each other silently, and there is no doubt that the first mover may become the target of a group attack. The little stubborn dragon moved first, and walked towards the center of the field with a completely fearless demeanor. In its heart, victory or defeat is not important. What is important is to challenge powerful enemies, surpass itself, and carry out the real transformation of the dragon. Yes, to the little stubborn dragon, even if it was defeated, it was nothing. It had grown up from 100 defeated little dragons, and it couldn't even fight ordinary little dragons in Dragon Island. Walking step by step, life and death battles, getting stronger when encountering the strong, and never backing down, this is the little stubborn dragon we are today. The Bloody Red Dragon King also moved. He is the king of the dragon clan. How could he not understand the little stubborn dragon's thoughts? It has already recognized the former defeated Xiao Leilong. How can it be willing to lag behind others? It is the natural king of the dragon clan, and it is an innate instinct to challenge the limit, with unlimited fighting spirit. If the 2 dragon kings were human, they would be full of arrogance. Immediately, the other 4 little holy beasts moved together and walked towards the center of the field at the same time. They are all the strongest holy beasts on one side. How can they lag behind others? Along the way, subtle changes occurred. Jinzi and the Peacock King are slowly moving closer together, which is not beyond everyone's expectations. They are both descendants of the gods. They used to grow up together, and it is inevitable to join forces at this moment. The Golden Lion King glanced at them coldly, and then looked at the little stubborn dragon and the Red Dragon King. The little white tiger was silent in the ancient well, silently scanning the surroundings. To everyone's surprise, the 2 dragon kings did not come together. On the contrary, they were more hostile to each other than other holy beasts. Their aloof character and destined to have only one surviving fate made it impossible for them to join forces. The 5 colors of blue, yellow, red, black, and white were shining, and the Peacock King's whole body was shining, and he flew into the sky, standing still in the sky above the gold. The Golden Lion King was the most powerful, with a lion's roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and the golden light was dazzling. It ran, and then jumped into the sky and rushed towards the Peacock King in the sky. Very amazing. The Golden Lion King can actually run into the sky, completely able to fly in the sky, and is even stronger than expected. The golden light illuminated the sky, like a blazing golden fire. The Lion King was as fast as lightning, flapping the lion's claws and tearing towards the Peacock King. His vitality fluctuated violently. Brush. A ray of blue light swept down, and the Peacock King swiped away the mighty Lion King, calmly spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. All the spectators were extremely excited, and some people had already started to shout. Even the expressions of the elders were shocked. The power of the Lion King flying up into the sky, and the divine light cast by the Peacock King made them see some kind of terrifying power that was growing, and they thought of some legendary invincible supernatural powers. Roar. The Lion King roared, and the sound shook the sky. The Golden Lion was obviously murderous, vowing to disintegrate the combination of the Peacock King and Jinzi, wanting to kill the Peacock King immediately. It actually wanted to directly open the vertical eye on the head in the middle. Colorful rays of light flickered, and the sky was full of colorful mist. The Peacock King had already seen the danger. His speed was as fast as lightning, and his wings fluttered. The colorful lights rushed towards the Lion King like a stormy sea. They wanted to smash the Lion King. The world seemed to tremble. No matter how fast the colorful wave of energy was, it couldn't be faster than the speed at which the Lion King opened his eyes. That terrifying vertical eye finally opened. A bloody light burst out and swept straight to the Peacock King. Ah! Destroy the divine light. It's over. Many people exclaimed unconsciously, who can stop the mighty Golden Lion King? Except for the old masters, even those who are strong in the realm of knowing Tibet can hardly escape under this divine light. But things were beyond everyone's expectations. Swipe swipe swipe. Blue, yellow, red, black, and white 5-color divine light shines, smashing all obstacles, and the brush falls down. Unexpectedly, when there was no time to spare, he swept away the crimson blood light, and let the terrifying destructive light disappear in one blow. This is undoubtedly an extremely sensational scene. The light of destruction, which claims to be indestructible and indestructible, was actually brushed off by the Peacock King, which immediately made all the spectators exclaim and erupt. No way! It's incredible! What the hell is that 5-color divine light? Could it be the taboo supernatural power of the gods? All the elders have changed their colors. They have seen the destructive light shot out by the vertical eyes of the Lion King. Although they know that it is a frightening and taboo magic in the legend, seeing it again is not as shocking as the first time. But it was the first time for the 5-color divine light to show up, so how could it not make their hearts tremble? That is the invincible supernatural power in the ancient myths and legends back then. It claims to be able to erase everything in the world, to collect everything, and to erase everything. Yes, even gods and Buddhas are hard to resist. There is one more chapter tonight, go write it now. Chapter 191 9 Lives are Immortal, Reincarnation. Sweating, the 5-color light I wrote comes from Function Yanyi, not a reference to online novels. Seeing that some readers compared the 5-color light with other online novels, I was really speechless. It was in the romance of the gods, and I was quite dizzy. The one in ancient times, the 5-color divine light was brushed out, the gods and Buddhas retreated, everything was not collected, everything was not brushed, no one can stop it. It can be said that one of the hardest ruthless people in heaven and earth. Therefore, when the Peacock King flashed out the 5-color divine light, it shocked everyone immediately. Of course, the vibrations of the young people are far from comparable to those of the elders. After all, what they saw were only powerful supernatural powers, but the old people's thoughts were soaring, seeing the essence of the problem, and thinking of all kinds of things here. Young people know little about ancient myths and legends, and hardly realize what the 5-color light represents, let alone its origin. The elders are different, they have already guessed who the ancestor of the Peacock King is. What a powerful background this is. Just thinking about it is shocking. It can be said that the person who received the Peacock King and the gold now is really lucky. If you treat the Peacock King and Jinzi well, you will not be afraid of all threats in the world in the future. All the spectators are already boiling. The 5-color divine light actually resisted the eye of destruction. It has to be said that even the elders are already emotionally excited. There is no doubt that with the strength of the Golden Lion King and the Peacock King, only the truly strong among the elders can surrender. This year's beast fighting competition is worthy of its name. It is not just a false name to make money, but it has shown real value. Even those who were dissatisfied because the 2 Dragon Kings withdrew from the competition are now completely relieved. Kill, 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 kill. In each palace, in front of each big crystal screen, many people were shouting. The light in the Golden Lion King's eyes was extremely cold. Standing quietly in the void, he stared coldly at the colorful Peacock King. It was the first time that the eye of destruction met an opponent. This was something that had never happened before. Because, its background is too great, and it is deeply aware of the power and fear of its own supernatural powers, so it is difficult to meet opponents among young holy beasts. Ah! The Lion King roared and shook the sky, it opened the vertical eye again, and a bloody light burst out, attacking the Peacock King. Brush. Under the brush of the 5-color divine light, blue, yellow, red, black, and white colorful divine light shone, directly sweeping away the light of destruction. And the divine light shook again and again, and the Peacock King began to fight back. In the gorgeous light, several consecutive layers of 5-color divine light engulfed the Lion King in an instant. The golden lion struggled violently, making a deafening roar, and the five-color divine light fluctuated continuously. Brush the golden lion in. The five-color divine light took over the golden lion. Amidst the din of the crowd, the golden lion king's eyes of destruction swept out red blood again and again, and finally broke free with all his strength. The peacock king was calm, with shining wings. Although he wanted to start a counterattack, he was a little jealous of the other two vertical eyes of the lion king. The lion king's eyes were cold, he was silent for a while, and stopped attacking, and confronted the colorful peacock king in the sky. And on the ground, the little white tiger has already launched an attack. The tiger roared straight into the sky. It was covered with divine patterns, and suddenly there was a gust of wind and thunder. Its target was the gold in front of it. In a sense, it was the combination of the Peacock King and Jinzi that aroused the killing intent of the Golden Lion King, and it attacked the Peacock King first. And the little white tiger had the same thought, and had to disintegrate the pair, so he rushed towards Jinzi without hesitation. The rays of light erupting from the divine pattern were extremely dazzling, and the avatar of the white tiger flew out directly, and the terrifying breath of death was powerful, directly attacking Jinzi's chest. All the spectators exclaimed, the white tiger came up as an incarnation outside the body, so there must be something to rely on, and there must be more fierce and terrifying magical powers that have not been displayed. Jinzi was very calm, and directly waved his palm to draw a dazzling golden light, which was sealed in front of his body in an instant, blocking the path of the external avatar, and the light became more and more intense, trying to shatter the external avatar. A god with supernatural powers. What a strong light. This battle was very tense, the avatar outside the body was dazzling, and repeatedly bombarded and killed the golden light curtain in front of him, but finally retreated without success. The gold is quite forgiving, and the golden brilliance is like a water curtain, penetrating through every hole, rushing forward overwhelmingly. Kai, the white tiger was sent flying, and the brilliance of the divine pattern was shining. Although Jinzi's offensive was resolved, it was obvious that the white tiger was at a disadvantage just now. Jinzi's personality is very irritable, and he showed it when he confronted KK. Now that he is in power, he is even more aggressive. He rushed forward with several ups and downs, as if traveling through space, and appeared in a place out of thin air. Chi. Another light curtain enveloped the white tiger, among which there were actually 9 water tank-thick thunderbolts. This is by no means an ordinary lightning, with a hint of blue in the golden color, it is obviously a sky thunder. Boom! The white tiger dodged in time, but was still thrown into the air by the aftermath, making it look very embarrassed. Ah! The tiger roared, the sound shook the beast arena, and mantras appeared around the white tiger, and characters that seemed to be cast from black metal emerged out of thin air, as if a piece of tangible ancient metal script surrounded the white tiger. That is the divine pattern on its body, fully transformed, rippling with an extremely powerful energy wave. At this moment, the white tiger's body was as clean as jade, without any black streaks, and all the similar jet black metal characters were arranged around it like ancient divine scripts, shining with black light. Jinzi was unmoved, and with a wave of his hand, 9 thunderbolts struck down and blasted towards the white tiger. However, this time the thunder light disappeared silently, the black metal characters around the white tiger, the light was not dazzling, it just flickered a few times, and completely swallowed the thunder light. It can be vaguely seen that around the black metal characters just now, gaps emerged, and the thunder light rushed into the unknown space. Jinzi was furious, and rushed to the front, the golden light swept down, and the thunder light struck. For a moment, the energy wave surged here, quickly submerging the white tiger. However, when everything calmed down, it was found that the white tiger was safe and sound, and the black metal characters suspended around it dissolved all energy, unable to harm it at all. The white tiger vigorously shook its clean and jade-like body, stood up imposingly, and pushed towards Jinzi step by step. Passed to a different space. The character spell of the white tiger tore open many invisible space cracks, and directed all energy attacks to the unidentified space. All the old masters who watched the battle were moved, and it was a very rare and terrifying supernatural power. I have to say that none of the young holy beasts participating in the competition were ordinary characters. The white tiger actually tore apart the space, with such materialized metal characters on his body, it was equal to being invincible. Facing the approach of the white tiger, Jinzi was not nervous and waited calmly. The white tiger roared and rushed forward. Ancient combat skills are definitely its strong point, and it is most suitable for close combat. Jinzi moved nimbly and quickly, facing the culling of the white tiger, he swept his legs like a human being, then rose into the air, and then kicked down. Foot shadows penetrated between the metal characters, almost touching Baihu's body, forcing Baihu to fly back. It has to be amazed that Jinzi is also proficient in ancient combat techniques, and it seems that he is not weaker than Baihu, and his body can enter between the metal characters, which definitely puts great pressure on Baihu. But in general, the black metal characters are very tight, and it is very difficult for Jinzi to break through. In addition, the White Tiger's ancient combat skills are extremely mysterious, and it clearly has the upper hand. Swipe. The two young holy beasts were moving like two bolts of lightning, fighting purely physically. Jinzi did not display any magical powers. Bang bang bang. The physical touch made a huge sound, as deafening as two giant mountains colliding, and everyone watching the battle was shocked. I am afraid that such a force would be unbearable even for a master in the realm of knowledge of Tibet. After all, the White Tiger has divine characters that ignore energy attacks, and has gradually gained the upper hand, but at this moment, the gold suddenly shines brightly, splitting into 3 in an instant, and then turning into 9 bodies. 9 golden lights appeared in the field, and 9 golds surrounded the White Tiger. Bang bang bang. When the 9 golds were fighting the White Tiger physically, there was a real collision sound, which immediately made the White Tiger flustered. The spectators were in an uproar. This is obviously not an incarnation outside the body. This is the legendary supernatural power of condensing emptiness into reality, which can transform shadows into real bodies. Practicing to the extreme level, the 9 bodies cultivated not only have the fighting ability not inferior to the real body, but also can be reborn after 9 deaths. Each body is a life. This is a perverted supernatural power. If you have practiced 9 lives, you can imagine the result if you fight against a master of the same level. Abnormal. It's unimaginable. These holy beasts are too heaven-defying. It's rare to meet them once in 100 years. Getting one of them is enough. So far, everyone watching the battle is full of emotion. The death of such a young holy beast would be a great loss. However, if they want to grow and transform quickly, this is the only way to fight, because the general spirit of the beast master does not have a great effect on them. A holy beast with unlimited potential needs corresponding sacrifices of the same level. The beast master gets stronger as he fights. Young holy beasts that have not experienced the battle of life and death, even if they grow up safely, will still be at the bottom of the holy beasts. In the VIP room, beside Xiao Chen, Kiki looked at the big crystal screen, restless, threw away the ginseng string in her hand, wishing to rush into the Colosseum immediately. Calm down, don't think about it, be calm. Xiao Chen firmly held on to the black iron chain. At this moment he couldn't let the little thing run out, or God knows what troubles would arise. Yi, the little beast was restless, and angrily made the strongest protest. Does that mean, calm down? What is that? I'm going to sweep the 6 saints. At this time, the little stubborn dragon and the red blood dragon king finally started the war. The battle of the dragon king is thrilling. It is definitely not like the first 2 groups who came up to test first, and directly confronted with life and death. The little stubborn dragon has already taken 7 steps against the dragon, and the powerful force almost splits the space. The red blood dragon king is full of blood and blood. It is completely the power of Wu. The 2 dragon kings all ascended to the sky, flying in the air with their different ancient dragon martial arts skills, which is very terrifying. You must know that what they displayed was not the magical skills of the Lion King and the Peacock King, but flying through the air with the ancient combat skills. Flying to the sky and escaping the earth with martial arts is the strength only possessed by cultivators in the demigod realm, but they rely on the ancient battle skills of the dragon clan to unearth and release their potential in advance so that they can soar in the sky. Snapped. The dragon swung its tail, the red dragon king drove the blood light, and at the moment missed by the little stubborn dragon, the dragon's tail swept like a heavenly knife. Brush. Nalong's 7 steps cannot be fully utilized, and he can only step on the 5th step each time. The little stubborn dragon disappears out of thin air and transforms into another sky. The red dragon king followed him like a shadow, turning around and rushing forward. The little stubborn dragon's ancient martial arts skills collapsed. Bang bang. The 2 dragon kings collided fiercely in the sky a few times. The quick movements dazzled the elders, and then separated in an instant, appearing in different directions. Dragon blood was scattered, and wounds appeared on both dragon kings. This is life and death fight without any bells and whistles. It is completely the embodiment of real strength. Brush. The 2 dragon kings fly in the sky, as if traveling through space, constantly appearing abruptly from one direction to another, making it impossible to imagine how they did it. Xiao Chen was very surprised. The little stubborn dragon grew up very fast, and his comprehension of the ancient battle skills of the dragon clan was getting deeper and deeper. How can people guard against such agility? What it lacks now is strength. If it has enough strength, it can stand in an invincible position. Everyone in front of the crystal screen watching this life and death duel is excited. The Dragon Clan is indeed the strongest race. The battle between the Dragon Kings touches people's hearts. Although the two Dragon Kings haven't shown any supernatural powers yet, the fighting in the sky alone is enough to show that they are powerful. Roar! Not far away, a lion roared, and the Golden Lion King and the Peacock King broke the calm, and they fought again. An unexpected thing happened. The second vertical eye of the Golden Lion King opened, and a black light instantly became the only one in the world. Oh my god, it's reincarnation. It's the eye of reincarnation. Look, it opened the gate of hell, and it will send the opponent to reincarnation directly. The combat power of the Golden Lion King is beyond everyone's estimation. One glance represents destruction, one glance represents reincarnation, and the opponent can be wiped out in ashes in the blink of an eye. In the VIP room, Kiki couldn't sit still anymore, and shook Xiao Chen's arm vigorously. No, be calm, be calm. Whoosh. This time, the little snow-white beast was very straightforward. It didn't listen to Xiao Chen's nagging, and disappeared out of thin air. Xiao Chen was taken aback. When did Kiki have such supernatural powers? He didn't know what kind of magical technique the little thing used, and he disappeared so abruptly. It's over. He quickly looked at the big screen, looking for the shadow of the little beast. The update of the 2 chapters has started again. Brothers, monthly tickets and recommended votes have been cast. A new week has begun. I need all kinds of votes to support, so that the update of the 2 chapters will be motivated. Chapter 192 Kiki makes a move. The 6 holy beasts each exhibited their supernatural powers, and the fierce battle was exciting and tense. Even the older characters followed the ups and downs of their emotions, and everyone was extremely excited. At this moment, the little snow-white beast locked by Xiao Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore, just disappeared out of thin air and slipped away, knowing what it was going to do without even thinking about it. Of course, at this moment, everyone's eyes will not notice a small snow-white beast wandering around the Colosseum, because now the battle on the Colosseum has reached the most critical moment, and the Golden Lion King opened his eyes of reincarnation. The terrifying black light became the only one in the world. Annihilated all other colors, the sun in the sky seems to have become dim. Woo! There were ghostly howls. Boom! The sky and the earth trembled, as if a landslide and tsunami had occurred, and a large wave of energy surged violently. At this moment, black light tore through the space, a huge portal opened, and an endless eerie tunnel suddenly appeared in the sky. After a short period of silence, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the huge black hole, as if an ancient iron gate was being pushed open. Crash! The sound of the iron chains shaking came out, which was extremely eerie and terrifying, as if the evil spirits of the underworld were about to come out to take people. Oh my god, it really is the gate of hell. The gates of hell have been opened. The terrible power actually directly drives the opponent into reincarnation. Everyone was deeply shocked. Even the elders were no exception. The Golden Lion King terrified everyone. Such supernatural powers really shouldn't appear on a young holy beast. Some old people who were over 100 years old thought of certain legends, and they trembled in their hearts at that time, but they didn't understand why the 2 taboo powers of destruction and reincarnation were concentrated on the Golden Lion King. Incomprehensible, unimaginable, the speculator felt a chill down his spine. The 5-color Peacock King sang, the 5-color brilliance shone, and he wanted to fly away to the distance. However, the second vertical eye of the Golden Lion King is too terrifying. It has successfully opened the gate of reincarnation. The rumbling sound of the gate of the underworld, as well as the terrifying sound of the huge iron chain rattling, drove an extremely terrifying force. The black mist surged and swallowed the Peacock King inside. Bright rays of light shone in the black mist, and the 5-color divine light, which claimed to be able to wipe out everything, vibrated repeatedly, resisting the devouring power from reincarnation. This was an extremely tense moment. All the spectators in front of the big crystal screen held their breath. Everyone's minds had already flown to the battlefield, as if following the Peacock King into reincarnation. The one in ancient times, the 5-color divine light was brushed out, the gods and Buddhas retreated, everything was not collected, everything was not brushed, no one can stop it. In the sky and on the earth, it is rare to meet a rival. It can be said that the 5-color divine light can be called an invincible magical power. It's just that the little Peacock King is too young after all. Although the 5-color divine light is a taboo supernatural power, it is far from the ultimate level of cultivation, and it is impossible to wipe out everything like the ancient one. You must know that what it is fighting against is the power of hell. This is no longer the energy of the Lion King. The golden lion forcibly opens the door of reincarnation with the eyes of reincarnation, and the power behind it comes from the underworld. The light is gradually dimming, the gate of hell is gradually closing, and the eerie black hole is slowly shrinking and will disappear completely. At this moment, everyone felt chills down their spines, and many senior figures were gasping for air. This golden lion king is definitely not something people in the realm of knowing Tibet can deal with. It's so against the sky. This is a holy beast king who makes people feel cold just thinking about it. If it grows up smoothly, its strength is unimaginable. Quick, use all your strength immediately, and you must find out the details of this golden lion. Find out who its owner is. At all costs, dig 3 feet, and you must dig out the most valuable information for me. In each VIP room, many people were giving orders with the same meaning. And more people are lamenting that the colorful peacock king just died like this. Being forced into reincarnation by the golden lion king, this is really a great loss that makes people sigh. Many old people even feel distressed. If the little peacock king grows up smoothly, the taboo great magic 5-color light may reproduce the invincible demeanor of the first battle in the ancient times. It is a pity to die in such a battle. The power of reincarnation is disappearing, the sun is falling, the gate of hell in the sky is about to be completely closed, the black hole is getting smaller and smaller, and finally there is only a black spot left, which will disappear completely. But at this moment, a little blue light emanated from the black spot, and then some ripple-like fluctuations spread in the sky. The gate of hell that was about to disappear suddenly became turbulent, and a blue light rushed out unstoppably. The gate of hell, which turned into a black spot, was opened in an instant. The dazzling blue light became the only thing in the world, breaking through the power of reincarnation, bursting out thousands of rays of light, and a series of auspicious colors rolled back into the sky and earth, and the clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. Accompanied by a peacock's long cry, it was like seeing the sun and the moon through the clouds and mists, and the sky and the earth were shining in an instant. The colorful peacock king unexpectedly rushed out of reincarnation, broke out of the gate of hell, and returned to this world. The tail feathers have already unfolded, and the dazzling bright colors will eclipse all the beauties in the world, and there is a blue feather in the tail feathers that is particularly different from others. Nearly half of the splendor in the sky is due to its blooming. The green clouds are shining, and the 3-foot-long green feather is like a holy sword. The chaotic green feather of the 5-color chaotic divine feather. This is impossible. Isn't this the one that existed back then? The elders had already disregarded their identities, and there were exclamations from many VIP rooms. That ancient being existed back then, and the 5-color divine light wiped out everything, and no one could stop it. There was another important reason. He had 5-element divine feathers transformed from the energy of chaos, and the 5 feathers were like 5 holy swords that could cut through all obstacles. Chaotic Qingyu cut off the power of reincarnation, and the Peacock King broke through the confinement and flew back. The colorful Peacock King is like being reborn from the ashes, with the rays of light dancing around him and the colorful mist engulfing him, as if reappearing the demeanor of his ancestors who looked down on the world in the past. No one dared to attack Chaos Qingyu, because various legends showed that the Ancient One seemed to be alive, so who would dare to attack him easily? Looking at the green feather in the middle of the color screen, the Golden Lion King's vertical eyes jumped again and again, but in the end they didn't open them again, and confronted the Peacock King again. Roar! The Golden Lion King roared up to the sky, and his voice rolled across the sky like thunder. His strength was his character and his strength. One eye represents destruction, one eye represents reincarnation, so what if the Peacock King has chaotic green feathers? It is enough to be able to contend. Suddenly, the Lion King turned into a golden light and rushed towards the ground. He even abandoned his opponent at an unexpected speed and went straight for the gold. Its original purpose was to disintegrate the pair, and now the Peacock King is very difficult to kill. It changed its attack target, and wanted to take advantage of the unpreparedness to kill Jinzi. It was too late for the Peacock King to stop it. Although the 5-colored light escape represented the fastest speed in the world, the speed of the Golden Lion was also in this list. It was difficult to catch up with it who moved first. At this moment, Jinzi's 9 lives immortal body turned into 9 rays of light, and was beating furiously around the white tiger, rushing into the condensed and formed ancient metal characters from time to time, causing considerable pressure on the white tiger. Facing the sudden Lion King, Jinzi seemed a little unprepared. He had already seen the other party opened his second vertical eye, and the power of reincarnation was overwhelming. Even with 9 bodies and 9 lives, it is very difficult to get out of the attack range now. The white tiger was also angry, and the power of reincarnation enveloped it. Black light filled the world, and the gate of hell opened above them. In addition, there was a little beast who was very dissatisfied. It was Kiki, who turned around outside, and finally sneaked in sneakily. Just when the Lion King wanted to put his opponent into reincarnation, it happened to be on the edge of the black light, and its powerful force almost swallowed it in an instant. Yeah, the little snow-white beast was extremely dissatisfied, and yelled angrily at the golden lion in the air, and with a swipe of its hand, it pushed away the black light around it. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen leaned against the rattan chair with a headache, slowly rubbing his temples with both hands. This little thing is finally over. However, its appearance is too weird now. It is no longer white, it looks like a little golden monkey. Take a closer look, it is really a little golden monkey. It can walk upright like a human, but now it not only wears a monkey skin, but also wears similar clothes. Its appearance is neither fish nor fowl. This is the result of KK's circling outside. Xiao Chen didn't let it end, and the little beast also knew that it was afraid of causing trouble. Sometimes it was very confused, sometimes it was very clever. Beasts are killed every day in the Colosseum, and furs of rare breeds will be properly handled and sold to the north. KK walked around in the Colosseum, selected a golden monkey skin, and put it on her body indiscriminately to disguise it. What is even more speechless is that it also specially borrowed a suit of clothes from the young master in a certain VIP room, and put them on himself to prevent the golden animal skin from falling off. With such camouflage and walking upright, most people would really think that this is just a little golden monkey more than 1 foot tall. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen being so familiar with it, he could have recognized it right away from those bright eyes. Maybe he would have been deceived. In each VIP room, in front of all the large crystal screens, many spectators opened their mouths in surprise. Why is there a little monkey suddenly? Isn't it 6 holy beasts? Why did the 7th suddenly appear? Where did you get a little monkey? Illusion, it must be an illusion. No way, I must be dazzled. How could there be a 7th little beast? ... At this time, the gate of hell opened again, and it was about to engulf the gold and the white tiger. The two beasts stopped fighting, and both showed their magical powers to resist the terrible dark power. If they are thrown into samsara, everything in this life will be over. How can they be reconciled to being so proud? Especially when it is controlled by a sudden shot. Although the black mist drowned them, and the sound of the iron chain gradually became clear, the two beasts struggled hard. The bright light illuminated the darkness, and the gold swept out streaks of golden light. At the same time, the floating characters around the little white tiger also trembled, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. At this time, the golden lion king had already pounced on the ground. As it approached, the power of reincarnation became stronger, and it vowed to drive the two beasts into reincarnation. But at this moment Kiki moved, turned into a golden light and rushed to the golden lion that just landed on the ground, and then disappeared out of thin air like a teleportation, and when she reappeared, she was sitting firmly on the back of the Lion King, holding the lion's temples that shone like golden silk. In each VIP room, there seemed to be the sound of jaws dropping to the ground. Almost all the spectators were stunned. What was the origin of this little monkey? Why did it suddenly ride on the back of the golden Lion King? Too crazy. Everyone couldn't believe it. How did the 7th little beast get into the arena? How dare you attack the Lion King? The jaw was broken, and everyone was too surprised. The golden Lion King was disturbed by someone unexpectedly, and he closed his eyes of reincarnation in an instant in shock, and then he was covered in golden light, bursting out a dazzling golden fire, trying to throw Kiki away. But at this moment, everyone saw that the moment the little beast was thrown out, it grabbed the golden lion's temples angrily, and threw the Lion King upside down as neatly as if it had a pocket on its back. All the spectators in front of the big crystal screens were completely dumbfounded. Throwing out the golden Lion King. If it weren't for the 2 handfuls of the most precious mane of the golden lion in its pair of small paws, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The daring little beast gave people an unreal feeling, and everyone was a little stunned and stupid in shock. I didn't drink much today. Why do I feel dizzy? I feel dizzy too. I must have read it wrong just now. I must be dreaming. This man was talking to himself, pinching himself as if severely, but immediately screamed in pain. Illusion, why the hell did the illusion appear again? On the arena, KK stood in the middle of the field, proudly puffing out her chest. Yeah. Then it grumbled angrily. The immature voice, like a child learning to speak, clearly reached everyone's ears through the large crystal screen. If you feel okay, please vote for me. Both monthly and recommendation tickets are required. Go out to eat now, and write the second chapter immediately when you come back. Chapter 193 Sweeping the Four Saints. Kiki's appearance in the sky dislocated the jaws of many people in front of the crystal screen, and everyone was stunned by the little beast's performance. That immature voice was so clear, reminding everyone that talent was not an illusion. My God, this is not an illusion. What's going on? Where did the seventh little beast come from? Could it be the brother of the monkey named Jinzi? The gossip says that Jinzi is a descendant of a god, so could it be that this smaller golden monkey is also a descendant of a god? Regardless of whether it was a VIP room or an ordinary room, everyone who was facing the large crystal screen was elated, and the seventh little beast intervened forcefully, making everyone feel incredible. Roar! In the battlefield, after the Golden Lion King flew upside down, he flipped upside down in the air, stopped his body, and landed on the ground suddenly, roaring to the sky, which made people's eardrums buzzing. This is a shame for it, and it was thrown away by a little monkey more than 1 foot long, which seriously damaged its dignity. Brush! The vertical eye of the head in the middle of the Golden Lion King opened instantly, and blood burst out, sweeping KK directly, and the sky was blood red. In the direction of the destructive light, all the colors dimmed. In front of this destructive force, nothing can stop it. Whoosh! However, unexpectedly, Kiki disappeared from the spot out of thin air, and a figure appeared from another direction, avoiding the light of destruction. This had to amaze the spectators. The Peacock King's 5-color divine light flashed out, and it was only able to withstand the Lion King's eye of destruction, but the little beast escaped by relying on its speed. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. He had discovered that the little thing was so fast when KK left, and now he was even more sure that the little thing had mastered new supernatural powers. Maybe it felt the progress of the little stubborn dragon, and finally felt a sense of urgency. The Lion King's eyes were extremely cold. To him, this little thing in front of him was too hateful, and he could dodge it, but he waved his little paw provocatively. Brush! The eyes of destruction opened and closed again and again, and the crimson blood flooded the space. The area where KK was located was completely dyed red. The golden lion was calm and scary, constantly sweeping away the blood, and bombarded without mercy. The little snow-white beast got angry. Although it was dressed up like a little monkey, it didn't want to jump like a golden monkey. No longer dodging, the little beast swiped lightly with its paws, a golden light curtain blocked in front of him, and then moved forward quickly in the blood light, rushing towards the Golden Lion King. The spectators were in an uproar. What kind of golden light is this? It actually resisted the light of destruction. The heavy blood curtain that was overwhelming the sky and covering the sky completely collapsed, and the light of destruction could not shatter it. Whoosh! Kiki rushed up to the golden lion, her little paws swiped quickly, and the dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the Lion King. With the brilliant light, it lifted into the air, and the golden lion was imprisoned in midair by the golden light. Kiki swung the little beast's claw vigorously and threw the Golden Lion King out. Boom! Dust and sand flew up, the golden light dissipated, the golden lion was smashed into the dust, the ground sank deeply, and a big crack appeared. In front of the big crystal screens, there was an uproar, and everyone exclaimed. If it was a fluke when Xiao Beast made his first appearance, it was a fluke, but now it is definitely not a fluke. Jin Guang broke through the light of destruction and fell the Lion King. This is definitely true strength. The Xuanwang Beast Palace is boiling. This has to be shocking, it has to make people uproar. The strength of the Golden Lion King is obvious to all. The Peacock King is proficient in the legendary taboo magical powers and controls a chaotic feather, which is enough to resist it, but Kiki knocked it down like this, which has to be shocking. Kiki was annoyed, and murmured twice. All the spectators don't know how to express their feelings. They really feel a little speechless. It was you who brought down the Golden Lion King, okay. He was still so angry. Then the Lion King can cry. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the Golden Lion King was terribly calm. He didn't roar, but just squatted in midair and looked down at KK coldly, neither attacking nor making any extra moves. After the little beast grumbled a few times in dissatisfaction, it ignored the Lion King in the air and walked towards Jin Jin and the White Tiger. As if facing a formidable enemy, the White Tiger took a few steps back to separate from Jin Zi, watching the little beast calmly. But Jin Zi was already angry, and it was divided into 9 parts in a violent manner, and KK was surrounded by 9 golden lights. Jin Zi roared for a while, expressing his greatest dissatisfaction with KK's dressing up like this. Especially the little beast deliberately concealed the 6 colors of the 7-color light just now, and only showed a single beam of golden light, obviously pretending to be its supernatural power, which made Jin Zi extremely annoyed. The spectators were very surprised to see the two golden monkeys confronting each other. Yes, they already believed that Kiki was related to gold, but they didn't expect them to do it in the end. Gold more than 1 meter high, and Kiki more than 1 foot high, they are all glittering and magical. Whoosh whoosh, 9 golden lights moved together, and the immortal gold of 9 lives pounced on Kiki from 9 directions, as swiftly as 9 lightning bolts. Brush, KK was faster and disappeared out of thin air. Then, in an instant, a ray of golden light appeared behind it, and it firmly grabbed the tail of one of Jinzi's real bodies. Boom, Jinzi's real body was thrown away by KK's tail, and hit the ground in the distance. Crazy. Jinzi was the most irritable. 9 bodies moved in unison, and 9 golden lights swept towards KK in unison. Even if you have 9 lives and are the only one, Kiki is not afraid. With a swipe of the little beast's claw, a bright light emerges, cutting off all 9 beams of light. Jinzi was so angry that it couldn't be more angry. It had seen the tricks of the little beast before. It was obviously 7 colors of light, but now it insisted on hiding the 6 colors to pretend to be its golden light. Of course, the power did not decrease much, and the brilliance decreased, but the power was more concentrated, all displayed through the golden light. Whoosh whoosh. Jinzi was desperate. Golden light swept down one after another, and at the same time, 9 lives undead body attacked fiercely. Kiki was really embarrassed by being chased for a while, but its speed was much faster after all. It dodged Jushin, turned around and pointed at Jinzi angrily, which means I am not afraid of you. In the gorgeous light, sharp-eyed people found that there were 7 colors flickering, but they quickly turned into a golden light, covering the sky and covering the earth, and shrouded the gold. This is not a light curtain, like dealing with the Lion King. In the dark, Kiki waved the little beast's claws again and again, waving a golden light with 3 colorful powers in one. Imprisonment. The supernatural power that made the Golden Lion King powerless reappeared, and all 9 gold pieces were fixed in the air. The little snow-white beast smashed all 9 pieces of gold to the ground, and finally ran to a golden light, and stepped on the opponent's tail fiercely. The last thief's action made all the spectators stunned and puzzled, and suddenly stomped on the opponent's tail. Why, could it be that some kind of divine power was injected to seal that body? Jinzi jumped and roared in pain, only he knew that the hateful little snow-white beast was completely stubborn. Jinzi refused to admit defeat, and once again turned into 9 bodies and rushed over. At the same time, the Peacock King in the air also shot when he saw that his partner was invincible, and the colorful divine light fell down. Kiki paid a lot of attention to the 5-color divine light, avoided Jinzi's attack, waved the little beast's claw seriously, and printed it towards the sky. The colorful brilliance flickered, and all the spectators exclaimed. Kiki actually brushed out the 5-color divine light, which was exactly the same as the beam of light in the sky. What's the origin of this little beast? Could it be that they are also the descendants of the gods, proficient in gold and the supernatural powers of the Peacock King at the same time? ... This has to be surprising. Swipe. The colorful divine light shook again and again, and the 2 light curtains collided fiercely in the sky. In the end, KK defeated the colorful light curtain of the Peacock King. Afterwards, the Peacock King was swept away by KK's multicolored light, and was swept high into the sky, flying upside down for more than 10 meters before he stabilized his figure. Everyone was in an uproar. This is too heaven-defying. Only the Lion King on the battlefield was unusually calm, with 2 icy lights flashing in his eyes, watching Kiki's every movement. KK waved the little beast paw nonchalantly, as if saying that this was nothing. Such an attitude really tested everyone's nerves, and made all the spectators feel crazy. At this moment, the little snow-white beast repelled Jinzi, and walked towards the white tiger nonchalantly. Everyone was boiling. Did this little thing that came out of nowhere really want to sweep the 6 saints? Just when everyone was full of excitement, 6 figures appeared in front of the big crystal screen, and 6 old people appeared on the battlefield like 6 wisps of light smoke, surrounding KK. In the VIP room, Xiao Chintang stood up. He knew something was going to go wrong. But before he could decide what action to take, the sky-shattering din had already sounded in the Xuanwang Beast Palace, and almost all the spectators shouted. Go away, don't make things difficult for the little beast. Let the game go on. Don't make things difficult for the 7th little holy beast. ... Nearly half of the 50,000 spectators yelled. They didn't care if the rules were broken. It was rare for such a magical holy beast to appear on the stage, and everyone eagerly wanted to see the little monkey unleash its power and sweep away the 6 sages. The more unpopular the better. They don't care who wins the championship, as long as the game is exciting. Soon, thousands of people rushed out of the room. rushed towards the arena, and surrounded it in groups, and more people took action, and tens of thousands of people soon gathered. Except for the two Dragon Kings fighting in the sky, Jin Zi, White Tiger, Peacock King, and Golden Lion King watched all this quietly and did not make any further moves. KK, who was surrounded by 6 old people on the spot, looked at them in a daze. She stood upright and spread her 2 little paws, looking puzzled. He even tilted his head, blinking his big bright eyes, looking curiously at the Excalibur carried by an old man. Such a naive look immediately filled the female spectators who surrounded her with sympathy. Ah, look at it up close, it's so naive and immature. Such bright eyes, so cute. Hey, old man, go away and let this cute little beast continue the game. Aren't you trying to operate in secret? Such a powerful holy beast wants to drive away. If it doesn't participate, this year's beast fighting competition will not be worthy of its name. ... Big hats were buckled one after another. Although the 6 old men were invited to be powerful, they felt a little powerless in the face of public anger. At this moment, the heads of the 3 major colosseums quickly reached an agreement to let the game continue. At the same time, they quickly sent people to persuade them to disperse the crowd. It has to be said that the decision-makers were very decisive and made the most accurate judgment in the shortest possible time. It was absolutely impossible not to let the little beast compete, otherwise the tens of thousands of spectators would definitely riot. However, just as the 6 powerhouses retreated and the surrounding spectators also retreated, something went wrong with Kiki again. It actually nodded friendly to everyone, and then walked out of the arena aggrieved. Ah, the little beast is not happy. This thing is so expressive, it's as emotional as a human being, it's so cute. The little thing feels aggrieved and doesn't want to participate in the competition. How can this work? I still want to see it sweep the 6 saints. The person in charge of the 3 major colosseums quickly appeared in front of Kiki. We've given you permission to compete. The little beast didn't speak, but just shook his head aggrieved. Why don't you participate? Who is your master? Kiki still looked aggrieved and shook her head vigorously. Several people in charge were already sweating, and one of them muttered softly while wiping his sweat. Damn it, how can I get this little thing back on the arena, otherwise public outrage will be hard to cause. Hearing these words, the big bright eyes of the little snow-white beast showed a sly gleam, and it quickly squatted on the ground, scratching with its small claws. Several people in charge suddenly had black lines on their foreheads. Damn it, is this a small beast or a villain? You can really pretend, there is no grievance, you clearly want the relic of the Beast King. What Kiki engraved on the ground is the relic engraving of the Buddha sitting down on the sacred beast Nirvana that was announced to the public. Little thing, you are really a ghost. You are here for this relic, right? Why didn't you participate earlier? Now, not only the persons in charge of the 3 major colosseums, but also other spectators have seen the little beast's thoughts. Kiki proudly puffed out her chest, said nothing, was very calm and quiet, and just looked at the few people steadily. Trouble. Several people glanced at each other, and finally said, go ahead and continue the game. KK didn't say anything, turned her head and walked out of the court. Several people in charge have black lines all over their foreheads, this little thing has managed to catch them. Okay, you go and continue the competition. If you defeat the 6 saints, the Beast King's relic will belong to you. He whispered to himself, I don't think anyone will be dissatisfied. Whoosh. KK was very straightforward. Hearing this sentence, it turned into a golden light and rushed into the battlefield. Xiao Chen witnessed all this from outside the crowd, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This little thing is really. Remember what he taught, be calm and calm. After a quarter of an hour, the arena returned to calm, everyone retreated, the game will continue. Tens of thousands of people cheered thunderously, while the people from the 3 major arenas quickly split up and went to do work for the masters of the 6 saints one by one. After all, it was too much for the master of the 6 saints to insert a holy beast. Except for the 2 dragon kings on the battlefield, the other 4 holy beasts actually wanted to join forces, and all stared at Kiki coldly. And KK's performance surprised everyone even more. The little beast put away his indifferent look, walked to the center of the field solemnly, pointed at the 4 directions, and even signaled the 4 holy beasts to come together. It can be described as extremely arrogant. No longer a frolicking little beast, KK's rare seriousness made Xiao Chen feel a little unbelievable. Roar! The 4 holy beasts screamed, and they moved together and rushed towards KK. The Lion King opened his eyes vertically, and the blood splattered, and the light of destruction swept across the little beast. The White Tiger fluttered, the divine pattern emerged, and the characters all over the sky fell towards KK. The golden light was shining, and 9 golden lights mixed with 9 lightning bolts swept towards KK. The Peacock King sang continuously, with multicolored divine light, claiming that there is nothing that cannot be brushed and nothing that cannot be broken, and brushed towards KK. The little beast had a dignified face, and a pair of big eyes full of aura burst out 2 colorful rays of light, this time no longer hiding any power. Brush. Colorful rays of light flashed, and at the same time swept towards the terrifying beams in all directions. The little beast's claws waved again and again, and the gorgeous 7-colored light became the only one in the world, making all other light beams lose their color. Once broken, 100 broken, all the terrifying attacks from all directions were resolved. Whoosh! The little snow-white beast moved, and even imprisoned the white tiger, then stepped on its head and flew into the air. Swipe! It disappeared out of thin air continuously, and jumped onto the body of the Golden Lion King abruptly. In the process, it defeated 5 rays of destruction, and even forced back the power of reincarnation twice. Such a performance shocked the audience so much that they forgot to shout. Everyone remained petrified in front of the crystal screen for a long time, which was too shocking. Oh my god, unbelievable, ... It wasn't until the little beast safely appeared on the Lion King's back that everyone exclaimed. The little beast was definitely not trying to humiliate the Lion King because it felt the beating of the 3rd vertical eye that the Lion King had never opened, and wanted to open it with difficulty. Kiki felt the threat of death, and the target after rushing up at this moment was the 3rd vertical eye. This is a long chapter, almost on top of the usual 2 chapters, and I have been writing until now after eating. Brothers, see how hard I work, please vote for it. Chapter 194, The Lost Sound of Heaven and Earth. The little beast Kiki was born out of nowhere, and strongly intervened in the Battle of the 6 Saints, completely changing the situation with her own power, making all the spectators excited. This cute little beast showed extraordinary supernatural powers, and fought against the 4 saints without losing the wind. At this moment, it jumped up and rushed to the back of the Golden Lion King. It made a strong attack and ignited the emotions of all the spectators. No matter men or women, old or young, they all involuntarily exclaimed, and then, shouts rang out throughout the Xuanwang Beast Palace. The strength of the Golden Lion King is obvious to all, and it can almost sweep the masters of the Tibetan realm, but at the moment the little beast has the upper hand. It has to be said that Kiki, who broke out halfway, exceeded everyone's expectations, and people screamed. Little beast, little things, the 7th holy beast. At this moment, KK did not dare to take it lightly, and was dealing with the 3rd vertical eye of the Golden Lion King. The flames around that vertical eye were dancing, as if it would open at any moment. Although an extremely terrifying and strange force had not been released yet, it already made people feel palpitations. Absolutely horrible. One eye represents destruction, one eye represents reincarnation. What kind of power does the last vertical eye contain? No one can guess. But there is no doubt that it will be even scarier and more powerful. Yeah, Kiki seemed a little anxious. Although the Lion King's golden body was fixed, the 3rd lion head was hard to be imprisoned by the colorful light, and it could be turned around slowly. Moreover, the area around the 3rd vertical eye is even more difficult to be covered by colorful light, as if it is a world of its own. Besides the beating flames, there are actually many light-like spell characters floating around, revealing the ancient meaning of vicissitudes, like sacrificial rites, worshipping in the dark, summoning some kind of power to be born. Brush. The colorful light flickered, and Kiki waved the little beast claws continuously, and hit the 3rd vertical eye fiercely. The light was brilliant, the glow was shimmering, and the colorful mist was dense, but the sacred glow was still difficult to confine the vertical eye. Enemy. For the first time, the little beast Kiki encountered an opponent who was difficult to win. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen was very nervous, for fear that something might happen to the little thing. You must know that the Golden Lion King has such terrifying supernatural powers at such a young age. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a heaven-defying cub. Just now, when passing by a VIP room of Tianzihao, he even vaguely heard a few words from an old man. The Golden Lion seems to have an unimaginable origin. In the battlefield, although the Golden Lion King was fixed in midair, the 3rd head was not affected too much, and the vertical eye on it seemed to be about to open a gap. The little beast has turned the colorful light into the shape of a blade, and is slashing fiercely. The radiance is like a series of meteor showers, constantly shooting towards all directions. Everyone feels very exciting. This is the peak duel of holy beasts. Yee. It seemed that it was difficult to blast away the solid, tortoise-shell eyes. The little thing screamed angrily, then jumped down, jumped to the ground, waved the colorful light curtain, imprisoned the Golden Lion King and smashed it down fiercely to the ground. Boom! The arena shook violently, and the golden lion was thrown to the ground. Dust and dust flew up, and a huge deep pit appeared on the surface. At the edge of the deep pit, large cracks half a foot wide cracked in all directions. One can imagine how powerful the impact was. At the same time, one can also imagine how tyrannical the golden lion's body is. Under the influence of KK's extraordinary supernatural power, it was not harmed. She shook her golden hair violently, and stood up majestically. However, how could Kiki give him a chance to breathe? The colorful light curtain fell down again, without any extra movements, lifting and smashing down. Going back and forth like this, the body of the golden lion, which is as strong as the golden lion king and harder than fine iron, could hardly bear such torture. When he was blasted into the cracked earth for the 63rd time, the Lion King's mouth and nose had already overflowed with traces of blood. The once tyrannical, seemingly invincible golden lion king was injured and bled by the little beast. The third vertical eye that kept trying to open, the divine flames around it danced, and the runes were faintly visible, but it couldn't be opened no matter what. It seemed that it was extremely exhausting, and the efforts of the golden lion king this time were terminated by the little beast. During this process, the other three beasts just watched and didn't make a move, because the golden lion king was too strong, and it was in their wish to let a little creature of unknown origin but stronger be cleaned up. Boom, boom, boom. After another 20 or so bombardments, the golden lion king had already lost his temper by the little beast. Although his eyes were extremely cold, he no longer tried to break free from the light curtain. It already felt that the means of the little beast were stronger than it, and it was impossible to break through. The mouth and nose were bleeding, and the golden lion's temples were stained red with blood. The blood was shining brightly, and there was a trace of gold in it. Whether it is a VIP room or an ordinary room, as long as the spectators are facing the big crystal screen, everyone's emotions will be completely ignited. This little beast is two against the sky, and it brought down the golden lion. Of course, everyone also had a regret. It would be a pity if the golden lion was killed by little things like this. People have not yet seen the terrifying power contained in its third vertical eye. They are eager to see the little beast of unknown origin challenge the golden lion's third vertical eye. After successfully neutralizing the potential threat, Kiki was no longer nervous, and beat the Lion King as she wished. The three holy beasts next to it moved. If this continues, the little beasts will no longer be able to control and be defeated by them one by one. The Golden Lion King has already learned enough lessons. The white tiger rushed from the left side, and the avatar outside the body left the body, and there were countless metal characters floating around the avatar, and a surge of energy raged towards the little beast. Jin Zi's 9 lives and immortal bodies moved at the same time. The golden light was mixed with purple sky thunder, and then suddenly merged into one, and slashed towards the little beast. The 5-color divine light shone, and the Peacock King attacked from the sky. Of course, this time it could not be a pure divine light. Even the Lion King's Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation couldn't do anything to the little beast. The Peacock King used the chaotic divine feather that broke the cycle of reincarnation. The little beast keenly sensed the danger, and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh, and did not shake hard, avoiding the terrifying siege. The deep earth is like flammable paper being thrown into a furnace, and it is instantly wiped out. Without a sound, the three holy beasts hit a bottomless huge pit where the little beast stood just now. Kiki seemed to be taken aback, very humane, patted her heart lightly with some fear, glanced at the golden lion crouching coldly with her big eyes full of aura, and then rushed towards the three holy beasts with a whoosh. It's going to take the initiative. Brush. The 7-colored light swept away the gold, and the white tiger flew away, and then the 5 light curtains rose together, covering the Peacock King. Kiki's spiritual sense is very keen, and she has already noticed that the Peacock King is the biggest threat to it among the three holy beasts, not even weaker than the golden lion. The 5-color divine light shone, and a blue sword energy was mixed in it, cutting straight through the 7-colored light curtain, breaking through and falling down. What the misty chaotic sword energy emitted was not a chirping sound, but a rumbling sound piercing the sky, which was deafening, like a meteor falling to the ground, or like a tsunami and landslide, extremely powerful. The earth sank silently, and was smashed and annihilated by the blue light brushed by the chaotic feather. This is what made Kiki feel uneasy, Chaos Qingyu. The little beast rushed up against the sky, and the 7-colored light suddenly became unbelievably bright, like 10 days in the sky, wrapping the little beast and rushing up in the green sword energy. This is an extremely dangerous process, and all spectators have seen that the dazzling colorful glow outside Kiki's body is rapidly melting away. Everyone held their breath, nervously waiting for the result. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen's palms were sweating coldly. He didn't expect the little beast to be so strong, and dared to go up against the legendary chaotic green feather that was indestructible. It was a bit different from its usual mischievous character. This was the first time Xiao Chen knew that the little beast had such an arrogant side. Although the dazzling colorful light curtain was dissipating, at the moment of complete collapse, it rushed past the misty chaotic sword energy, and the little beast rushed towards the Peacock King. But at this moment, terrible energy fluctuations suddenly surged up from the ground. A bloody light and a black light made everything between the sky and the earth lose their color, as if piercing through the sky, rushing to it in an instant. The Golden Lion King is here. Although the Lion King couldn't open the third vertical eye for a short time, the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation could be opened at any time. At the moment when the little beast's defense dropped to the lowest point, the Lion King, who had been watching the battlefield with cold eyes, finally made a move. The Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation opened one after another. The blood light drowned the little beast, and Wu Guang opened the Reincarnation Gate, covering that area. This mutation made everyone feel suffocated. It was too sudden. The Golden Lion King's ability to catch fighters was so good that it was scary. How could it be prevented in such a situation? The entire Xuanwang Beast Palace fell into dead silence in an instant, and almost everyone was petrified, staring blankly at the big crystal screen. The world lost its sound, and it was extremely quiet at this moment. Xiao Chen's heart sank. There is a second chapter tonight. Chapter 195 Proud, come back. I wrote this chapter with a lot of feeling. If you feel it after reading it, please don't forget to vote after reading it. The blood light drowned Kiki, the black light opened the gate of hell, and the little beast disappeared in the dark sky. The colorful Peacock King let out a long cry, and the bright and colorful feathers gleamed with thousands of auspicious colors, bursting out of the gorgeous light, and rushed out of the dark space without brilliance in an instant. The Golden Lion King didn't pay attention to the Peacock King. It was trying its best to close the gate of hell. There seemed to be the sound of iron chains rattling in the huge black hole, and the eerie atmosphere rushed into the real world. The Golden Lion wanted to close the black hole as soon as possible. For this reason, it spared no effort to spend its essence, trying to shorten the time to the shortest possible time. The golden flames all over its body were burning fiercely, and its body rose slowly, standing in front of the gate of hell. Seizing the opportunity and making a decisive move, the Golden Lion didn't want to give up all its previous efforts. Based on its feeling, it knew that the Eye of Destruction could not wipe out the little beast, even though the opponent's defense had dropped to the lowest point at that time. Perhaps, only with the help of the power of reincarnation can we completely solve that little trouble, not leave the big trouble to the future, and get rid of it forever. After the Xuanwang beast lost its voice for a short time, it boiled completely again. The battle turned so quickly that everyone couldn't believe it. The Golden Lion King was too vicious to attack at such a critical moment. Too shameless. Damn, how did this happen? Vicious Lion King. The little beast is too naive, there must be no carelessness and kindness in the battlefield, the Golden Lion should have been killed long ago. Xiao Chen felt empty in his heart, but he was not yet in despair. He believed in the strength of the little beast. Since the Peacock King could escape, so could the little beast. He secretly prayed that the bloody light bursting out of the Golden Lion King's Eye of Destruction must not injure the little beast too much. Otherwise, how could KK have enough strength to rush out after being thrown into reincarnation? The Golden Lion King let out a deep roar, and the golden light all over his body shot up into the sky. His entire body seemed to have turned into a round of dazzling scorching sun. The energy around him was surging like a torrential river, and the black light erupting from the vertical eye on his forehead, which represented reincarnation, became even stronger. It was very difficult to drive the little beast into reincarnation, and there must be no loss. The power it unleashes is several times stronger than before, hoping to shorten the time to the shortest. Boom! After the black hole made a deafening sound, it disappeared quickly. Then, endless dead silence enveloped the sky, and all sounds disappeared, only the gate of hell was closing rapidly. The colorful Peacock King was floating above the sky, while Jin Zi and the White Tiger stood calmly on the ground, not intending to make a move at all, not wanting to destroy the Golden Lion King's victory at this time. After all, in a sense, small beasts are their greatest enemies, even more terrifying than golden lions, and they are a formidable opponent. All holy beasts have exquisite hearts, and are even more intelligent than humans. They can bravely challenge opponents who are almost the same as themselves, and sharpen themselves in this way. However, if they know that it is a formidable enemy that will be difficult to surpass in their entire life, they will also have different thoughts, even more decisive than humans. If there is a chance to destroy them, they will do so. No one interferes. The Golden Lion King is going well and is about to completely close the gates of hell. Many female spectators who sympathized with Kiki were almost desperate, and many of them screamed. Xiao Chen clenched his fists hard, his knuckles turned blue, and his eyes stared coldly at the big crystal screen like icy blades. A dragon's whistle cut through the sky, like a thunder of life sounded in the empty and dead wilderness, instantly dispelling the lonely and lifeless atmosphere. A jade dragon flew high above the sky like a fleeting shadow, and came swiftly. The little stubborn dragon took a blow and got rid of the red-blooded Dragon King. Nalong Kibu took 4 steps in an instant, and came straight on the Golden Lion. The sky is trembling, and the surging energy fluctuates, mighty and mighty, like a raging sea raging, or like a giant mountain shaking. The ancient battle skills of the Dragon Clan have shocked the world since ancient times. At the critical moment, the little stubborn dragon got rid of his opponent and came to the rescue. Although it was covered with terrible wounds, and even some places had exposed bones, the little stubborn dragon did not have the slightest fear. Facing the terrifying Golden Lion King, he went forward bravely. The Golden Lion King glanced coldly, one of them turned around, and the eyes of destruction opened in an instant, bloody light pierced the sky and swept across. Character determines fate, determines the choice of life. The little stubborn dragon was born for war, and lives for war. Although it is now seriously injured, it cannot back down. After taking the 5th step, the star map under its feet emerges, and its brilliance is brilliant, driving an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. The blood light rushed to the front, and the little stubborn dragon took the 6th step steadily, just stepping on the blood light, and shook the light of destruction. Boom! The sky shook and the earth seemed to be turned upside down. The crimson blood glow dyed the sky red, and destructive power was everywhere, surging violently. All the spectators widened their eyes in astonishment. It was unbelievable that a holy beast dared to shake the eye of destruction with its flesh and blood. When the light faded, although the trauma of the little stubborn dragon worsened, it still stood in the sky and was not killed. My God, it survived. Even Xuanwu, which is known as the number 1 in defense, has collapsed. How could it survive? Everyone in the Xuanwang Beast Palace showed incredible expressions of shock. The little stubborn dragon shook the light of destruction and never fell. Not dead, really not dead. There was an uproar in the Colosseum. Undead, because it is the Dragon King. Xuanwu's defense was at a disadvantage after all. The Dragon Clan has always chosen to attack and defend with offense. Its combat power is known as the best in the world. It has just taken 7 steps against the dragon, which shows that this little Dragon King decided to attack with a deadly battle. This is how to break the light of destruction. The race with the most combat power in the world, how could it be possible to shrink back? Just now, the Dragon Clan's ancient combat skills were used to successfully diffuse the light of destruction, which is enough to show the strength of the Dragon Clan. Little stubborn dragon's unyielding character determines that it is impossible to back down, especially when KK is in a dangerous situation where life and death are unknown. Although it fought fiercely with the Red Dragon King for a long time, both sides were injured, and there were terrible wounds all over its body, but it still chose the difficult path of killing the Lion King. It's just that it didn't take the 7th step. It wasn't that it didn't want to take it, but that it couldn't take it. It had fought the Red Dragon King for such a long time, consumed too much energy, and was almost exhausted. However, the Golden Lion could no longer emit a second burst of blood, and it could no longer exert much strength to quickly close the gate of hell. The little stubborn dragon started the 7 steps against the dragon again, and rushed towards the Golden Lion without hesitation. And at this moment, with a roar of the tiger, the incarnation of the white tiger soared into the sky, flew up into the sky, and stopped in front of the little stubborn dragon. The Peacock King sang, and the colorful lights flashed. It grabbed the gold and flew up to the sky together. Together they blocked the little stubborn dragon's path, preventing it from taking 7 steps against the dragon, otherwise it would have to fight fiercely with the 3 holy beasts first. In the sky of life and death, the little stubborn dragon stood alone in the sky, without taking half a step back, silently looking at these powerful opponents. Time does not wait, there is no choice, go forward bravely. Although the result can be expected, it is impossible to shrink back. A dragon whistle shook the sky. Even though it was very young, it was full of desolation. The little stubborn dragon chose to move forward and fight to the death. Nalong took 7 steps to shake the 3 obstacles. Swipe, swipe, the light is dazzling, and the 5-color divine light sweeps over. The tiger roared, and the white tiger turned into a pounce. Shining brightly, the gold of 9 lives undead swayed 9 thunderbolts. The 7 steps against the dragon can crush the gods and Buddhas. It is the secret of the dragon clan and one of the strongest martial arts in the world. However, the little stubborn dragon is too young and far from reaching the level. It is impossible to crush 3 opponents. Boom, blood splattered, and the little stubborn dragon was thrown backwards by the powerful force of the 3 holy beasts, blood staining the sky. The dragon's blood was like rain, falling down, and the little stubborn dragon's bones were exposed in many places. Originally, it still has a long way to go. It has unlimited potential and can grow up slowly. Now it doesn't have the strength to fight the 3 saints alone, but it doesn't want to see KK who came out of Dragon Island be sent into reincarnation, so it chooses to move forward and fight. The little stubborn dragon was seriously injured and dying, but the eyes that were gradually dimming burst out with dazzling brilliance at the moment when they were about to go out. It is not in its character to wait to die, but also to choose to die in battle. The little stubborn dragon stepped on the 7 steps against the dragon with difficulty, standing in the sky, his aloof and resolute figure shocked the hearts of all the spectators. At this moment, an unspeakable feeling surged in people's hearts. This unknown emotion has infected many people. People with weak emotions have vaguely felt their eyes moist. Fight, fight, fight. As long as there is still a breath, the little stubborn dragon will not back down, the fire of life is finally burned, and the infinite fighting spirit soars to the sky. A dragon's chant resounded throughout the world, and the little stubborn dragon turned into a jade light and charged forward without hesitation. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen was silent, the light in his eyes was as sharp as a blade, the blood vessels in his clenched fists were about to burst, and his joints were creaking. The triple light curtain fell towards the little stubborn dragon, and everyone couldn't bear to watch this scene anymore. This lonely little dragon did so even though he knew he was invincible. Could it be that the young holy beast also has sincere and precious friendship? It is impossible to escape without watching. Xiao Chen stared at the big crystal screen all the time, silently saying nothing. In the sky, a bloody light swooped down, and the clear dragon's chant resounded throughout the world, and the Red Dragon King attacked. At this moment, does it also choose to give the final fatal blow? Many people don't want to see the little stubborn dragon smashed to pieces again. But soon, exclamations came from various VIP rooms and common rooms. The Red Dragon King didn't choose to attack the little stubborn dragon, but to kill the 3 holy beasts. The fiery blood light covered the sky and the earth, and together with the little stubborn dragon's jade light, they met the 3 holy beasts. The unexpected result, no one would have thought that the Red Dragon King would help the little stubborn dragon, after all, they were still fighting to the death. Why do you suddenly help the former enemy of life and death now? People who had known the information about the 11 Dragon Kings in detail were very surprised. The Red Dragon King is the most cruel among the Dragon Kings. This is an open secret, and no one would have thought that it would have compassion. However, people will not understand the mentality of the Red Dragon King at this time. This is not pity, it is entirely due to the Dragon King's heart. In the Dragon King's house, even though they meet each other to divide life and death, they will fight to the death without mercy, but they will still feel angry when they see foreign clans teaming up to oppress their brothers. If one-on-one, the little stubborn dragon was defeated and died tragically, the Red Dragon King would never pay attention to it, but the little stubborn dragon was attacked and killed by 3 holy beasts, it couldn't bear it, the dignity of the Dragon King cannot be desecrated, and a Dragon King must not be so wrong to die in battle. The brilliance surged, the sound rumbled, and the terrible energy storm that destroyed everything, like a volcanic eruption, swept across the entire sky. All the spectators couldn't help but be astonished. These little holy beasts have supernatural powers at such a young age. How can they estimate their future achievements? If they don't die young, they will all be famous beasts in the history books of the cultivation world. The little stubborn dragon and the Scarlet Dragon King were all blown away. After all, they had fought so fiercely before that they had already lost both, and now they lost 2 against 3. Little stubborn dragon's injuries became more serious, and it seemed that his life was running out, but after all, half of it was shared by the Red Dragon King, and he was not immediately smashed to pieces. The Red Blood Dragon King roared brutally, pretending to be crazy. At this time, the Golden Lion King finally completely closed the gate of hell, and the last black light disappeared completely. The little stubborn dragon looked at the sky for the last time helplessly, and then fell to the ground. The Red Dragon King let out an angry roar, turned into a beam of blood and chased down, carrying the little stubborn dragon to the ground. Although the little stubborn dragon's resilience was amazing, this time it already felt that the breath of death had completely overwhelmed it. On the ground, the little stubborn dragon nodded to the Red Dragon King and was placed on the ground. Its internal organs were all mushy, completely shattered, unable to support its body, but in the end, with all its strength, it stood up, raised its head to the sky and roared. The dragon's roar shook the sky and the earth. Among the spectators, even the elders were infected, and would rather die standing up. Such an aloof little dragon made many people feel that their hearts were hit hard. The Red Dragon King silently walked aside. Xiao Chen stood quietly in front of the big crystal screen, his body seemed to be petrified, motionless. The 4 holy beasts in the sky landed on the ground together, and the little beast against the sky has already been brought into reincarnation by them. Now the little stubborn dragon died in battle, and the Red Dragon King was seriously injured. It is time for the 4 of them to fight. Of course, Jin Jin and Peacock King will still join forces. The Golden Lion King and the White Tiger walked together without any hesitation. Before starting the war, they took a look at the Red Dragon King and thought that it would be safer to deal with it first, and that the energy of the 2 Dragon Kings was gathered there, absorbing the energy of the Dragon Clan, which was of great benefit to them. Boom! An extremely dull sound suddenly resounded in the sky, like the impact sound from a sealed stone chamber. The sudden sound not only made the 4 holy beasts vigilant and raised their heads to look up at the sky, but all the spectators were also fluctuated in their emotions, and some kind of hope suddenly rose from their already desperate moods. Boom! A clearer impact sound came from Gao Tian, and energy ripples could be vaguely seen in the sky, as if the void was about to deform. It's not an illusion, I heard it, it's that little beast. Many people exclaimed, inevitably thinking of the little beast that was sent into reincarnation. Boom! This time the sound was even louder, and the void showed signs of collapsing. The external incarnations of the Golden Lion King, Peacock King, and White Tiger rushed into the sky and flew towards the sky together. Rumbling, the void was shattered, the gate of hell reappeared, the 7-colored divine light shot straight into the sky, dazzling, and a small snow-white beast rushed out. Kiki's clothes and golden monkey's skin were all shattered and disappeared. It kept brushing the colorful rays of light, opened the gate of hell, got rid of the power of reincarnation, and came back by its own ability. Oh my god, no way, it's incredible, this is not an illusion. Everyone exclaimed, the reality in front of them was unbelievable, it was too unbelievable. Even though Kiki showed her body, everyone recognized it at a glance, and those big smart eyes can't be wrong. What kind of strange beast is this? How could it have such an unimaginable ability? After the gate of hell was completely closed, they still came back alive, which made people feel that this was a kind of silent madness. It can escape by itself, does it mean that it also has the power to start reincarnation? Doesn't it mean that it has the magical power of having the eye of reincarnation of the Golden Lion King? The entire Xuanwang Beast Palace was boiling, and the sound spread throughout the Tiandi city. At this time, the Golden Lion King, the colorful Peacock King, and the White Tiger's external incarnations moved together, and dazzling rays of light swept towards the little beast, and the terrifying energy caused the sky to violently turbulent. Yi, the little snow-white beast got angry, and it was very angry. The 7-colored divine light swept across the entire sky, shattering all obstacles, and it was obviously much stronger than before Bei entered the cycle of reincarnation. All energy attacks were defeated, and the external incarnations of the Golden Lion King, Peacock King, and White Tiger were all swept away. KK was furious, and she didn't mean to give up. Fortunately, she hadn't seen the situation of the little stubborn dragon, otherwise she would definitely get mad immediately, showing a side she had never seen before. Even so, it was terrifying enough. It rushed directly to the Peacock King who was closest to it, and the colorful divine light radiated all 5 colors of divine light, and even broke through the misty sword energy from the chaotic green feather, and rushed to the peacock's back in an instant. Harvest carrots. No, it's plucking peacock feathers. All the spectators were dumbfounded, but Kiki was pulling out the chaotic feather with all her strength. Everyone seemed to be swallowing a giant elephant, and they couldn't close their mouths anymore. Chapter 196. The little snow-white beast rushed out of reincarnation. Although it still looked so immature and young, its performance was no less than a 12th level storm, which shocked everyone. How much power is needed to start reincarnation? Was it a little thing a foot tall? It gives people an incredible feeling, this is really a little beast against the sky. Especially now, everyone was so shocked that they were dumbfounded, pulling out the radish, pulling it out hard. The little snow-white beast jumped onto the Peacock King's back and pulled out the chaotic green feather, as if it was really pulling out a carrot, without realizing that it was the legendary fetish that could smash mountains and wipe out everything in the world. The colorful Peacock King roared angrily, but his body had been fixed by KK, and the seven-colored divine light completely enveloped him, making it difficult to release all his power. The bird's screen unfolded, and the five-colored divine light rippling, but it was difficult to draw out the divine light. KK worked hard for a long time, but she couldn't pull out the chaotic green feathers. She tossed and tossed about in angrily, which made the Peacock King almost faint from anger. As the murderous intent approached, the white tiger's incarnation, surrounded by metal characters, rushed towards the little beast. This time, all the metal characters shone with dazzling light, which was obviously several times stronger than before. The sky trembled, it was the vitality of the heaven and the earth was rioting, and the endless energy waves surged, tearing towards the void where the little snow-white beast was. The Golden Lion King also chose to attack at this moment. The Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation opened at the same time, and this time the two beams of light merged into one and swept towards Kiki. Blood light and black light intertwined together, bursting out a more terrifying breath, opening a death passage in the sky. There are destructive powers, and there are also powers from hell and reincarnation. The two sides are intertwined, smashing all obstacles, and even the mighty energy waves from the white tiger's incarnation are shattered to create a path. Kiki had already suffered a big loss, and was sneaked into the samsara by someone from behind. Although the colorful light of the body protector dispelled the light of destruction in time, she was still dizzy from the shock and almost lost in the dark and lightless hell. She tried her best to open the samsara and escaped from the original way. Now, it is impossible for it to make the same mistake again. Its big eyes are always vigilant in all directions, and when it sees the white tiger rushing over first, without any extra fancy moves, it directly ruthlessly slashes at a large piece of gorgeous rays of light, with 5 layers of light curtains in full. Although the white tiger is tyrannical, but after all, he lost to the heaven-defying little beast KK, and all tyrannical attacks were resolved immediately. The colorful rays of light are like an unstoppable spell, smashing through all the waves of energy. Those suspended metal characters were smashed to pieces. Even the incarnation of the white tiger was imprisoned by the little beast and smashed to the ground. Boom! The smoke and dust soared into the sky, and a huge bottomless pit exploded directly on the ground, and the avatar of the white tiger was directly blasted into the ground. At this time, the death passage opened by the Lion King's Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Reincarnation rushed forward, and the sound of space collapsing came, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Kiki was so annoyed by the Golden Lion King that she was almost sent into reincarnation by it. Now when she saw her big eyes immediately widened. Swipe, the 7-colored light curtain swung out 9 times in a row at the same time. The death passage was fixed in the sky, and because there was no follow-up energy support and opening, it collapsed with a bang in the next moment. An extremely gloomy and terrifying demon cloud appeared in the sky. It was the power from hell, and it burst out suddenly, violently turbulent and mighty in the sky. Fortunately, this is the Holy Beast Colosseum, which is completely open to the open air. If there are spiritualists supporting the energy light curtain here, both the light curtain and the people will be shattered. The gloomy black mist shrouded the sky, and the little snow-white beast was dissatisfied. It pulled its 2 little paws vigorously, and the gorgeous light drove away the black mist and yin-chi in an instant. The golden lion appeared in front, the little beast abandoned the Peacock King, yelled and muttered, turned into a white light and rushed over. Of course, it must be the colorful rays of light opening the way, not afraid of the Golden Lion King's eyes of destruction and eyes of reincarnation. The sound of booming was endless, and the terrifying light of destruction and the power of reincarnation were all violently shattered by the little beast. It traveled across in an instant, and jumped onto the head in the middle of the Golden Lion King. A pair of little feet stomped hard on the Golden Lion's Eye of Destruction. The Lion King was aggrieved and wanted to roar. After the vertical eye was imprisoned by the colorful rays of light, the bloody light could not burst out at all. If he tried to force it open, it might shatter its head. In front of the big crystal screen, all the spectators were a little bit petrified. The little beast that came back from the reincarnation was too strong, so strong that the other holy beasts couldn't compete at all. The colorful light of the little thing was obviously much sharper than before. Yeah, Kiki muttered angrily, as if she was asking, should I accept it or not? The golden lion's eyes were cold, and although he was aggrieved, he was powerless. For a holy beast like it, failure was unimaginable. Their powerful talents allowed their race to always stand at the highest peak of the race, with almost no rivals. Their race is passed down from generation to generation. If they can't find a partner from another race, they will have a bad luck of genocide. It is not uncommon for thousands of years to come out of the world. According to legend, in the present world, only itself is left in this world. It is a veritable strange beast. I got the news that the Golden Lion King has no master, only a servant who takes care of it, but that servant is quite powerful and terrifying. Beasts are respected, and humans are servants. This shows that the Golden Lion race is too big, and some people are willing to demote themselves into slaves to serve them when they grow up. In fact, this is not an anecdote. You must know that some gods in the legend are orcs. In several VIP rooms of Tianzihao, someone got a message from his subordinates. Before, the Golden Lion King was too eye-catching, and they sent many people to investigate. Legend has it that in this world, there are several extremely powerful races that can compete with dragons and even slay dragons. After getting the news, some old antiques have positioned the Golden Lion King among those limited races. It's just that they are difficult to be clear, because there are no clear records of the limited races. Xiao Chen was next to several VIP rooms of Tianzihao, and vaguely heard some conversations. He thought of Monk Yijun. There seemed to be such an ancient book in their temple, which recorded many wild beasts. Although Old Antique in the VIP room of Tianzihao had received news of the Golden Lion King, because of the birth of the little snow-white beast, he obviously valued Kiki more at this moment, and ordered people to dig 3 feet to find out the origin of the little snow-white beast. This made Xiao Chen frown secretly. Of course, there are also people who value the Golden Lion King more. In one of the VIP rooms, an old voice sighed and said, "I think that Golden Lion King is far from realizing its potential." What the hell did it come from? It is most likely a Buddha. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to hear these words. In fact, the voice was very loud in the room, but it didn't come out, as if it was completely swallowed by a strange force. On the battlefield, KK had already stepped on the Golden Lion King dizzily, and then smashed into the ground with all his strength, and a terrifying deep pit appeared on the ground. It has to be said that although the little snow-white beast is stubborn, it is very kind, and it has almost no murderous intentions. Although it was almost thrown into reincarnation by the Golden Lion King, it did not kill it because of it. However, when it happily landed on the ground, everything changed in an instant. The little beast noticed the abnormality of the little stubborn dragon at a glance. Although the dragon body stood upright, it seemed to have cut off its vitality. Kiki turned into a white light and appeared in front of the little stubborn dragon in an instant. "Yeah," called the little stubborn dragon softly, but there was no response. Kiki looked anxiously and angrily at all the holy beasts in the field, then quickly took off the treasure tree hat on her head, and stuffed the little holy tree in from the torn chest of the little stubborn dragon. Then a pair of small claws swiped vigorously, and layers of colorful rays of light were driven into the little stubborn dragon's body by it. The Golden Lion King, Colorful Peacock King, Jin Zi, and White Tiger gathered together and stared at the little snow-white beast. Through the colorful divine light, Kiki felt the aura of several holy beasts opposite from the body of the stubborn dragon, but at the same time, she also sensed a vague vitality. Seeing that the little stubborn dragon had been hurt so badly, and he didn't know if he could survive, KK immediately became furious. This is the first time the little beast has gone mad. Standing in the arena, a pair of small paws pointed at all the holy beasts. Of course, even the Red Dragon King beside him was counted, babbling continuously, as if saying that he would not let anyone go. Kiki's first goal is the Red Dragon King, and she is about to rush forward. Moisturized by the colorful sacred tree, the closed eyes of the little stubborn dragon trembled, and there was a strange wave, which was completely sent out by divine consciousness. In an instant, Kiki, who was almost insane, stopped and looked back suspiciously. That's right, the voice of the little stubborn dragon came into its heart, telling it not to hurt the Red Dragon King. Angrily glaring at the Scarlet Blood Dragon King, KK swiped her hand casually, and a colorful light curtain flew out, covering the seriously injured Red Dragon King, and flung it towards the edge of the arena. The Red Dragon King was the most violent, and was furious immediately. The moment he landed, he wanted to rush over, but found that Kiki was using the dragon's great supernatural power, and finally he endured it again. Kiki disappeared in a flash, and instantly appeared in front of the 4 holy beasts. The little beast went crazy. The colorful divine light swept across the 4 holy beasts without any reservations. Although the 4 holy beasts fought fiercely, they were all swept away in an instant, and all of them spit out blood. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. When he was on Dragon Island, he had already learned from Lan Nuo and the Purple Dragon King that Kiki had the Dragon Clan's supernatural powers. The ultimate state of the dragon's supernatural powers, it claims to be able to imprison everything, sweep everything down, and kill everything. The little beast has obviously improved, it is no longer as simple as being imprisoned, and now it has learned the supernatural power of sweeping down. The four saints are all angry, so being swept away by such a small one is really detrimental to dignity. The white tiger roared, and Jin Jin roared violently, rushing up first, followed by the Peacock King and the Golden Lion King. Yeah, yip, the furious little beast didn't hold back, as if it was shouting, "Go to die, you all go to die." In the sound of shattering, the metal characters around the white tiger were all shattered, and the white tiger's avatar seemed to be crushed by a huge mountain. The lower half of the body was swept by 18 light curtains and completely shattered, leaving nothing behind. The white tiger's body vomited blood and fell into the dust, rolling back and forth. The moment Jin Zi's 9 immortal bodies surrounded the little beast, the furious Kiki swept away the 3 true souls, and the 3 immortal bodies collapsed on the spot. The Peacock King and the Golden Lion King were suppressed at that time, they stopped their figures and stood in the sky. This is a side of Kiki that has never been shown before. The little beast went crazy, the consequences were quite serious. Whoosh, KK turned into a ray of white light and chased after Jin Zi. At the same time, she swung 18 layers of light curtains fiercely and swept towards the white tiger. Without a sound, half of Baihu's body collapsed, leaving only the bloody upper half of his body, rolling on the ground continuously. It seemed that he could not survive. KK caught up with Jin Zi in an instant, the colorful divine light swept down again, and 2 more true souls came out of Jin Zi's body. The entire Colosseum went from extremely quiet to boiling, and everyone shouted almost crazily. In just a short moment, the little beast actually killed the white tiger, which is the royal family among the holy beasts. The little white tiger obviously got the true inheritance of the white tiger clan, and it has a god-given tattoo on its body. Its future achievements are limitless. Just like this, it was slaughtered alive by a small snow-white beast. And Jin Zi is the descendant of the gods, so he must be killed accordingly. He has been brushed out of 5 true souls in a row, and even 9 lives are not enough to kill him. Chapter 197 Winning or Losing. The little beast went berserk, the consequences were quite serious. In an instant, the white tiger of the royal family of the holy beasts will return to the underworld, and Jin Zi, the descendant of the gods, will be swept out of 5 true souls in a row. Even if there are 9 lives, it is not enough to kill them. The little snow-white beast possesses a posture of blocking the gods and killing the gods, and the Buddha blocking the Buddha. The 4 holy beasts can't compete at all, and none of them are their opponents. Brush. The colorful divine light swept away again, Jin Zi's 6th true soul was shaken out of his body, and another immortal body collapsed. Jin Zi has a violent personality. He was very dissatisfied with KK before, but now he is chased and fled in embarrassment. At this moment, he finally understands that the gap is not a little bit, and it is really not difficult for the little beast to kill it. KK was extremely fast, turning into a white light, and after a few swishes, he caught up with Jin Zi again, watching the colorful rays of light sweep down again. At this time, the Peacock King in the sky could hardly keep silent. It had grown up with Jin Zi since childhood, and could not just watch its partner being killed. Thousands of auspicious colors and tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed from the colorful wings, and the colorful body was full of brilliance, swooping down, and a green sword energy was mixed with the 5-colored divine light, cutting straight at the little snow-white beast. Kiki is very angry now. She will attack and kill anyone who dares to block. Even if a god comes, the colorful light will be able to sweep it. Brush. The gorgeous light curtain soared into the sky, defeating the 5-color divine light that the Peacock King claimed to wipe down everything, and even blocked the sword energy from the blue chaotic feather. Yeah, the little snow-white beast screamed angrily, then disappeared in a flash, rushed into the air, appeared on the back of the Peacock King, and threw down 2 divine lights close to its body. Boom! The colorful Peacock King couldn't hold on any longer, and fell directly from the sky. Kiki mercilessly waved the little beast's claws continuously, and swept the Peacock King in front of him fiercely with colorful rays of light. The vitality of the descendants of the gods is extremely strong, but it is difficult to block KK's attack, and the colorful divine light sweeps down one after another. The colorful feathers were flying, and the Peacock King was in a state of distress, but he did not lose his life. At the critical moment, the Chaos God Feather released a green aura, wrapping its body inside. The ancient being existed back then. When the 5-color divine light came out, nothing could not be wiped out, nothing could not be broken, and it traversed the sky and the earth, and it was rare to meet opponents. It is even more important to refine the 5 feathers of one's own body to become the strongest Dharma object. There are 5 feathers in blue, yellow, red, black, and white. If the 5 feathers gather together, it will be a terrifying holy weapon. Now, even though it was just a chaotic green feather, it was enough to save the colorful Peacock King's life. Although the Peacock King can't exert the power of the chaotic blue feather to crush mountains and shatter gods and Buddhas, the blue feather itself can protect it automatically. Seeing that the Peacock King couldn't be killed, the little beast became even more annoyed. Its power seemed to be endless, and the colorful rays of light were repeated one after another, and finally it was the peacock feather that swept the ground. The colorful Peacock King, who was originally bright and beautiful, now looks extremely embarrassed. Many parts of his body are bald, his feathers are fluttering, and the sun is shining. The golden lion squatted quietly in the void, its eyes were cold and motionless, but the surroundings of the third vertical eye were full of flames, beating violently, wanting to open it. The little snow-white beast seemed to have a feeling in his heart. He stared back for a moment, and immediately saw the state of the golden lion king. He immediately abandoned the hard-to-kill Peacock King, disappeared out of thin air with a whoosh, appeared in the void, and went straight for the golden lion. The golden lion king is very calm. It is about to open its third vertical eye. It ignores the little beast's attack and continues to try its best to accumulate strength. It believes that its physical strength can withstand several attacks from the little beast. Kiki rushed over in an instant, and a large light curtain shrouded it. A total of 21 divine lights fell on the body of the golden lion king in unison. The golden lion overestimated the strength of its own body, and as a result, blood splashed in an instant. 21 terrible wounds appeared on the golden body of the Lion King, all of which were split by the divine light. The blood was mixed with golden light, even a bit like golden blood. However, it can be clearly seen that its tyranny is not even the slightest bit stronger than the white tiger. The golden Lion King's attempt to open the third vertical eye was interrupted again, and it let out an earth-shattering roar unwillingly, only a little bit short. After all, it is a different species from heaven and earth. After the golden Lion King roared, his whole body was full of golden light, the blood mixed with gold threads stopped flowing, all wounds were healed, and his golden body was dazzling. Kiki was furious, and with a wave of her little paw, she directly imprisoned the golden lion, and then smashed it to the ground where the Peacock King was in a semi-comatose state. There was a loud noise, filled with smoke and dust, and the roar of two sacred beasts came out, and both the Peacock King and the golden Lion King were injured. The little beast rushed to the ground, blinked its big eyes twice, as if thinking of something. Brush. The colorful rays of light swept out, imprisoning the golden Lion King and the Peacock King respectively, and then controlled the two rays of light to make them confront each other. Boom, boom, the sky-shaking noise was endless, and the two holy beasts were dizzy from the shock. The little snow-white beast looked at the chaotic green feathers of the Peacock King, and then at the third vertical eye of the golden lion. Thinking about it, the vertical eye and the green feathers were difficult for it to handle for a while, and now it decided to let the strongest points of the two beasts be overthrown. With a flash of light, KK imprisoned them, and then manipulated the Peacock King's sparrow screen to hit the third head of the golden lion. To be precise, let the chaotic green feather stab at the third vertical eye. Kai la la, the sound of cracking sounded, and then a palpitating fluctuation instantly came out. Kiki's big eyes brightened immediately, watching the two beasts collide without blinking, but when the terrifying energy fluctuation stopped, it was disappointed. The chaotic green feather didn't pierce forward, and the third vertical eye was intact. There seems to be an unknown force pushing between the two, resisting the tragic self-destructive collision. Yeah, the little beast screamed angrily, and its two little paws waved Xiaoguang vigorously, controlling the collision between the strongest points of the two beasts. Kai la la, the sound of space shattering came out, and an extremely strange force was surging, which made people feel depressed and panicked, as if a giant was born, or as if several giant mountains were crushed in the heart, giving people an unspeakable sense of fear, making people tremble uncontrollably. The chaotic divine feather of the Peacock King and the third vertical eye of the golden lion seemed to contain endless power. If they burst out, they seemed to be able to destroy all obstacles. This palpitating atmosphere alone is enough to shock everyone. The space between the two beasts was dark, and the unknown power isolated everything, and the sound and power of their touch suddenly disappeared inside. The dark void that suddenly appeared came and went quickly. The little snow-white beast didn't understand what happened, but it saw that the chaotic green feathers were not destroyed, and the third vertical eye of the Lion King was also safe and sound, still surrounded by dancing divine flames. Only then did everyone in front of the crystal screen breathe a sigh of relief, feeling too depressed just now. Angry. The snow-white little beast's mind is very simple. It can be said that it is a childlike innocence, and wants to avenge the little stubborn dragon. However, the opponent can be defeated, but it is difficult to punish, it shouted angrily. Instead of trying to let the two beasts collide, just stop them and sweep them down with the colorful divine light over and over again. The rays of light continue to scrape like blades. Fortunately, the Peacock King, protected by the chaotic green feathers, can barely keep his body from shattering, but the colorful feathers just wither. However, the Golden Lion King is different. Although it has amazing resilience, it is not as fast as KK in any case. More than a dozen kinds of rays of light swept down, and it was like a dozen heavenly swords chopping down at once, making it dripping with blood. Although in an instant, the golden divine light flickered and healed the wound, but after all, the little beast couldn't hold back and kept sweeping down. However, the little beast seemed a little dizzy. It never killed anything, so it was not used to such cruel things. It seemed a little hesitant when it saw the blood of the Golden Lion King being swept away. However, it is an extraordinary product after all, and knows how to choose. Now is not the time to be kind, so it will be cruel to sweep down a lot of divine light. With such an offensive, even the Golden Lion couldn't hold it back. It was almost cut in half a few times, and all the bones were exposed, but in the end, it managed to recover. The power of the little beast has already made people numb. And the tyranny of the Golden Lion King's body also exceeded their imagination. In front of the big crystal screen, all the spectators were shocked. You must know that the white tiger was swept away by the little beast, and the Golden Lion recovered every time before it was cut in half. The supernatural powers of the vertical eyes are already terrifyingly evil, and coupled with such restoration of supernatural powers, it is almost an abnormality against the sky. However, everyone knew that if this continued, the Golden Lion King would undoubtedly die. It could block the small beast 7 or 8 times, but it definitely couldn't block it 15 or 6 times, and its recovery power was obviously weakening. At this time, the colorful wings of the Peacock King had been destroyed in pieces, and it was extremely miserable. Jin Jin, who was watching from a distance, couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed over in an instant. It knows that it will lose to Kiki, but it has no hesitation. It grew up with the Peacock King since childhood, and has a deep relationship. Brush. With a flash of colorful divine light, Jin Jin was detained in an instant. Kiki threw the gold beside the Peacock King, and swept the 3 of them with the divine light at the same time. Jinzi has already swept away 6 true souls, and the 9 lives immortal body now has only 3 lives left. How can it resist? The colorful Peacock King struggled hard and exerted all his strength. Taking advantage of the moment when the little beast dealt with the Golden Lion, he finally let out traces of green energy with his chaotic feathers, contained the gold, and protected the 2 of them with his blue feathers. However, it is difficult to protect it completely in this way. After all, the Peacock King can't really stimulate the Chaos God feather, and can only rely on it to protect the master automatically. In just an instant, Jin Zi's true soul was swept out again, shattered into the void, and the Peacock King himself was swept away with half his life. The colorful rays of light flashed again. KK swept down more than a dozen light curtains at the same time. Another true soul of Jin Z was shaken out of the body, and it was completely shattered. Now it has only its last life left, and it is no different from ordinary holy beasts. And the Peacock King was also very miserable. The Chaos Divine Feather was part of its power and could no longer protect itself. This time it almost died directly. If it wasn't for the blood passed down from the gods, the vitality was very strong, and it would have been dead for a long time. Jin Z struggled hard, wanting to get out of the chaotic green feathers and prevent the Peacock King from protecting it, but KK had already fixed it, so it was impossible to do so, and the Peacock King didn't want to give it up at all, which made it difficult for the 2 beasts to escape the fate of being destroyed. However, the little beast's mind changed. Seeing that the 2 beasts were so considerate of each other, it was so mad that it couldn't bear to make a move. It has to be said that the little snow-white beast is very kind, and has a heart of compassion in this situation. This kind of heart created a chance for the survival of the 2 beasts. 2 figures in the distance quickly approached, flying in the sky, like 2 bolts of lightning. Be merciful, we admit defeat. It took only a short moment from the time when the beast became mad, and the death of Bai who deeply shocked everyone. Fearing that the Peacock King and Jin Z would also be killed, the 2 rushed in at a critical moment in disregard of the regulations of the beast fighting competition, trying to prevent the next tragedy. At this moment, the anger of the little snow-white beast has gradually calmed down, firstly because it clearly sensed that the vitality of the little stubborn dragon not far away is slowly recovering, and secondly because it was touched by the friendship between Jin Z and the Peacock King. Being kind by nature, it couldn't bear to make another move. When 2 old people who violated the rules appeared, the little beast instinctively stopped. Then 6 old men appeared, and these 6 were the guardians of the beast fighting competition. Seeing that the little beast agreed, but the tragedy did not happen, the 2 old men were quite excited. After all, the lives of the two holy beasts were brought back from death. Kiki carried the golden lion king and half of the white tiger, left the scene with a whoosh, and rushed towards the little stubborn dragon. At this moment, a roar came, "Put down the white tiger." Then a tall old woman came through the air and appeared on the scene. Boom! A ray of thunder struck towards Kiki. The crowd was in an uproar. It was fine to enter the arena against the rules, but they actually shot at the participating beasts, which aroused public outrage, and immediately caused a commotion in the Xuanwang Beast Palace. Kiki was as fast as lightning, carrying the golden lion and white tiger corpses, disappeared with a whoosh, dodged the attack, and then looked angrily at the sky. "Evil barrier, let go of the white tiger's body, or you will die." The old woman was quite ferocious, hating the little snow-white beast. "Guardian, go and kill that old hag. Quickly kill that old hag." ... The crowd was furious and shouted angrily. KK looked at the old woman very angrily, dodged the attack again, and then appeared in front of the little stubborn dragon as if traveling through space. Brush. After the white tiger's body was swept by the colorful divine light, it shattered in an instant, and a burst of vitality burst out, and KK beat it into the little stubborn dragon's body. "The evil is detestable," the old woman struck fiercely. Yeah, the little beast went mad, threw the golden lion king into the distance, and then shot up into the sky, rushing towards the old woman like a ray of white light, and the colorful rays of light shot out in an instant. Boom! The old woman flying from Yukong was swept away by a big somersault and flew out backwards. Yee! The little snow-white beast yelled angrily, followed up again, and another ray of divine light swept out. A large piece of the old woman's clothes fell apart, and she was swept away and fell a big somersault in the air. "I want to ask for leave today. I came here with friends in the evening, but I saw many people still waiting, so I continued to write." Chapter 198. Finally opening the third eye. The old woman was very tall, not much more than ordinary men, and seemed powerful. If she didn't have some feminine characteristics, she would have to be treated as a man. Wrinkles piled up on his face, but he didn't have the kindness of an old man. Instead, he had a violent temperament, giving people a ferocious and terrifying feeling. At such an age, and coming here by flying to shoot down the thunder light, it is easy to think of him as a strong man in the sky. But the snow-white little beast swept her 2 big somersaults in a row, which was really surprising. Of course, the old woman was even more annoyed and surprised. It was a very embarrassing thing to be thrown by such an immature little beast. "Evil barrier, court death." Lao Yu yelled ferociously, and 9 crescent-shaped light blades slashed down from the sky. Although they were energy products, they were cold and radiant, like a magic weapon, which made people frightened and murderous. Yee! The little beast showed no sign of weakness, its big black jewel-like eyes widened, and it yelled angrily. At the same time, it responded directly to the old woman's ferocity. The 7 colored rays of light were waved out one after another, and a total of 29 beams gathered into a blazing holy light, sweeping down towards the old woman. This was a silent collision, but it was quite intense. You could see the sacred light and the gloomy light blade colliding and shattering in the air. Although there was no deafening sound, the terrifying fluctuations were extremely shocking, as if the sky was about to collapse, making people tremble. The sound was being annihilated, and the energy was also being annihilated, so that the destructive waves did not spread. This kind of duel was the most terrifying. Once a drop of energy waves burst out, it would lead to quite serious consequences. Seeing a dark void engulfing the space just now, all the spectators felt chills down their spines. The old woman's 9 light blades were all shattered in the air, but the little beast's sacred brilliance was not completely disintegrated. It rushed over, covered its head and face, and swept the old woman down from the sky. The great supernatural power of the Dragon Clan has reached the ultimate level, can imprison everything, sweep everything down, kill everything, can't resist, can't resist. Little Beast obviously has some grasp of these 3 essentials, but what he is best at is confinement. He is not very proficient in sweeping down, and has only touched the field of killing a little bit. But this is enough. After sweeping away the old woman, he directly sealed her up with the confinement technique, and ruthlessly smashed towards the riddled earth. Boom! The smoke and dust filled the air, the old woman was smashed into the soil layer, and a herringbone-shaped pit was deeply imprinted on the surface. Ah! The old woman rushed out with a disheveled face. She was completely mad. She really wanted to commit suicide, being tossed so miserably by a 1-foot-tall immature beast. She really didn't have the slightest bit of face. The Xuanwang Beast Palace was in an uproar, and then boiled almost violently. The little beast challenged the limit time and time again, First defeating the 4 holy beasts, then forcibly turning on reincarnation to escape, then killing the holy beasts was like killing vegetables, and now even hitting the old woman who came from Yukon several times. How strong is this little thing? Almost no one can guess. The most important thing is its expression, innocent, immature, and angry. It doesn't regard defeating the old woman as something worth showing off at all, and it doesn't realize the consequences. Evil barrier. The old woman let go completely, and didn't care about the cynicism of the crowd, soaring into the sky and killing the little beast. Little bastard, I will get rid of you. KK was very angry. No one had ever scolded it as a little beast, even though it was a small beast, it had a childish heart. Whoosh. The white light flashed and disappeared, and the little snow-white beast continuously changed directions in the sky, as if traveling through space, and then suddenly appeared beside the old woman, raised its hand and swept out a divine light, and slammed it on the old woman's face with a bang. The brilliance flickered, the old woman's body was tilted to one side, and her cheeks swelled instantly. Although she was swept by the divine light, it was equivalent to being slapped in the mouth. Little bastard. The old woman became angry with embarrassment. It was too embarrassing to make such a fool of herself. Yeah, KK yelled angrily, obviously very angry at being scolded as a little beast. Whoosh. It disappeared abruptly again, flashed not far behind the old woman with a swipe, and then swept down a ray of divine light with a smack, hitting the old woman's head like a cap. Boom. It directly covered the old woman and fell from the sky into the dust on the ground. There was an uproar in the audience, accompanied by bursts of booing. The old woman really wanted to find a crack in the ground and slip down. At this time, 6 Dharma guardians from the Southern Wilderness Beast Fighting Competition flew over and stopped the old woman who was still trying to get into trouble. In fact, these 6 people should have come here a long time ago, but seeing that the little beast actually gained the upper hand, because they were very dissatisfied with the old woman's actions, they stood by and watched, which made the old woman lose face a lot. The 6 of them all despise the old woman. They are so disrespectful even at such an old age, even more rude than a shrew. They don't have the demeanor of a senior master, and they are ashamed to be her peers. Although the turmoil on the arena was forcibly quelled, the high emotions of the spectators were hard to calm down. People were discussing what kind of state the little beast had reached. Could it be that he has reached the demigod realm? It's hard to say, but I don't think it's that exaggerated. These holy beasts are invincible due to their powerful supernatural powers, but their true cultivation should be in the realm of knowing Tibet. However, it is difficult for those who do not have the cultivation base of the demigod realm to compete with their almost abnormal supernatural powers. An old man in the Tianzihao VIP room gave the most accurate evaluation. The golden lion and others are all in the realm of knowing and hiding, but its unique terrifying supernatural power cannot be suppressed by a strong Yukong. As for the little snow-white beast, it may be about to touch the edge of Yukong. Only in this way can it sweep the tiger slaves a few big somersaults. Supernatural powers, especially the one and only ones in the world, have enormous power. It is unimaginable if they exert their full power. This is the only reliance for the weak to fight across levels. Therefore, when people are able to unlock their own treasures, they all want to dig out rare supernatural powers, so this state is also named recognition of Tibet. But how many unique magical powers can there be in the world? In a sense, except for the inheritance of rare races, all magical powers can be copied and cracked. The little snow-white beast made a big splash, sweeping the beast fighting contest with one blow, which shocked everyone but also aroused great interest in it. Before, Kiki wore golden monkey skin and children's clothes, disguising herself, and no one recognized her, but she revealed her identity when she broke through reincarnation and escaped. A series of performances since then has attracted everyone's attention and shocked all spectators. Dugu Sword Demon stared silently for a long time. Even a person like Yan Qingcheng who knows the basics is surprised. She never expected Kiki to be so powerful. Although she knew it was very extraordinary at the beginning, the main impression was that she positioned it as a naughty and cute little one. Not to mention Fatty Zug, his mouth was already wide open in surprise. Although Fatty had a unique vision, he had already seen that Kiki was extraordinary, but he never expected to be so extraordinary. Kana Si, Qilao, Hai Yunzu and the others had all seen the little snow-white beast before, and when Kiki swept across the entire arena, they were almost petrified. Anyone who recognized the little beast was almost crazy and felt incredible. Those who came back from Dragon Island, intentionally or unintentionally, did not reveal that there was a small snow-white beast that dared to provoke the Dragon King. Therefore, although some people investigated what happened on Dragon Island, only a few people knew some secrets of KK's origin from Dragon Island. However, it is impossible to keep a secret now. Among the people who came to watch the beast fighting contest this time, there were many returnees from Dragon Island who recognized the little snow-white beast at a glance, and naturally associated it with Xiao Chen. Therefore, in several VIP rooms of Tianzihao, some old antiques were reported immediately, so that the secret was no longer a secret. At this moment, the old woman has been expelled, and the Peacock King and Jin Jin have also been taken away by the two old people. A mysterious man surrounded by golden flames came to the arena, trying to persuade the Golden Lion King to leave, but was rejected by the Golden Lion King. The two Dragon Kings were taken to a safe place, and since then, the arena has returned to calm, leaving only KK and the Golden Lion King. Ah! The Golden Lion King raised his head and roared, earth-shattering, and then rose into the air. Standing in midair, the cold light from his eyes made the spectators feel chills on their backs. The Lion King has never suffered such a loss before. It has gone through dozens of life and death battles since its birth. Around the third vertical eye, divine flames danced, as if a world of its own. Unexpectedly emerged one by one mysterious spell characters, revealing the ancient meaning of vicissitudes, like sacrificial scriptures, worshipping in the dark, summoning a certain power to be born. Today, if the Golden Lion King can't open his third vertical eye and defeat Kiki, he will not be reconciled. In order to ensure that it would not be disturbed, the Golden Lion King looked ferocious. The golden mane around the three lion heads stood upright, and a liquid-like golden energy light enveloped his whole body. He wanted to endure the severe pain and make some kind of sacrifice. The blazing golden divine light, like a flame, danced, and the sky seemed to be on fire. The eye of destruction opened suddenly, and then quickly closed. The blood light receded in an instant, and then a series of bloody flowers burst out from that vertical eye, and endless power flowed from this vertical eye to the third vertical eye. The eye of reincarnation opened quickly, and then closed in an instant. The black light receded in an instant, a string of blood burst out, and endless power flowed from this vertical eye to the third vertical eye. The two vertical eyes will be completely sealed for a long time, just to accumulate enough power now to make the third vertical eye open immediately. Around the third vertical eye, there is a world of its own. Mysterious sacrificial scriptures constantly emerge. The meaning of the ancient characters is hard to understand, and the sound of chanting and prayer seems to travel through time and space, coming from the ancient years. The voice is getting louder and clearer. No one can understand its meaning, no one can understand its feelings, only know that it seems to be a pious worship and call. Very evil. The third vertical eye of the Golden Lion was born, and it was accompanied by such a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, which made everyone feel shocked. So, seems like a ritual. The sound of chanting scriptures, praying, worshipping, slaughtering. It seems like an ancient magic sound from ancient times, reappearing in the world. Is it the magic sound of people praying and worshipping devoutly in the past reappeared in the world? What kind of existence is the Golden Lion King? Has this race ever been worshipped by the world? Silently, the third vertical eye of the Golden Lion King opened a tiny gap. And in the process of the waves of ancient magic sounds, the little snow-white beast seemed to lose its soul, as if it had been touched by a certain heartstring, and fell into a state of deep confusion. Suddenly, the gap opened by the Golden Lion King's third vertical eye quickly widened. As if sensing the danger approaching, the little snow-white beast suddenly became extremely solemn, completely different from its previous expression. All the reasons were due to the ancient sacrificial magic sound, which seemed to open a certain lost door that was sealed by the little beast. Woo! A terrible sound came out, and the place where the Golden Lion King was completely turned into nothingness, and the huge space seemed to be shrinking to a point until it disappeared. Return to the void. Even KK was submerged in it. The figure of the Golden Lion King has completely disappeared, and Kiki is about to disappear too. At this moment, the little snow-white beast seemed to push open a mysterious portal that had been dust-sealed in the long river of history, and two unfathomable rays of light shot out from its eyes. A black light flickered, like a demonic light from hell bursting into the world, with a destructive aura. The other is white, like a star igniting suddenly, igniting the vast universe, and billions of stars pour down. Two bursts of light beams, accompanied by bursts of thunder. The situation changed in an instant, the sky and the earth paled, and a majestic aura was released, with the potential to swallow the world with arrogance. It's a very weird feeling. It's obviously just two black and white light beams, but it seems that there are thousands of troops galloping, giving people the feeling of great momentum. At this moment, Kiki, the little beast with a serious face, gave people an extremely absurd illusion, like a giant god standing upright, solemn, sacred and inviolable. I don't know if the Golden Lion King's third vertical eye has been fully opened, but the little beast has opened a pair of extremely terrifying eyes. Chapter 199 The world exists because of eyes. I don't know if there is an illusion in the void, or a real world has emerged. A point that should have returned to the ruins suddenly exploded, and endless gray covered most of the sky. The oppressive, heavy lead cloud, the grayness is boundless, and the dead silence has greatly affected people's hearts, as if they are in despair. The thick and heavy gray has no hopeful color. This is a lonely world, a lifeless world without any hope. Overcast clouds floated, and Zongda mountains emerged from the deep shadows, and the blood-colored earth slowly revealed its true face, and the ink-like sea was surging. This is a mysterious and terrifying change of appearance. Such a distant view appeared in the sky, as if a gray world suddenly inserted in, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, and not knowing where they are. This is the result of the Golden Lion's third vertical eye. Of course, this is not all, let alone the manifestation of the power of the third vertical eye, it is only accompanying. What the real power of the third eye is still unknown. It's just that such a terrifying scene of a world of its own floating in most of the sky has surpassed everyone's comprehension. Is this really just the ability that a Golden Lion King in the state of knowing Tibet can show? If it is true, it can only be said that this strange beast is too terrifying, far beyond everyone's imagination. This is not the real world, this is an illusion. An old man's voice came from a VIP room in Tianzihao, but his tone was not very sure. After the dead and silent world suddenly appeared, the sounds of chanting, praying, worshipping, and slaughtering appeared again. The sound was desolate and distant. It was like an ancient magic sound that lingered from ancient times and reappeared in the world. Is it really rare that the once disappeared Supreme God has reappeared? An old man was puzzled and expressed his doubts. Woo! The terrible whistling sound suddenly sounded, overwhelming all the voices, and became the only one in the world, as if the stormy waves were hitting the shore, and it was like chaotic rocks piercing through the sky. The gray world without any hope was as black as ink in an instant, all the scenery inside disappeared, and the endless darkness engulfed the little snow-white beast. After that, the momentary darkness seemed as long and endless as eternity, and everyone felt a sense of collapse at this moment. Whether it is an old master with profound cultivation, a young man with average cultivation, or even an aristocrat who doesn't know how to cultivate, all the spectators in the Xuanwang Beast Palace will have the feeling that the world is collapsing. Intuition told them that in the dark, the Golden Lion King most likely opened his third vertical eye and was attacking the little snow-white beast. Many people with advanced cultivation bases have already abandoned the large crystal screens and appeared directly above the various palaces, watching from a distance. But no one can see through the void in the high sky, the absolute darkness that completely swallows up all the light. Even the midday sun has already dimmed, and the sun has turned into a black sun. The endless darkness, even someone with clairvoyance can hardly see through it. Moments are eternal. In this way, every bit of time is as long as hundreds of millions of years, and people are eager to know what is happening inside. Kai la la, the sound of shattering came out abruptly. The figure of the little snow-white beast, like a magical lamp in the dark night, illuminates a large area of space. It stands quietly in the void, and its whole body blooms with endless divine brilliance. Thousands of auspicious colors hang down, and 10,000 rays of light flow out. The 2 rays of light that bloomed from the left and right eyes instantly swept into the endless darkness. The black light flickers, and the white light is vast, like the sea rewinding to the 9 heavens, like the Milky Way falling into the vast earth. The world in the darkness is revealed by the 2 divine lights of the little beast, the endless brown giant mountains, the vast and turbulent endless black sea, and the boundless blood-colored land. All of this is revealing itself again. At the same time, where the little snow-white beast looked, an extremely terrifying scene happened. The endless mountains are collapsing, the endless sea is churning, and the vast land is cracking. Until, at the end, an overwhelming force enveloped the entire world, and the terrible consequences caused by the eyes of the little snow-white beast deeply shocked everyone. Wherever the eyes passed, everything ceased to exist. Look at the mountains are broken, look at the sea is dry, look at the ground sinks. That giant mountain is disappearing into ashes, that vast sea is rapidly evaporating, and that earth is sinking mercilessly. It is a scene of annihilation. At this point, almost everyone has been completely petrified. In the end, many people couldn't help kneeling on the ground, which was due to the throbbing and collapse of their hearts. That's an illusion, it's not real. An old man stood on the palace and muttered to himself, but his expression was not very confident. It seems real and unreal, who can tell? When the fake is true, it is also true, and when the real is fake, it is also true. The dark sky was bright again, the eyes of the little snow-white beast wiped out everything, and that hopeless gray world completely collapsed. The world exists because of the eyes, the world perishes because of the eyes. There is a clear sky between heaven and earth, and everything returns to its original state. The black and white divine light in the eyes of the little snow-white beast disappeared, and the sacred and solemn expression had also changed into a lively and agile look. The big black eyes scanned the surroundings, and occasionally showed a trace of confusion, and the long eyelashes kept trembling, as if wondering why it suddenly had such a power just now. The golden lion king appeared in the sky. The golden body was almost shattered, and there were terrible wounds everywhere. The blood turned golden and kept gushing out. The bones were all propped out of the body. The whiteness was extremely terrifying. The 3 vertical eyes burst out with bright red blood, which formed a sharp contrast with the golden blood in other places. The 3 vertical eyes were almost sealed, and only the blood dripped down drop by drop. The golden lion took a last look at the little snow-white beast, its icy eyes slowly closed, and then fell into the sky. A fiasco, a complete failure. No one knows whether the golden lion king has really fully opened the 3rd vertical eye, and no one knows what kind of terrifying power is contained in that mysterious and terrifying vertical eye. However, everyone knows that the eyes of the little snow-white beast are even more terrifying. At that moment, a seemingly real and illusory world collapsed, and at the same time, it felt more like a broken heart. It was completely forced out by the Golden Lion King, or it could be said that the sounds of chanting, praying, worshipping, and killing, like ancient magic sounds, awakened the little beast's latent power. No one made a sound in the entire Xuanwang Beast Palace. Although everything was over just now, it was still difficult for people to escape from the atmosphere and watch the scene silently. Such an existence must be envied by the heavens. I'm afraid it will be difficult to end well. An old voice sounded, spreading across most of the Xuanwang Beast Palace. The moment Xiao Chen heard it, he immediately had an ominous premonition. Yes, the little snow-white beast is too extraordinary, maybe, it will really be envied by heaven. Since ancient times, the hero died young, and the beauty's fate was unlucky. Will such a tragedy happen to Kiki? It was a momentary induction, a kind of mysterious intuition, which made Xiao Chen feel vigilant. Superstitious. That is impossible. Xiao Chen believes in himself and believes that strength determines everything, but he has to make plans as soon as possible. Many things have changed because of this beast fighting competition. In the sky, a ray of golden light pierced through the sky and arrived in the blink of an eye. Before the Golden Lion King landed, a mighty old man caught it steadily. The golden divine fire was blazing in the air, and inside was a tall figure, an old man in a broken gold armor, who slowly landed on the ground holding the Golden Lion King. He was so excited that he was almost crazy, and pointed at KK tremblingly, as if he had seen the most incredible thing. Then, he suddenly knelt down on the ground, murmured in an almost pious tone, and kept prostrating to the void in the west. Such a move stunned everyone. Obviously he recognized Kiki's race and knew its origin, which led to such a gaffe. What is he saying? Can't understand, can't understand. It's a bit like the language of the descendants of the War clan. In the Tianzihao VIP room, an old antique was very surprised. That can't be the real language of the Zan clan. In the sky, the little snow-white beast looked at all this in a daze, not knowing why it was like this, and rushed towards the old man on the ground. However, the old man in the golden flame seemed to be shaken, and he picked up the golden lion and left without looking back. Yeah, KK yelled, trying to catch up, but after continuous fighting, it didn't have much strength, and finally landed on the ground annoyed, scratching its head suspiciously. The Xuanwang Beast Palace was completely silent, and then suddenly the noise went up to the sky. Powerful cubs. Whether it is the dead white tiger, or the seriously injured Peacock King and Jin Zi, they are all rare beasts, let alone the two-headed Dragon King. And the Golden Lion King and KK even showed terrifying supernatural powers beyond imagination. If they grow up smoothly, who can compete with them in the future? It may be the only chance to make a move now, but, who dares to make a move, who dares to kill? Thinking of this question, everyone is silent. They are just cubs. If the parents behind them are provoked, it's unimaginable. It may not be difficult to wipe out the big family that has been passed down for thousands of years. At the very least, the known information shows that the Golden Lion is accompanied by an old man who is suspected to be from the Zan clan. The little snow-white beast was once taken away by the god Relic who existed in the depths of the southern wilderness. In this way, it is enough to foretell something. There is another chapter tonight. Chapter 200 Resurrection. The white tiger suffered a disastrous defeat and was crushed to death. Jinzi survived 9 lives and escaped with only 1 life left. The colorful peacock king was seriously injured and dying, but saved his life with the help of chaotic green feathers. The little snow-white beast was born in the finals. It was invincible and swept away all opponents. It finally reached the top and became the true southern wilderness holy beast king. This was no less than a hurricane sweeping through Tiandi City. Kiki's name spread throughout the city at the moment when the beast fighting competition was coming to an end, and rose to a legendary height. In the eyes of most people, the little snow-white beast is cute and powerful, but in the eyes of some people, it has become a thorn in the eye, and is angrily scolded as, "Little Beast." Because of its strong intrusion, it completely changed the situation, swept away all opponents, and disappointed many people's expectations. Among the masters of the 6 saints, there are those who hate it to the bone. In short, Tiandi City was full of noise, almost boiling. When the beast fighting competition came to an end, the little snow-white beast was invited to a high platform, which seemed to symbolize the altar of the beast king in the southern wilderness, and it had not been used for many years. After dusting off the dust of the years in history, the altar, which had been covered in dust for decades, was revealed. The black-brown stone stairs spiraled up step by step, and the small snow-white beast looked at it curiously. The altar, which was tens of meters high, looked like a monument, with the names of more than a dozen holy beast kings engraved on it. Rolling her big eyes, full of novelty about everything, Kiki left a crooked little paw print next to her name. The accompanying person wanted to laugh but couldn't. The birth of this little beast made the 3 big beast palaces very passive. Because the little beast was allowed to participate in the competition halfway, it led to such a result. In the end, they had many good words with the master of the 6 holy beasts. This is probably the smallest holy beast king in the history of the southern wilderness, but his strength may be the strongest in the future. As soon as the little beast left, the small paw prints it left behind burst into big cracks in all directions, and the people who wanted to laugh suddenly shut their mouths in shock. After a simple rest, the little beast is already alive and kicking, and the fatigue from the big battle has long been swept away. There is no doubt that if there is another big battle, it will be able to deal with it calmly again, with unlimited energy, which has to be amazing. KK walked up to the altar with her ginseng skewers, which made many viewers feel dizzy. It was made by borrowing the best part of every old ginseng plant. I am afraid that they are all ginseng essences that are more than 2,000 years old. Who is so prodigal? Feeding the little snow-white beast like this would require at least 6 or 7 ginseng plants. On the top of the altar tens of meters high, Kiki was holding a white jade box, full of happiness. The holy light flowing from it made it whiter and more flawless, and the little beast was almost intoxicated. Kiki directly opened the jade box, took out the relics inside, and immediately made the dark brown altar shine brightly, with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. One can imagine the strength of the holy beast that has followed the Buddha. How could the relics it left behind after nirvana be ordinary things? Contains an extremely majestic Buddha nature power. The relic is as big as a longan, shining like a pearl, twinkling like a star, with a faint colorful mist lingering around, forming a powerful field, and everything around it is bright and bright. The ups and downs of energy fluctuations can gather the essence of heaven and earth from all directions, attracting all the brilliance from the 10 directions together, forming a strange and magnificent picture, and the light makes all spiritual things appear dim. The little snow-white beast nearly fainted from happiness, threw away the jade box, and made a movement that stunned many people in front of everyone, directly threw the relic into its mouth, and began to chew like jelly beans. Many people are about to collapse. How can this little beast be like this? Its strength is indeed obvious to all, but it is still a young beast after all. The power contained in the relic must be terrifying. After all, it is left after the holy beast who followed the Buddha nirvana. The little beast turned out to be eaten directly instead of slowly refining it. A completely speechless picture. Of course, only a few people saw it. The little beast just bit off a small piece of the relic, and the remaining half was firmly held in the palm of its palm with its small claws. Crackling, Kiki seemed to be eating jelly beans. She ate the relics in 2 or 3 bites, and wrinkled her nose, as if saying that the taste was not very good. This expression really made people feel dizzy. The scene of exploding and dying did not appear, and the little beast seemed to be fine, turning its big eyes and aiming in all directions. In the end, Xiao Chen also boarded the altar, unable to hide. He had already been exposed. he knew that at the end of the beast fighting contest, the matter of little stubborn dragon and KK following him had almost been found out by many powerful forces. Xiao Chen picked up the little stubborn dragon, took Kiki with him, and left in a hurry. Behind him were many unclear eyes. Although the beast fighting contest has come to an end, the turmoil will not stop there. And on that day, a major event happened that shook the entire southern part of the Longevity continent. A palace of longevity unexpectedly appeared in the Tianluo Empire, which is adjacent to the southern desolation. A mysterious and magnificent fairyland floated in the sky, causing countless cultivators to swarm away. It is said that the floating heavenly palace had already appeared in the world yesterday, but someone forcibly blocked the news, resulting in a delay of 1 day before it spread to Nanwang Tiandi City. In just 1 day, 4 celestial soldiers have been unearthed: dragon slaying blade, demon sealing list, god sacrifice altar, and longevity tree. This is undoubtedly sensational news. These 4 celestial weapons alone are enough to drive people crazy. They are all ancient relics with great origins. I don't know how many years the dragon-slaying blade has been passed down. It is said that it has drunk the blood of many dragons. You must know that the dragons are one of the most tyrannical races. Sealing the demon list, sealing the demon and withdrawing the gods, the power is unimaginable. It is difficult for non-users to truly understand how terrifying it is. The sacrificial altar is a rare spiritual object. According to legend, it was jointly refined by Lao Tzu and Buddha. It is said that if you sincerely worship and offer the gift, you may be able to summon some spiritual knowledge of several ancestor gods such as Yuchao. Longevity tree, a black iron tree, planted at home, can guarantee the immortality of ordinary people, not to mention the benefits for practitioners. It can be said that any one of the 4 treasures is handed down, and it can cause a sensation. Some of them are ancient treasures that have existed since ancient times, and their power is unimaginable. And this is just a sacred object that was won by people after the first restriction was broken in the heavenly palace. It is hard to imagine what ancient treasures there are, especially when you think of the center of the longevity hall hanging in the sky, where hundreds of millions of stars are pouring down at night. Some people speculate that this is most likely a relic of the heavenly palace left by an ancestor god. When things had come to this point, many people suddenly discovered that the evil Dragon King withdrew, the winged Dragon King withdrew, and several powerful senior figures also hurriedly left Tiandi City at that time. It was not what everyone imagined. It was all because of a major incident in Tianluo Kingdom. They were well informed and set off ahead of schedule. The aftermath of the beast fighting competition and the turmoil in the misty heavenly palace immediately caused the heavenly emperor's city to boil, and countless cultivators rushed towards the Tianluo Kingdom. To the north of Tianluo Kingdom is one of the centers of the entire longevity continent, Zongtu. Rumor has it that even among the vast and boundless cultivators of Central Earth, many people have received the news that many famous cultivators have already embarked on a journey towards Tianluo Kingdom. After 3 days in the hustle and bustle, Xiao Chen tried his best to take care of the little stubborn dragon, using the relics of the holy beast as the source and the colorful holy tree as the guide to condition its body. He didn't rush to Tianluo Kingdom. There are many treasures in this world. Who can gather all the treasures in his own hands? He has self-knowledge, and with his current strength, he is powerless to fight, even with KK. Instead of taking risks and losing your life in vain, it is better to sit and watch Yunwan Yunshu ebb and flow. Undoubtedly, the little stubborn dragon is a special dragon king. Its resilience is far better than any holy beast. Xiao Chen already knew it when he was on Dragon Island, and the situation of mortal death can be completely reversed. And this time the miracle happened again. The shattered internal organs were regenerated and reorganized, under the nourishment of the relic essence, and under the guidance of the colorful holy tree, the almost dead body glowed with vitality. Newborn, the little stubborn dragon broke free from death, like being reborn from the ashes, experienced an extraordinary transformation, completely recovered and woke up. Although it is still unable to act, there is no doubt that it will recover or even surpass its original state. After a baptism of life and death, it will become stronger and go further. The outside world has already been turned upside down. The aftermath of the beast fighting competition has not yet settled down, and the Tianluo Kingdom's Hall of Longevity floating in the sky has resurged. The entire southern continent is difficult to calm down. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind keeps blowing. Xiao Chen wants to stay out of the matter, but is this possible? The beast fighting contest has put him on the cusp of the storm. The misty palace suspended in the clouds also seemed to have unimaginable and terrifying magic power. Although it was thousands of miles away, it made the black broken knife next to him beat non-stop every day, and even went straight through the air on the 3rd day. It turned into a black light and charged towards Tianluo Kingdom. Watching Duan Dao fly away, Xiao Chen didn't chase after him. For the past 3 days, he has been thinking about how to continue his cultivation path in the future. In the beast fighting contest, the performance of several holy beasts shocked him deeply. The supernatural powers can be so terrifying, which makes the young beasts in the realm of knowledge and possession worthy of a challenge to demigods. Thinking of this, he had to admire the talents of certain races. The Golden Lion King would not be more than 5 years old at most, while KK was only over 1 year old, and they were already so powerful at such a young age. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chen has been silently thinking about how to make himself stronger. Perhaps digging out rare supernatural powers will be an important direction of his efforts. However, how can the unique magical power be so easy to control? To walk a different path, Xiao Chen pondered more than once, but how can he create an original path? Although he is not in the realm of knowing Tibet, Xiao Chen thinks very deeply and far. The past 3 days have been a sublimation of his cultivation thought system. He wants to become stronger, he wants to go further, and he wants to return to the human world.